you are basically removing the mass of what would be heavy landing legs, and you're putting kind of that landing infrastructure onto a ground system. So you're not having to carry those landing legs into orbit.
But it's also elevated off the ground. Is there some aspect of that where you don't have to balance the thrust and all the...
You can negate some of those, like there's like plume interactions. There's like the exhaust hitting concrete, and especially with a rocket this big, it's gonna use like 3 Raptor engines firing. If you have them firing really close to the ground, you're just gonna absolutely destroy the crater of the ground. You have to refurbish the ground and the landing pad every time, and or have huge landing legs that are super long and tall, to make it so it's elevated enough to not do that. So yeah, you're avoiding that whole mess by catching it high enough off the ground that you don't have to factor that in.
And that's how many engines are involved in the landing part? Is the 3 Raptor engines?
Well, we haven't actually, we haven't to date seen the exact landing sequence. So it might be something like at first they might light up, 7 or something, or 9 or something, some number to accelerate quickly or decelerate quickly. The same thing. And then shut it down to 3 or something for a little bit more granular control. Because unlike Falcon 9, Starship has enough engines and variability to actually, if it needed to hover, to maybe more precisely align itself with the pad, it would have that capability. And especially having multiple engines, if you only have a single engine running, you can't really roll. Your roll axis, you can do pitch and yaw because the engine is kind of like a rudder. It can move in 2 axes. So you can easily pitch and yaw the vehicle, which actually induce roll along its vertical axis. You would either need like auxiliary engines to roll it, or you'd need a pair of engines so they can be opposed and induce roll. So by having 2 or 3 running, they have all 3 axes of control that they would need, kind of like a broomstick, and bouncing broomstick on your hand.
Yo, dog.
Just move it over, and if they need to align it to those landing nubs, on the landing arms and stuff like that, then they can do that.
Speaking of pitch and yaw, the thing, so Starship flips on its belly flops. There's a interesting kind of maneuver on the way down to land. Can you describe that maneuver? What's involved in that?
Yeah, so this is definitely a first. I don't think anything's tried landing like this before, but the idea is when you're falling through the atmosphere could actually do a lot of work. You're moving quickly, something is falling from space. There's a lot of energy involved.
You have a really good video on this as well.
And thank you. As it's falling, you can want to let the atmosphere do as much work as it can. And so, if you have a unsymmetric, it's not a ball that's falling. This is some kind of object with shape. Some, at one face of it is going to have more surface area than the other face. So, in the shape of like a cylinder, if you're falling, like a soda can, if you're falling top or bottom first, it's a certain amount of surface area. If you put that on its side, you actually have a lot more surface area. So with the same exact vehicle, you can actually have a lot more drag. You can actually slow it down a lot more using the exact same atmosphere, same vehicle. Just by turning it 90 degrees, you can slow it down substantially, like 3 or 4 times slower. So that's energy that you don't have to use anywhere else. You don't have to use an engine to slow you down. You don't have to do anything else. So SpaceX realized, okay, if we put this thing on its side and let it fall like a skydiver almost, instead of like pencil diving into the pool, you're belly flopping. You're maximizing the amount of surface area that's in the wind stream that's being slowed down. But obviously, in order to land, especially if you're SpaceX and Elon's obsessed with having different parts. He wants the best part is no part. So if you're going to land with the engines, you might as well use engines that you already have, the engines that are used for the other portions of flight. So you kick those on and you use those engines to actually turn it 90 degrees from belly flopping to feet first. And that way you can use those same engines to land, and you don't have to have auxiliary landing engines. You don't have to have forces, even if you were to land on its belly with a separate set of engines. Not only would those engines weigh a lot, it'd be extra complexity, et cetera, but you also don't have to make the ship be able to handle landing, on its belly as opposed to having the forces be vertical.
But it's a giant thing. You have to rotate in the air.
Huge.
And as you also highlight, there's liquid fuel slushing around in the tank. So you can't, I guess, use that fuel directly. You have to have another kind of fuel. There's just complexities there.
Yeah.
Involved. Plus, the actual maneuver difficult from the like what are the thrusters that actually make all that happen? You're adding a lot of complexity, not a lot, but your complexity to the maneuver, the possibility where failure could happen, in order to sort of save, in order for the air to do some of the work. So what is some of that complexity? Just you can linger on it.
If you think about what it's going to take to go from horizontal to vertical, this rocket in particular, Starship has these big flaps. So it has kind of two nose flaps and two rearward flaps. The rearward flaps are a lot bigger because the majority of the mass, the engines and stuff, are in the back of the vehicle. So in order to kind of be stable, and they just fold themselves inwards, like on their dihedral angle, at a dihedral angle, in order to increase or decrease the drag. So you can control it, all three axes of control. While it's falling, on its belly, you can control it that way using these four different things. So you have these giant
Bong, James Bong, that's what I thought it was. Shalom, how you doing, big dog? I hope you have a blessed and beautiful day yourself.
So that's a huge
Hope all is good in your neck of the woods.
Developing that landing algorithm and the control for
I thought that was you.
The flaps going in and out to stay stable. Then
amazing.
Right, the engine,
Bong, James Bong.
Now all of a sudden you want the top.
Amazing.
You want to flip the rocket 90 degrees. The rearward flaps, the bottom flaps, fold in. They tuck all the way in to minimize drag. That's going to make it want to swing down. You extend the upper flaps. That makes the nose wants to pitch up. You kick on the engines. They're now lighting all three engines, at least as of the last successful attempt. They light all three of the sea level Raptor engines. They're pitched all the way 10 or 15 degrees or whatever the maximum pitch is on them, and that induces it. It does that kick maneuver to kick it over from horizontal to vertical. Now the problem is you lit your engines while you're horizontal, so they put some horizontal velocity in the rocket to push the rocket. At the time at the time of lighting those engines, the nose is facing the horizon, and the engines are facing the opposite horizon. So you now shot it a decent amount in the direction that you're not falling. So you have to factor that in to where you're landing, because you're going to land on this precise. In this case, you're going to land on the inside the loving arms of the chopsticks. The three arms wide open, and try to land inside this.
Exactly the song are you playing through my head as I'm watching this now. Thank you. Thank you for forever.
There he is. Just grabbing some cappuccino. Oh, fancy.
And you have to very precisely control. So what you have to do is, now that it's done that kick, you also have to cancel out that horizontal velocity. So it's actually going to rotate beyond 90 degrees to cancel out that horizontal velocity, and then modulate the engines to make it so the thrust, is perfect, so that it can control itself into a controlled landing. And all this is done in 500 meters, 1,500 meters. You're doing all of those things stupidly close to the ground. It looks absurd. And so far, they've done 5 of these tests. All the first 4 all blew up. They're all coming in from about 10 kilometers or 33,000 feet. Falling, flipping. Again, this thing's huge. That just the booster or just the upper stage of this is 50 meters tall. So it's 150. It's 45 meters, about 50 meters tall, about 165 feet tall. 9 meters wide, so 30 feet wide. It weighs, something like, God, I don't remember, it's something like 120 metric tons, so 120,000 kilograms. Quarter of a million pounds empty.
It's really done.
It has to do all this perfectly. So the first four attempts of this were pretty spectacular failures.
So just to clarify, which stage
it's the upper stage is doing this belly flop maneuver. Yeah.
So this is the stage that would presumably have humans on board for what you use.
And if things continue to play. Now, here's something I would love to see. Just saying this.
Yeah.
If you already have these big aero surfaces, the flaps, they also have to move. They're on heavy motors and hinges and flaps and all that stuff. I'm actually surprised that for Earth, they aren't just looking at landing it horizontally on a runway like a space shuttle. I mean, that worked. The Buran did it. The Soviet Union's Buran. I rolled my arm real hard there, sorry. Wow. Really good.
I'm very impressed.
The Buran did it. We have other space planes like the X-37B. We have the upcoming Sierra Nevada's Dream Chaser. It's some extra mass in the wings, but so does Starship. Starship has the extra mass of those flaps, and the motors and the hinges and all that stuff. I would like to see the trade on like, is it actually lighter weight to do that versus doing what SpaceX is doing? So yeah, I mean that's the funny thing. I think realistically, if Elon walks in the door tomorrow and says, "Guys, we did some simulations and actually it's like we can get another 5,000 kilograms into space if we just land it horizontal. If we kind of give up on our ego and land horizontally, at least on Earth, then I think they could be doing that pretty quickly. That's the thing is, this ultimate thing has been to land on Mars and other planets, and Mars doesn't have a runway, doesn't have thick enough atmosphere to utilize aerodynamic flight like that. So you have to do pulse landing for Mars. You're going to land on an unprepared surface, so it has to be able to do this at some point. The ultimate, it sounds ridiculous, and it is, but the ultimate goal of it is to land on Mars.
There's not much of an atmosphere to help you with for the belly flop to be useful.
There's only 1% of the atmosphere on Mars as there is on Earth, but you still want to utilize as much of that atmosphere as possible. So in the upper atmosphere, it's still going to be coming in more or less kind of perpendicular to the airstream. I guess it's probably more like 60 degrees, 70 degrees to the airstream, like where it's belly flopping. And it's going to especially do that on Mars. It's going to need to use up the little bit of atmosphere there is. You're coming in at insane velocities, and so even that 1% thin atmosphere is still going to do a lot of work. Now on Mars, there's only 38% of Earth's gravity on Mars, so the belly flop maneuver is a lot. It could be a lot more conservative. You could do that at like 5,000 feet up, and it just wouldn't matter as much because there's not as much gravity. Gravity drives. You can kind of just more slowly, gently. You don't have to do this crazy, extravagant like belly flop, flip maneuver. But it would still something at some point you would transition from more or less perpendicular to the airstream to and horizontal to landing vertically.
I like how we're having this old, boring conversation about the differences of landing on Earth versus on Mars. This is surreal that this is actually a real conversation. That this is something that we're discussing because it has to do both.
Yeah. But in my opinion,
yes,
I think we'll pretty quickly see an evolution of Starship that's like dedicated versions for certain tasks. And at the end of the day, again, if someone runs a simulation and says it's actually more efficient and it's better just to land horizontally on a runway, then that's what's going to happen. It doesn't matter, but they still will develop. If the ultimate goal is to land on Mars, then they'll have a dedicated Mars variant, which will likely look different than the Earth variant, and they'll still probably be launched on the same booster. You know what I mean? So there's.
Oh, you mean like that particular vehicle will not be returning back to Earth? It'll need to be modified. Because the ultimate is to have one Starship that goes to Mars, lands on Mars, and takes off of Mars, lands back on Earth, and is reused again.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
And there's a chance that you have just a cycler, just if you at the end of the day you're just really trying to see what is most feasible, what's the most efficient. You literally have a vehicle dedicated to Mars. Mars is easy to do a single stage orbit. It's a lot lower gravity, a lot thinner atmosphere. You can easily do a single stage orbit. You get into orbit, you park to a dedicated, transfer vehicle that goes between Earth and Mars. It only stays in space. You don't have heat shields. You don't have landing legs. You don't have all these things that you need. And ideally, it's nuclear powered, so it's super efficient. That gets you back to Earth. Once you're at Earth, you rendezvous again with another landing Starship. And that Starship might be a horizontal runway Starship, there's no, I don't see and I think ultimately it'll win out where we don't have a one size fits all. I think that's the flaw of the space shuttle, really, is that it was trying to do everything and ended up kind of doing nothing well. But that's, I think, with SpaceX's proven. I mean, SpaceX already has variants coming. There's already going to be a dedicated lunar lander for NASA for the Artemis program. There's already going to be a tanker variant. There's already going to be likely just a pure cargo version. There's likely going to be a human version. We'll likely see evolutions of this thing happen, relatively quickly.
And once it's all working, it's only a matter of weeks before people riding on it will be complaining about the speed of the Wi-Fi. The old Louis C.K. joke of where you're flying on a chair through the air. Yeah. It's incredible.
You didn't even know this existed, and now you're complaining about it.
That's great. Exactly. So you tweeted fun fact about Starship by doing the flip around 500 meters versus higher up, like 2,000 meters. The difference in delta V is 500 meters per second. That's a 20-ton fuel saving, which means basically 20 tons more you can put into orbit. That's more than Falcon 9 has ever launched just by flipping later. That's really interesting. So that was a decision to flip close to the ground.
Yeah. The closer to the ground, the better. The more the atmosphere is doing work, and we get into that video really dives into like gravity losses and gravity drag. The more time you're spent, every second that your rocket engine is running, Earth is stealing 9.8 meters per second of acceleration. There's just inherently 9.8 meters per second squared of acceleration. So every second that engine is running, the big majority of your thrust is actually being just stolen by Earth's gravity force. So the longer you're fighting that, the more inefficient it is. So the best thing would be you flip at 100 meters off the ground, you light all your engines to maximum thrust, and pull 50 Gs, and you land on a dime basically. Obviously, there's no margin there. And there's diminishing returns on that gravity loss thing at your high thrust weight ratios. So that's a pretty good compromise. Yes, it looks scary, but they could be a lot more aggressive with that yet and squeeze out even a little bit better performance. But there are diminishing returns. So that's kind of the magic number we've seen so far today. But we'll likely see that.
Oh shit!
You've attended some of these. What does it feel like?
Did I hear it?
First of all, it was just sitting there stacked, and second of all, what is doing some of these tests, some of these maneuvers?
Well, first off, if you have the freedom of traveling and happen to live within a reasonable, either by plane or car, it's worth going down to South Texas. So Starbase is right on the border of Mexico and the United States, very southern tip of Texas, right along the Rio Grande, and it's insane because it's right along a public highway. You can anyone can drive down this, assuming it's not closed for testing, because they do close the highways during the week a decent amount while they're doing tests. But sans any of those days, anyone can just drive down and see these things up close and personal with their own eyes. Like we're talking, from 100, 200 meters away, so 2 football fields away from the world's biggest, most powerful rocket. Imagine being able to do that during the, Soviet Union and, during the N1 and Saturn V, imagine just being able to drive up right next to the launch pad. There's no way, and so to have this kind of access to this program is so incredible. The craziest thing is when you're driving out on Highway 4, it's bumpy. It's riddled with potholes now because of all the insane amount of trucks having to go out there and traffic, and you're going through this. It's just this weird. Where am I? You occasionally are seeing you can kind of see you can see Mexico out your right window as you're driving down this highway. You're just sitting there. Where am I? And then all of a sudden you kind of turn this corner, and the trees and the brush kind of clear out, and all of a sudden you get a sense of everything on the horizon. At that point, you're pretty much 5 miles on the nose or 8 kilometers away. And from there, you can just see through the heat haze, through the atmospheric distortion, and you just see this weird, looks like a city almost on the horizon. There's tons of these tall buildings. There's a weird, ominous launch tower thing with arms wide open, and sometimes, and a giant metal rocket, and it just looks so weird. It's the word surreal.
How are you?
By definition, I think if you are expecting it, it's not surreal. I think surreal kind of means like unexpected surprise or whatever. Even if you're expecting it, even if you've seen pictures, even if everything, it is surreal. You stand there and you just go, what is this?
And also, there's a kind of magical aspect.
Shout out to you, Asmar.
This is the place where over the next few years we'll start as a human species reaching out there, and traveling out there.
We'll for sure see the development of the rockets that I think will take us further than ever before. Be born right there.
What's it like to witness the actual testing of Starship?
So far, it's been high stakes. It's been insane because the first I kind of mentioned earlier. There's been SN8, 9, 10, 11, and 15 that have all done these suborbital hops. The highest one went 12.5 kilometers. The rest of the 4 went 10 kilometers in altitude. and then turned off the engines and just fell. Now the cool thing about that is the general public could be about five miles away, so again, like 8 kilometers away. And the weird thing is this rocket's slowly accelerating.
No, I haven't slept yet.
They didn't want to exceed a certain speed, so they didn't have to worry about the aerodynamics of it. So they just slowly climbed, and it's probably also to appease the FAA. They're like, here, we'll just limit the thrust-weight ratio. You know, make it so it's slow and controlled. So it's basically more or less like slightly above a hover, just climbing for minutes, for like 4 or 5 minutes. You just hear and feel the roar of the thing. Normal rockets, like after the first 30 seconds or minute, you know, they're so far away that it's just diminishing. You know, it's just fading. You still get that rumble, that sense of it. But those first 5 flights, the suborbital hops, were just, I'll cherish them forever, because you're watching this thing that you've driven up next to, you've seen it with your own eyes, that's bigger than most buildings in a fairly dense urban area. You know, it's this massive thing. You stand there, you stood there, you look at it, you're like, wow, it's crazy. You've seen people working on it, they're little ants compared to it. Then you drive away, you see it on the horizon, and all of a sudden that thing leaves. It starts moving, hovering, essentially. And the first time, I mean, you know, for me at least, I put my hands on my head when I can't help it. I don't know.
It's surreal, like you said.
I don't know what in human nature decides this is what to do when you can't believe something, but that's what happens. And when that thing first took off, it was just like my brain couldn't process. See, you know, because I had spent so much time driving around and seeing all things take off, and you're like moving, and all these, you know, most complicated rocket engines ever made are all firing simultaneously, and it didn't blow up on the launch pad. It's slowly increasing, and it's just crazy. The sound, everything about it. And so by the time the first one is specifically, it was December 2020 was the first SN8. It went up, and we all lost it in the sky. We couldn't quite see it, but we had telescopes and you know, high telephoto lenses tracking it. And what's funny is there's a pretty strong wind up there at that altitude, and it was moving. There's a lot of gaseous oxygen being vented out of the rocket, and it's, you know, being blown by this air. So it looks like it's moving actually quite quickly, like away from us, like it's strafing to one side. So I'm watching the monitor. I'm going, oh my God, they're moving it like over Brownsville. And we're all of us, everyone on this hotel balcony is looking out, down, way out over, you know, we can't find it. Like we're thinking like, oh my God, this is going to crash down in Brownsville. And finally they shut the engines off, and we're watching it fall, and we're tracking it. We know it's falling. And it's falling. Super controlled. We're like, oh my God, this is perfect. And all of a sudden it clicked, and I see it with my eyes. I finally tracked it. It's straight out, like straight in front of us. And it looks like it was a blimp, just barely moving, because it is falling slowly thanks to all of its drag. And again, that's one of those moments I'm like, it's falling so slow, you know, because it's so big, it's so massive, it's falling sideways. You know, I've seen Falcon 9 boosters and Falcon Heavy boosters, and they scream. They come in so fast. And you can barely even see them. You can just barely track them. All of a sudden, light their engines, and they decelerate so quickly. This was like the opposite. Like, I think ever coming down, it was just falling so slowly and so right there. Just falling so close. And so when it finally lit its engine and it flipped, I was losing my mind. I'm like, it's working. You know, this crazy plan, this huge, massive thing is doing this absurd feat. And the first one, well, the first 4, again, didn't work out as planned, but getting to that point already, getting to that flip maneuver was a huge milestone, and it was so exciting. Just going through those firsts were amazing, and I think, you know, we're coming up now on them doing the full stack, the booster and the understage. I think when we see that flying, when that leaves Earth for the first time, it'll be, like I said, almost twice the amount of thrust as anything else. It'll be the biggest, heaviest, largest thing to ever fly. It's going to shake everything. I can't wait.
I have all 33 Raptor engines been active at once. Have they tested that?
No, that's coming up. That's kind of the next milestone. I don't know, you know, when this will come out, but that's like the next.
Just a few days, very quickly here.
But if people listening to this, if they're listening to it early on, they'll likely be able to catch. You know, I think at this point it seems like next week.
So step 1 would be static fire.
Yep. Holding onto the rocket, and lighting up the engines. And so far they've lit at most. They went for like a more than 14 engine static fired. I don't recall if it was like 16 or something engines lit at once, and they ended up going down to 14 engines. That's the most engines they've ever lit. So the next step and the final kind of step before they fly this thing is they're actually going to light all 33 engines simultaneously. And although that sounds scary, let's not forget the Falcon Heavy that's now flown 5 times completely flawlessly has 27 engines running simultaneously. So they definitely have, SpaceX has experience with a high number of engines running at the same time. But it is still like, this is going to be a lot of moving parts and a lot of potential and a lot of everything.
What are the upcoming milestones, expected milestones? And I think there's one in particular I'd like to talk to you more about, but leading up to that, of course, is like, what are some of the tests here on the way? So is the static fire, the fully stacked in the 2 stages, will there be, and then all that leading to an orbital launch test? What are the things you should know about? And when do you think, like, what do you think the timeline will be for like the orbital test?
Timeline, the reason we have this website, the expected milestones, is because I always tell people to ignore any time you ever hear for any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Just pay attention to milestones, because when you're doing stuff for the first time, you just have no idea.
So just to understand the expected milestones here, the first column is the event, the second column is the date and status, TBD, complete. Green means what?
Green means it's been completed. It shows the completion date there.
And the completion date. Yep. And then the others,
Dog, I have to shower.
maybe more, maybe not. Full stack
My
testing,
butthole
the D-stack, and there's
is raw.
33 engine.
So,
Like an upside down
we're expecting them
volcano.
to de-stack.
I gotta take a shower.
Completed that. Actually, they're going to be de-stacking the second stage for the first stage, kind of get the ship safe while they test, because they don't want to. 33 engines is pretty high risk if they do blow up the rocket. When they test it for the first time, it's not going to be fully fueled. I don't think at least, but there is a limit to how they do have to have it weighed down enough that the launch clamps can hold onto it. Because if you think about it, like normally the launch clamps are holding onto an entire rocket weighing 5 million kilograms. 5 million, it's weighing an insane amount. So those clamps don't actually have to hold 75 meganewtons of thrust. They really only have to hold on 25 meganewtons of thrust. You know what I mean? They're not designed to hold down all 75. They do have to have enough weight on the rocket. So even when they do the testing of the 33 engines, they'll have to have enough propellant in there that they don't exceed the clamping and the holding force of the stand. Otherwise, it'll break free from the launch stand and that booster will go flying off on control.
It's a difficult thing to figure out in the test how many simultaneous things you test, right?
So they're kind of mitigating risks, which is why they're de-stacking. They don't want to have, although the ship could be on top of it to help weigh it down and simulate the launch environment better. At some point, that's a risk they're just going to take when they go.
Kids, I wouldn't do this if it weren't scientific.
Ship off in case something goes wrong.
See this? Like where the panty liner of a woman goes?
If the 33 engine test goes well,
We'll call that bitch the Michael James.
Second stage gets stacked
Why?
back on it.
On a woman.
See him get
Why?
closer.
Because I can eat that shit.
Huh? The big one too is
Doesn't
the
make
FAA
sense.
launch license.
Doesn't need to make sense.
That's a little publicly filed.
People
See
going.
that, in the system.
But anyway.
Launch license. And
It's just
I
a
have no
weird
sense of that
smell.
kind of thing,
It's like an upside down volcano.
But that is a big milestone.
Have I talked to you
It might
about a
be
bag of
something
chili
that actually
recently?
hinder,
Well, imagine very runny chili.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of fascinating bureaucracy and politics and legal stuff and all that kind of beautiful, magical thing when you live in reality. Because it is a big rocket.
Yeah. Well, and the biggest thing is not so much the FAA doesn't necessarily care about the success of the rocket. They really just care about the safety of public property. So it's a matter of being convinced and having the data to prove, okay, if this thing blows up, we have control of how and when it blows up. We have control of X, Y, and Z. Here's the potential damage. Here's the blast radius. This again is over twice as powerful and twice as much potential. Actually, it's a lot more potential for an explosive energy. If it were to happen to, let me walk back a little because in order to have a real detonation, you have a perfect mixture ratio of your fuel and oxidizer. If when a rocket blows up, typically it kind of unzips, and some of the fuel will mix into some of the oxidizer. You could have some explosive energy, but a lot of it's actually just a deflagration. It's just flames, and there would be explosive energy, but it's not like you're lighting all of it simultaneously in this giant bomb. It's just really not. So that's good, but at the same time, even in those circumstances, the amount of energy is still absurd enough to likely blow out windows, for miles and miles, including my studio space.
Well, if the cameras hold up, it would be one heck of a show. Hopefully, of course, would not happen. So, how does that take us to an orbital launch? When do you think that would happen?
In my opinion, this is a very fluid, and this will change literally by the hour.
So, you really think that it's very difficult to really say, like, even for something that could very well happen this year, even just a few months away, you should be making a prediction. By the way, are you like superstitious on this kind of stuff a little bit? Like, you're worried about jinxing it and that kind of stuff? Because I would imagine you would be like waiting for all of these launches that keep getting delayed, or you start thinking that there's certain things you do will control the weather.
Like socks. I'm wearing these socks just scrubbed again. Yeah.
You're lucky. You have to wear the same lucky socks, otherwise it's going to be bad weather. Yeah.
So the reason that I say this and why it's so difficult is they did a first full stack test in July of 2021, and the expectation was we're a month or two away from a launch. So, realistically, for 18 months, I've been in a purgatory thinking that we're a month or two away from the launch. Now, I did say, for the record, when that thing stacked and when a lot of speculation was saying, a month or two, I was saying I don't expect it to fly in 2021. And I've been I just saw the amount of work that still needed to be done, the ground systems, the tanks, the launch mount, all this stuff. I'm sitting there there's still a lot of stuff. They got to validate it. They got to test everything, every component. And people were like, how dare you say that? Even Glenn Shotwell, the president of SpaceX, is saying Q3 of 2021. I'm like, okay, but I'm not going to be surprised if it slips into 2022. And here we are at the beginning of 2023. And I think we're finally within 2 months. I'm expecting, I'm trying to keep my March and April free. We'll put it that way.
I love it. Actually, just on a small tangent on Glenn Shotwell, what do you, from everything I know, she's an instrumental, a really crucial person to the success of SpaceX in running the show. She's the president, the COO. What do you know about her that sort of the genius of Glenn Shotwell?
Man, my understanding is she's really she's the glue to the tornado. Tornado comes in, and then she comes around and just really executes on and helps. A famous story is that at some point Elon walked in, or she sprinted into a meeting because Elon was actively trying to cancel Falcon Heavy, saying it's too far, it's too much development, it's still too far away. And this is this might have been end of 2017, and it flew for the first time in 2018. So we're talking it's close to the end of development. There's hardware being built, all this stuff, and Elon's literally in a meeting telling people they're going to cancel it and move on to VFR, and just go full steam ahead on that. And she runs into the meeting and reminds Elon, we have X amount of customers that have already purchased a ride on Falcon Heavy. You can't delay that. So it's that business sense of yes, it's great to innovate, but we also have to pay our dues and make the money to continue our operations. But I think she's just a lot better at. I think she has such a great perspective on everything. It really seems like everything. She doesn't. I wish she did more interviews because I would love to hear more from her. But man, it just
Hear that, Glenn?
for both of us.
Yeah, she hasn't actually done that many interviews, right?
Not really. No, she's done a TED talk, a couple little things here and there, but not really many interviews. And I would just love to hear what on a daily basis, what is she doing to keep her head on and keep everything so organized. My understanding is that she is absolutely integral and does just an insane amount of work.
Yeah, I mean it's the project planning, but also how the teams integrate together and the hiring and this is the man.
I think it's a lot of it is honestly even just the business, making sure the money's flowing in a positive trend, more or less. That yes, Elon's obviously a money guy, but he I think Elon is so risky. You know, he just loves to throw it all in that he leaves little margin for error. You know, he's been really lucky with rolling his dice. You know, especially like when he started SpaceX and Tesla. That was the ultimate roll of the dice. But I think she's a healthy balance to be like, well, here's our, you know, operations and how we can continue to do this without risking everything. You know? And Starship's close. Let me be clear. Starship is close to risking everything already. It's just such a big, fast-moving, high-risk development program that, like, I personally think, you know, SpaceX would probably be fine if they shut the doors on Starship and just flew Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy for the next 10 years. They'd still be commercially valid. They could not spend another dollar on research and development. They could fire, I don't want them to, fire everyone involved in anything research and development and just ran operations on Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, and they'd still be dominant for 10 years. And they'd still have a business case, and they'd still be fine. But they're all in. Like, all chips are pretty much, as many chips as possible are in.
I don't know what else I could say. There's not, I've talked to a lot of great leaders. There's just not many people like Elon that would push for Starship.
When they're already
a very successful company.
Yeah.
Sort of everyone doubted that it could be a successful company. It was so close to bankruptcy and failing. And then to take it into a financially viable, successful company. And just when you do, you take on a project that again risks everything.
Well, he already did this with Falcon 1 to Falcon 9. Like, literally, people were like, what are you doing? They basically signed over and were fully ramping up Falcon 9 by the time they finally had their first Falcon 1 success. They had one more flight. They only flew Falcon 1 successfully twice. They flew 5 times altogether. The fourth one was successful. They flew one more time. And anyone else out there would have been like, let's keep flying the Falcon 1. We have a working rocket. We can start, you know, making money and profiting. And already he was risking it all and saying, nope, we're going from Falcon 1 to Falcon 9 was a huge leap. You know, I think it's at least as big as a leap from Falcon 1 to 9 as it is from Falcon 9 to Starship, or around relatively similarly. So it's just that same thing again. People are going, why are you leaping into this insane program and system and risk? We have such that, you know, you finally have this workhorse of a rocket that's so dominant in the industry. If they're going 10x, you know.
It so happens that you've been selected for the Dear Moon mission that will fly Starship once around the moon with 9 people on board. You are one of those people. So just pause to take that in. Everything that we've been talking about, you will not just be reporting on, you will be a part of it. So tell me about the objective of this mission, and how does it feel to be a part of it?
Well, man, yeah, it's basically, it's the Willy Wonka of space. Like, a generous individual purchased a ride from SpaceX as early, at least as far as I know, the earliest I knew about it was February 27th, 2017.
Who's the individual?
Yusaku Maezawa, but at the time, I'm telling a story, at the time we didn't know.
Okay, great.
So February 27th, 2017, a press release comes out from SpaceX saying someone purchased a ride through us around the moon. We're going to fly someone around the moon, and at the time it was on a Crew Dragon capsule and a Falcon Heavy. Wow, and that was enough. That was a moment right there, that press release. The first time I'm like, I'm going to make a YouTube video about this. I stood up, turned on my camera, put on my, at the time, spacesuit, and I basically yelled at the camera for 3 minutes about someone's going around the moon, you know. Fast forward to 2018.
Yo, dog.
End of 2018, and at the end, they introduced their SpaceX press
Hey,
conference.
do you know what Jumbo Rod is?
Press. I'm reporting on, we're going to meet this person that's going around the moon, and come to find out, boom, they're going to be riding Starship. They changed from Falcon Heavy to Dragon. SpaceX is no longer going to do that. They're going to upgrade them basically to Starship. Instead of being like a small tin can, they're in this giant, luxurious, you know, mega rocket around the moon. And it comes out this individual named Yusaku Maezawa, who is a Japanese billionaire, purchased this ride. And instead of inviting, his friends and, colleagues and whoever, family members or whatever, he decided that the most impactful thing he could do with this opportunity is
It's like
invite
trench foot.
more or less artists. In the original thing, it was like artists, journalists, a painter, an athlete, all of photographers, videographers, all walks of life.
So when they said athlete, they thought of you.
They're like, I don't know, this guy wrote Ragtime once. So, and at the time, it's like, this is crazy. I can't believe this is going to happen. And, he had this vision of, we're going to invite people from all around the world. I'm going to invite people from all around the world, from different walks of life, different, trades. And I'm going to share this experience so that they can share it with the world and really have an impact that's much greater than, any one country or any one individual or any, set of military trained, astronauts could do, offer up a new perspective. Beautiful. I mean, at the press conference, I cried. Like, I had a couple of tears in my head.
Maybe you should pause on that. So he goes by MZ.
MZF.
How incredible is that?
I
think it's you often don't realize the importance of individuals in human history. Like they define, because this could be, we were talking about the importance of Elon in particular. Most of the work is done by large groups of people that have collective intelligence that we band together. But like these individuals can be the spark, the catalyst of that progress. I mean, just this idea of getting not just civilians, which is already incredible, but civilians with a sort of an artistic flame that burns inside them, they're able to communicate. Whatever they do, are able to communicate something about that. Right? And it's just a genius idea to spend quite probably a very large amount of money for that. I mean, and that will be part of history.
Yeah, and it's easy these days for people to be cynical, especially about like space flight and wealthy individuals. But really, in my opinion, and maybe just the time I was just so couldn't believe this idea. I'm someone that has studied a lot about the Apollo program and people that have been to the moon. And they're incredible individuals. Incredible individuals. They're so saturated with tasks, and they're military trained, and, that they didn't really have the luxury of just being able to soak in the experience of going around or to the moon and seeing the moon up close with your own eyes. Like, that just psychologically has to be insane. And so to have this opportunity to be able to observe our closest celestial neighbor with your own eyes, and your sole purpose is to soak it in and share it and communicate and create with the rest of our planet, like, that to me is just beautiful.
So that is the objective of the mission.
That right there is the objective of the mission.
And how does it feel to be selected as one of the 9?
It's a gradient. It's doing a few things. Since I'm known, it's become. I think the closer it gets, the more excited and the more nervous I get. The more real it becomes. The more real it becomes. The announcement was a big. It just got announced at the end of 2022 publicly. Who's involved, and so prior to that, like, I had each step of the selection process. There's a pretty comprehensive selection process with interviews and stuff. Each step, I try not to get my hopes up, and frankly, like this. Let me be clear. This was not something that like I've always wanted to do. It's not like I'm out there. I didn't start doing YouTube videos because I wanted to even go to space. Like, none of that. And I've said hilariously, I've probably said dozens or hundreds of times on air, like, yeah, I don't ever want to go to space because it's not like it's not a driving force. It's not really a thing I can really truly picture or let myself fantasize about, frankly. So each step of the selection process, I didn't really let myself dream about it too much, or I kind of chip away, like, oh my god, this is actually becoming more real. It's actually more and more of an opportunity, and I get equally more nervous too. Like, frankly, I've seen spaceflight stuff go wrong. I think about this stuff a lot. So, like, yeah, I get more nervous, but I also get more excited about that opportunity. It's an opportunity that how can you pass? I still have to actually stop, pause, think, and actually realize the reality that I am going to the moon. I'm going to see the moon up close, flying around the moon. I'm sorry, some people get mad when I say the moon. I'm not landing on it. But flying around the moon, seeing the far side of the moon with my own eyes, and seeing the Earth rise behind me. Yeah, it's going to. I can't tell you what it's going to be like and feel like.
So epic.
But it's insane to me that like we're having this conversation and that is my reality. And that someone was generous enough to consider the option of sharing this with frankly strangers.
Yeah.
And the process that they had for selecting like how much thought and time went into the selection process is incredible. They did a public call at the beginning of 2021, and so the teams involved in whittling it down from a million applicants. There's a million applicants that whittled it, and they got it down to 8 crew members and 2 backups.
Yeah.
Amazing people. I would have, I don't know how they wound up where they did, but it's incredible. I feel a very deep connection to everyone that's already involved.
What can you say about the crew? You've gotten a chance to meet them, the Rothschild and the Steve Aoki's on the crew. Like, who else is there? So you're obviously the star athlete. Who else, in terms of the artists, they're there?
So, oh man, we might just want to pull up, just so I don't totally butcher and forget anybody, but because so far I haven't actually had the chance to meet everyone in person. So far a lot of this was done during the pandemic, but we've met through a couple different things. We've had a couple different times to get together, but so far I've not met Steve Aoki yet, or Top. We've been on calls and stuff. I also have not yet met Dev Joshi, who's an actor. So yeah, we can Steve Aoki, American DJ and producer, musician. Top from South Korea is also a musician and a producer.
Just all across the world, like truly global, all different kinds of walks of life,
Yeah.
all artists in different forms.
And Steve is Japanese. His parents are Japanese. Who lived born in the United States. Yemi is a dancer and choreographer from the Czech Republic. Rhiannon is a fine art photographer from England and Ireland. I guess she lives in both. It's kind of a bit of a. She's all over the place. Technically, she's Irish, I guess. Tim Dodd. Yep, that's me from the United States. Then you have Kareem, who is from England and also is a photographer and documentarian. Does a lot of work with oceanography and volcanoes. So he does really incredible work. Brendan Hall is a documentarian and filmmaker. Dev Joshi, Brendan is also from the United States. Dev Joshi is an Indian actor. I believe he's also already been producing. He's very young. I think he's only like 19 or 20, and he's been acting since he was like 5 years old or something. He's a Bollywood star. He is a star in India, which is really cool.
Right.
Caitlin Farrington from the United States is an Olympic gold medalist snowboarder. So she, believe it or not, is the athlete, not me.
Right.
And then she's one of the backup crew members, as so is Miyu from Japan, who's a dancer.
And it's such an interesting group. I mean, is there something else you could say about MC? About Yasaka Maezawa?
Yeah, Yasaka Maezawa. So he's also a musician. So he was actually in like kind of punk hardcore Japanese bands in the 90s and stuff, and early 2000s. He started a record company and distribution and sales. Ended up in fashion and owns one of the biggest fashion companies in Japan. And has become a fine art collector and just kind of went through both.
And he's been off space already.
He's already not only been to space, he's been to the International Space Station. He's been on orbit and on the ISS. And so what's cool is there's talks of, frankly, to be honest, I still don't know all of the details on this. We're not yet into training. I kind of always assumed prior that there'd be some professional astronaut. When they talked about it in 2018, there's talks of we'll have a professional astronaut on board. But realistically now, MZ is a trained astronaut. He has trained a lot, for 6 months, plus to be able to fly on Soyuz. So as far as it's good to know for me that I have someone on the crew that has experience with spaceflight, has trained and has some knowledge on spaceflight as well. That is an important aspect for sure.
So you made an excellent video about flying in the fighter jets that I think you mentioned may be relevant to the training. Is there some high-level aspects of the training that you anticipate that you might be able to speak to?
Yeah, so so far I think we can really lean on what has happened with the other, commercial crew missions and in private missions like the Inspiration 4 mission or Axiom, where SpaceX flew individuals. They trained for about 6 months. A lot of like reading manuals and learning the spacecraft.
Are you gonna do like a Rocky Four montage for it?
I hope it gets shredded. I hope it's just a lot of physical training.
And they're like, we didn't tell them to do that. He just want to film himself shirtless in the snow. Doesn't make any sense. How is this
Why is he
relevant?
always doing this? Can't get him to stop punching me. So yeah, hopefully, realistically,
That's a manual review. But there's a physical component to all of this, and that's really, that's fascinating. It's also inspiring that sort of civilians can do this. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this represents this and the other commercial space, private space like missions like this represent really a turning point, like truly an inflection. And again, it's easy for people to be cynical that, why are people wasting all this money doing spaceflight stuff? It's like, well, I'm sure some people were saying that same thing about, airplanes and early aviation, going like, why are we? Can't believe those people are wasting governments, funding these stupid planes and stuff. How is this ever going to benefit me? And nowadays, like, imagine if all the planes just stopped working. Freak out. Like, our economy would collapse. It would suck, And it might be a long time before we get to that reality with spaceflight. Well, no. If spaceflight halted today, space assets, all of our, on orbit assets, our life would be crippled. I don't think people realize that. So we're already reliant on it. But now we're getting to the point where we're really turning that corner where
Welcome.
the average person alive today.
How are you, Erwin?
Born, now or from now on, I think there's a
Hope
real
you're doing well.
By the time you pass, there's an opportunity to perform.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I still haven't lost the feeling of magic with flying in an airplane. I often catch myself thinking, like, how is this real? How is, and like, the contrast of this incredible thing that's incredibly safe, flying through the air, taking off and landing, while everyone else just looks bored, watching, like, I don't know, some romantic comedy on their phone with Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's like the contrast of that is like, wow, we're incredible. We're incredible as a society, and it's like we develop some amazing technology that improves almost immeasurably our quality of life, and then we take it for granted, and now still we can reach to the next thing, and life becomes more beautiful and complex and interesting. And, yeah, it's just that the same stuff will be happening.
Oh yeah.
With space travel.
Oh, it'll become mundane and boring at this point.
The tough thing about space travel, of course, I don't even know if it's such a giant leap over airplanes because airplanes are already incredible. But the tough thing with space travel is the destination, right? Is the landing on the whole other world, whether it's docking with different transport vehicles or the space station or landing. It really is incredible. I think you mentioned that there's artists, there's filmmakers, and so on, and you're all of those on top of being great athletes. I don't know. I'll just stop the running joke at this point. But have you thought about just in general, like we've offline talked about microphones and like all the different ways to film space launch, rocket launches. Have you thought about the different options of like how to capture this? Have the team have been like brainstorming and thinking about this? Do you anticipate it being super challenging? There's so many opportunities to think of how to do this.
So one of the fun things to remember is that Starship is huge. Like its internal volume is the pressurized volume on Starship is bigger than a 747 pressurized volume, and it can take 100 metric tons anywhere with enough refueling. 100. So we have, in theory, very little mass and volume constraints. Unlike all other spaceflight missions ever, you're counting grams down to just really can't rip. You have very defined parameters on this kind of stuff. we're going to likely have the luxury of being able to film and capture this in a way that's just
Oh, dude, I gotta
we
I gotta
won't
poop.
be inhibited by mass and volume constraints like prior.
Really?
So, all that said and done,
Pretty
I'm
badly.
hoping that we'll be able to just arm ourselves to the teeth with the absolute best cameras and
Didn't you just
equipment
go?
possible, backups on backups.
Yeah, it was a
and,
whole thing.
pre-wire, like pre-rig things. Starship is going to be a transportation system, and it has, it's being built from the ground up. There's no reason why they can't put infrastructure in for cameras that are just housed in the vehicle. These are talks that I'm excited to have. Because I really, ideally, one of the things I'd love to do, I'm going to be pushing really hard to actually try live streaming from inside during the launch.
During the launch, live stream inside.
Holy shit, girl, calm
Wouldn't
down.
that be?
That's possible to pull off. That's really, really incredible. Now, there is the magic to the live stream because, that's real. That's right there. The world would tune in. That would be cool.
Only 2 people in Maya's
To
playhouse?
me, that's one of those things. A lot of people ask why they aren't doing it. Of course, NASA and other individuals have their reasons why not. There's obviously some technical hurdles, but now with Starlink and other capabilities, there's less hurdles. There's obviously some transparency reasons why, safety reasons why it might not be a great idea to live stream a risky rocket launch. The Challenger, I think, put a pretty bad taste in our mouth as far as publicizing an event and having every student in the United States tune in to, a tragedy. But that's something I'm pushing for really hard, just because I think it could be magical. I think it could really connect with people in a way that hasn't been done before.
Speaking of Challenger, have you thought about the fact that you're riding a thing, as we've been talking about, that's a giant, explosive, powerful rocket? Have you thought about the risk of that, the danger of that? Have you contemplated your own mortality?
How could I not? I've seen and felt 4 of these prototype vehicles blow up, with my own eyes. I don't know if there's anyone else. Early days, some of the, Mercury and Gemini astronauts watched failures of rockets and then got on them. I don't know too many people that are dumb enough to do that though, this day and age. It's obviously, I will have to see a lot of successful launches and have to have a lot of confidence in the engineering, the data, that they've developed a safe system. Because currently, the current iteration of Starship has no abort system, has no escape tower. So, Dragon capsule, which is currently flying people, has a launch abort system. It has Super Draco engines that, either by the push of a button or by the automatic triggering of the flight computer, can shoot the capsule off the rocket in milliseconds and pull it safely away, get it far enough away that it can pull the parachutes and safely splash out. Starship, by all iterations I've ever seen, does not have that. The space shuttle also did not have that, so it's not absurd to not have an abort system. There is, certain engineering principles that prove that could be a completely valid thing. The space shuttle flew 133 times fully successfully. It did have 2 failures, resulting in a loss of 14 lives. 98.5% success rate. There's other, I've probably done things that are a lot riskier. I have raced motorcycles, drag race motorcycles, and, ridden like an absolute jerk on the streets on a motorcycle. I'm sure I've had a higher than a 98.5% survival rate, or lower than that, I think, at some point. So it's yes, it's risky, it's scary, and I think about it a lot. It definitely is one of those things that I will have to see, and I'm in no hurry for this to happen either. Personally, I'm in no hurry, because it's like I would rather see this thing be developed and iterated and see 10, or I was going to say 10 dozen, but I'd be happy with a dozen fully successful. We've got this thing totally nailed down, before I get on it. But that likely is the reality. There will likely be a dozen or 2 or 3 launches, because just even to get to the moon on Starship, they have to refuel it in orbit. So it will get to Earth orbit basically empty and out of fuel. So I'll have to dock with a fuel depot, fill up, and then go to the moon. So just to even get that full, we're already talking about a handful of launches. So there will be a lot of launches before we fly.
Would they do a test flight without humans on board that goes to the moon or no?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they'll do that exact flight profile, but by then they will have already flown. Most likely, the Artemis 3 program will have flown a Starship variant to the moon that lands on the moon. So doing at that point, you're pretty much. I would like them to test the heat shield of that entry velocity because it is, it takes another. It's about 30% faster to get if you go 30% faster from low Earth orbit to get out into a translunar injection. And although it only sounds like 30% faster, it's the re-entry heating experienced by a vehicle goes up by velocity cubed, not squared. So not linear. So it's not like you go twice as fast you see twice as much heat. 30% faster, 30% more heat. It's not squared. It's not go twice as fast to get 4 times as much heat. Go twice as fast, get 8 times as much heat on re-entry. So 30% faster on re-entry is actually a really, really big deal. So I would love to see that because there's certain things that I would love to see, milestones that I would love to see tested out and proven before I get on board. But at the end of the day, I really do believe that just like Falcon 9 and the success of that they're going to push it and get all the kinks out well before anyone's on top of it. Nowadays, Falcon 9 and Dragon is arguably one of the safest, most reliable, and best rides you can take to space.
Are you afraid of dying?
Yeah.
Is this one of the first times you get to? You're young.
Yeah.
Have you gotten a chance to think about death as one of the first times you've really contemplated it?
Yeah. Like I said, I've had dumb moments on motorcycles where I kind of saw, like I'm going to smash into this thing at 120 miles an hour.
So you've had moments when you realize it could end just like this,
where you and I have for most of my adult life had dreams of falling and hitting the ground, and it's just all you get a ringing in your ears, all goes black, and in my head I go,
have you seen a therapist about it?
I
wonder what it means.
So I'm
sure there's a Freudian interpretation somewhere in there that I'm going to also apply to my dating life. No, the joke is the running joke continues. Okay, so it's fascinating in general, as I hope we'll talk about in the early days of spaceflight, that there is the task of reaching out to the stars is a fundamentally risky one. You have to take risks, and of course, there's really rigorous safety precautions.
Well, and I think like most people, for me, the idea of dying isn't so much about myself; it's about those affected by it. My loved ones, my family, my girlfriend, my friends. Obviously, I don't want to have this be a traumatic experience for anybody. It's already gonna be hard. Like it's already. I know my mom gets my parents and family and friends are very supportive, and my parents are all about it, of course. But my mom is also very emotional too. So speaking of athletes, my brother-in-law has actually been on American Ninja Warrior 2 seasons. Phenomenal athlete, and even just when he competes, my mom gets so emotional, like she can't even hold it together seeing that. So what's it going to be like when she sees her son get on top of a skyscraper and ascend on a column of flames into the heavens? Like that's going to be very difficult, and I've taken them out. They've seen Starbase, they've seen Starship, they've seen a couple launches.
I don't know if that's going to make it feel better. Exposure therapy, okay. Have you had that conversation with them about this, like before agreeing? Join? I mean, was that or is it one of those things like you don't have that conversation? I suppose it's understood that there's a love, there's a passion here,
and realistically, I'm going to be convinced and statistically convinced that this is relatively safe. Like again in the 99% safe. Again, there's things that people do every day that are less safe than this. Like you guys are motorcycle. Again, yeah, riding horse and doing wheelies at over 100 mile an hour. Not
You did wheelies over 100.
what? How, all right, I'm not a smart guy always. Okay. Formation flying in the fighter jet is likely a more dangerous thing than what I'll be doing in space flight.
So, as surreal as it is, we're talking about you flying around the moon. Let's rewind and talk about the origin story. What's the origin story of Everyday Astronaut?
I used to be a professional photographer, so from 2008 till the end of 2016, that was my income, was photography full time.
Like you were an Instagram model and took butt pictures
Wow,
of yourself?
Colin,
Instagram,
you've been
but
through a lot.
fitness model,
Serious?
Just a lot of, obviously.
No, I did a
Colin,
lot of
just
weddings. I
know
shot 150 weddings
that I'm here to
all
listen
around the
to
world.
you
So subjects all
whenever you
kinds
need a
of
friend.
did you portrait
A
also?
lot of portrait work, and then just random like commercial things like food and beverages for businesses, or like wheelchair ramp company. I shot their product. It's random, whatever a professional photographer does in Cedar Falls, Iowa.
When did you follow photography for the visual medium? Do you remember?
Yeah, I do actually remember. I grew up. I grew up drawing constantly. I was the weird kid that I would bring a sketch pad to the restaurants. Like every restaurant when I was growing up, until I was like 18, 19, I literally would just sit there and draw while we're waiting for food. My parents like fostered that thing. But, and I'd be the weird kid, but I'd be engaging and talking, but I'd be sitting there drawing. And I was always obsessed with realism and like recreating and visualizing things. And so when I got my hands on a camera, it was actually my dad's old Pentax that I first shot a film camera and developing the film. I didn't personally develop it, like getting the film back in those days. I just was like so excited about the idea that I had this visual thing that I saw with my own eyes, and now I can stop time and capture it and show it to other people. Just kind of like, to me, that was like the ultimate form of realism. It was like literally showing you the photons basically that affected this film. And so I was 19 when I got my first digital SLR, the Canon 20D, and started shooting. And yeah, I fell in love with it. It became like I got a job at a camera store. Basically all my extra money went into buying everything that I could at the time. And I only worked there for about exactly a year before I went into pursuing photography full time. And I basically was shooting weddings so that I could travel and pay, afford to be able to do some big trips every year and develop some kind of portfolio of traveling. And not necessarily not for I guess Instagram wasn't much of a thing at the time. It's really just I like making big prints and having them displayed and that kind of stuff. And pretty.
Are you still a Canon guy? Are you still a Canon elitist?
No. I moved around. I did Sony for a bit. I still kind of shoot mostly Canon glass, but adapted to either Sony, like lenses. Sorry, like Canon glass.
Look at you. What do you think about these things that I'm using? Sony A7 IV.
Great.
It's great. See, I've been, I googled around just trying to find a camera that can do video and photography pretty well, and obviously going was just like generic lens, prime lens. I resisted everything. My whole journey with these cameras, I'm trying to figure stuff out. It's like prime lenses seem so stupid. Right? So prime lens is like a fixed zoom thing. Yep. Like why? Because I remember I was going to like Ukraine and thinking it's similar, very similar to space flight. But you're very constrained because you're going into an unknown environment. You're going to a war zone. You're going into a front. You don't know what. Like you don't know anything. Right? And there's like a little suitcase you have to figure out like how do you film this? What's robust? What gives you like a good image versus the flexibility versus the weight. Weight is important there. You have to think about can you really bring like a bunch of zoom lenses and all that kind of stuff. That's learn really quickly, but yeah, it's a whole journey that you've already been on. But it's nice to have a beginner like me explore that. I think there's a nice thing just because we've been talking about with the beginner's mind to not let equipment get in the way of what your vision is and what a thing should look like.
Yeah.
Sometimes especially if you're a professional videographer, photographer, cinematographer, whatever you call it, you can like fetishize equipment too much. You can get so much equipment. And I've interacted with it because I've been trying to learn from other people that have so much more experience than me. I think their advice is often like
The study of memes.
very pushing a lot of equipment versus like the final thing. Like how do you create the art of it? And, like because to me, even photography is just like storytelling. So like a lot of the discussion to me that I enjoy, especially talking to creative people, is like the final story. Like how, and I've learned, like light, light is a weird thing. Like it's so interesting. It's so interesting how you can create emotion with light. Like with a little, you can take a phone and like you light your face in different ways, and like it changes the emotion. So weird. I'm like, holy shit. Because like that's the conversation I want to have. When people give me advice how to light a scene and all that kind of stuff, it's great. But the reality is that a little bit of light in a different direction, that you have to understand how that changes
contour on your face, everything,
and the expression that your face can, like the expression that can be effectively communicate under different lighting conditions. And then like the mystery of like having some of your face in darkness and some not, when you can only see the eyes and not the face, when the background is visible or not. I mean, it's all just like this interesting art form that can be so powerful when you're telling a story.
Well, and what's fun with me with photography and rockets, they're both like the ultimate story of compromise. When you start learning about photography, learn about how the aperture affects both your exposure, but also your depth of field. How your shutter speed affects both your exposure, your depth of field. How the a medium format camera versus a crop camera affects everything is a compromise. And price versus performance, like there's always a compromise. You're always literally doing like a trade study of what can I afford, what's my outcome, like blah 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 blah. How fast is the autofocus or whatever. Same with rockets. Like there's a million choices, and every single one of them affects every single thing. So there's always all these trades. It's so cool that you can see the same, totally different outcomes based on the same like requirements. Like do X, then here's how we're gonna do it. And, two teams of people have wildly different things.
When did you fall in love with rockets?
So the story kind of keeps going for me. So I was doing Can't talk photography, man. We'll go on a deep rabbit hole there. So it ended. I'm through all this doing a lot of weddings. I was already getting saturated and feeling like I'm not being as creative. You can only shoot them so many weddings before you're like, well, now we do this pose, this pose, this pose. Even if like they're amazing places, like in front of a castle in Germany or something, I'm still like, well, at the end of the day, I'm not being very creative. So I remember craving like some projects, and so I was sitting at my friend's coffee shop in my hometown in Cedar Falls, Sidecar Coffee, and I'm sitting on this red couch, and I see this article from I think Gizmodo that said you could own the flight stick of an Apollo command module, and I knew enough to know what that meant, but that's really about the end of my space knowledge. And so I clicked on it. The clickbait got me. Like I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I'm gonna see the minimum bid is like $250,000. Like, okay, no, I can't own the Apollo joystick, But it got me on this website called RR Auction, and so I started scrolling through that, looking for things that hadn't been bid on, and they had at the time they were doing a huge space auction. And so I'm looking for things just out of curiosity. While these are cool, like to start to really, like I said, I like space, but I wasn't like in love with it or anything. But I'm very just seeing all the stuff like so cool, look at all this old history stuff. I ended up seeing there's an article for a VMSTK 44 flight suit, high altitude flight suit that came from the Soviet Union, and looks, it's like a MiG fighter pilot suit, very similar to like the SR-71, like kind of pumpkin suit, semi-pressure suit with a full helmet. I mean, it looks like a spacesuit. For all intents and purposes, it's kind of like a spacesuit. And I just bid on it. I bid like I think $325, and next thing you know, like it arrives in my door. And from that point on, like literally, I got it out. I immediately tried to put it on, and the first thing that I do is almost die in it because I closed the helmet down on myself and locked it, and didn't know how to unlock it. So I'm literally, and so as soon as I seal it up, I'm realizing I can't breathe. I'm going to run out of air. So luckily, like there's a hose, you know, kind of that long hose thing that would normally plug into an air supply. Had a little plug on the end of it, so I just unplugged it and was able to temporarily breathe through the hose until I figured out the locking mechanism. So there was my almost, that was my mortality rate thing right there. So that was probably above a 98, below a 98.
You're there panicking inside.
Yeah.
For 2 seconds.
Already reading like my premature obituary, like idiot dies alone in spacesuit in this living room. You know, like just imagine. That would be like Darwin Award for sure. For sure. So I get this spacesuit and they kind of
literally take my
You should feel bad for him.
You introduced Creed to me, so you should feel bad about that one. Doors wide open. Yeah.
Okay, so I ended up like the spacesuit kind of like more or less haunted me because it kind of just it sat in like my living room for a long time and I didn't know what to do with it. And I actually had a friend who was also a photographer who wanted to do like a photo. He was just kind of taking pictures randomly. He's like, hey, bring your spacesuit over, we'll do a picture. He's like, all right, you know, I walked across the street, literally lived across the street, Taylor, and I put the spacesuit on. I took this funny picture. And I'm like, this is awesome. Now I got a lot of like fun out of like creating a character, you know, of everyday astronaut, or at the time I guess I didn't know an astronaut. And then that kind of just continued. I was like thinking of more and more funny situations where I could have this astronaut on Earth doing mundane, everyday things, and came up with the name Everyday Astronaut. And originally it was just literally a photo project, like this whole art series of an astronaut doing these things, these funny, whimsical, you know, silly, mundane things. But I was researching a lot about like, you know, I was trying to hide Easter eggs. Like I was going to hide in like the, you know, the echocardiogram of Alan Shepard, you know, like his first flight in space and photoshopping that into pictures and like, you know, doing all these little like facts about spaceflight, but they're just hidden little elements in these photos. And man, doing that, I just fell in love with it. I just was going over every little detail that I could learn. I just couldn't stop learning, and I was getting excited because I was like, I could be teaching people about all this exciting stuff, all the cool things people figured out, you know, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and was trying to portray that through images on Instagram. And you know, it took me a little while, but eventually I realized, you know, on Instagram your retention rate, you're lucky if you get like 2 seconds of someone looking at an image, you know, or maybe nowadays 60 seconds of a quick little Instagram short or something. But yeah,
it doesn't give you a chance to really teach to explore a little topic that you felt like you felt the curiosity of it. There's so much to learn here.
There's so many opportunities to have a light bulb go off for someone and be like, this is awesome. And so yeah, I think I started. So by the end of 2016, like throughout 2016, I realized I want to be done doing photography as a profession, and I want to pursue Everyday Astronaut. But I didn't know what it meant yet. I just knew like I had this thing, you know. And at that time, I'd been doing it for roughly 2 years and had, you know, seen I don't know like 50,000 Instagram followers or something. I thought like I could just be a full-time influencer now, you know, like just go around taking pictures of myself in a spacesuit and doing public appearances and writing children's books or something. I don't know. I don't know what this thing is. I'll figure it out. You know? Yeah. And so. It basically, I gave myself like a runway of 1 year, 2017, of like, I'm gonna throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. So I was doing like Twitch streams. I was playing Kerbal Space Program, which is like a video game, like a physics-based rocket building simulation game, but it's also like it's fun and silly because you're not playing with like humans, you're playing with these little Kerbal like little alien guys, and it's fun and silly. You know, streaming that on Twitch and doing things and posting some of those things onto YouTube. But finally, like I said, it actually happened to be February 27, 2017 when SpaceX had that announcement that they're flying somewhere around the moon. That I gotta tell people about this, and stood there and made my first like produced YouTube video. And I didn't want it to be over 3 minutes because I was afraid that'd be way too long for YouTube. And I got it down to like, I don't know, 2 minutes and 40 seconds or something. And that video,
I was wearing
the spacesuit. Yeah. And very like horrible audio. It looks like it was color graded by a 7-year-old with a tan marker or something. Like it just looks terrible. Sounds horrible. I'm yelling. No one's happy. But the video, you know, did relatively well. Like I had no followers on YouTube. Like I had, you know, maybe 100 2 or something.
Is the video still up?
Yeah.
That's great. I'm gonna have to watch it.
It's so cringy. And as it should be, your first video should be terrible. It's not terrible when you spend too long trying to make it.
Yeah.
So, the thing that clicked for me is I had very little audience, and all of a sudden that video kind of took off. Relatively, I think it got like 10,000 or 12,000 views. I was like, holy crap, that's way more engagement than I'm having. I'm famous now. 10,000 people? That's almost my whole town.
First of all, that is kind of crazy. Like 10,000 people is crazy. It's crazy. Like if you had 500 people attend a thing that you do, that would be like, you're like a rock star. It's crazy.
We lose perspective.
Yeah, we really lose perspective very quickly.
Very quickly. So I made another video. This one I spent more time on, and I before photography, actually, I used to do like wedding videography too. So I had done my woes with videography and weddings and stuff. I hated video. Like I thought video was the worst. It took so long to edit. I love photography. It's like boom, you snap it, boom, post, you're done in an hour. And video, it's like this whole cumbersome thing. So I thought I'll never do video. And here I was making this long, what at the time seemed like a long 7-minute long YouTube video about how the Falcon 9 ran. And again, like that one I posted, and it did really bad. I was really upset. I'm like, I spent 2 weeks on this stupid video, worked really hard scripting and blah, blah, blah. And then it, had like 1,000 views. It did much worse than the first video. And I was so upset. And I kind of like was ready to keep throwing more spaghetti at the wall to see what's going to stick for everybody to ask about. And I think it was like a month or 2 later, I happened to check the analytics on YouTube, and all of a sudden, that video kind of took off, and I got like 40 or 50 or 60,000 views or something. I was like, wait, and it just kept, that just honed in more like, okay, YouTube will bring bring an audience to me, as opposed to like Instagram. I had to find and try to get the audience to come to me, and this was like they were going to do the legwork. So if I make decent videos, and I realized like really the fun thing for me was explaining a topic that was scary and intimidating, and try to make it fun and engaging.
What were some of the struggles of building up a YouTube channel? So for people who don't know, you have a YouTube channel called Everyday Astronaut. There's some incredible videos on it. So what was some of the challenges and struggles in the early days?
Definitely, like at first you're not going to find your own voice. And I know, like even Jimmy talked to you about that, like how your first video is going to suck. You're not going to be yourself. You're going to be nervous. You're not going to know the tone, the pace, the things that are interesting. And actually, originally I had constraints. I was really worried about making a short video because I thought there's no way anyone's going to watch a 3-minute video and then a 7-minute video. And pretty quickly I realized like YouTube as a whole is kind of changing, but also there's always that historic backbone of like 22 minutes of programming for a 30-minute spot on TV. Like no one goes over 22 or 44 minutes enough with a full hour special or anything. Like that is the absolute limit of what a human being can watch. Basically was what I thought.
Yeah.
And slowly I just kept playing and getting longer and actually more and more in depth in the topics. And instead of getting like pushback, be like, this is so boring. I realized as long as as I was walking people through the whole step, giving them all the context they need, they're happy to get as deep into the weeds as I can get them. And so that just kind of fed the snowball and just kept rolling. And I'm like, all right. And before you know it, I'm making hour-long videos. Like an hour long is more or less a normal length on my channel for a produced video, and they're really, really in depth. But I love like that process of trying to preemptively kind of guess what the questions might be, and part of that is like we do like script read-throughs with like our supporters, and do like cuts of videos, and a decent amount of people see it before it goes public, and I would get those questions out of the way. We get those people asking the questions, and then I love nothing more than trying to get all those questions answered by the end of the video.
A question about being a creator on YouTube. There could be a challenging psychological aspect to it, which is like you might invest a huge amount of your effort into a thing, and it doesn't receive much attention at all. And there's something about YouTube and in general social media that makes you feel really crappy about that if you let it. If you really look at the numbers, it's very, very difficult not to pay attention to that. I mean, that's the reason why I turn off numbers on my interface for stuff that I've created, because I just see it having a negative effect on your mind. But even then, it still has an effect. I mean, your epic video on rocket comes to mind. We'll talk about that in a second, but it's called, you can check it out, the entire Soviet rocket engine family tree. So that's something you've researched for 2 years.
Yeah.
You put your heart and soul into it. There's a lot of passion. There's a long journey. It's I think about like an hour and a half video. Is there is there challenges? Is there like how difficult is that to put so much of yourself into a video and it maybe not do so well?
Yeah, that's the struggle for sure. Honestly, especially as we grow, I try to make better and better videos, which means hiring more and more people to do higher end animations and spend more time editing and shooting and scripting and just. But at the end of the day, like it still can't be just losing money. And I have videos that definitely lose a lot of money because I hire 3D artists and stuff and I was so certain that the Soviet rocket engine video I thought was just purely going to be a passion project. I honestly was like, if it ever crosses 1 million, it's a home run.
Because did you cross like a couple million?
I think it's a little over 2, which is insane to me. Like I just really thought this was more something just to put on the shelf as a resource, almost for myself. Like just to kind of have that knowledge bank and something I've always wanted to straighten out in my own head and kind of know the history a little bit better. But come to find out, like it took a while. It was a slow churn.
Well, I remember when you first released it, and that's when I watched it. I remember like so few views.
Yeah.
I remember being just sad. Like I was like sad about the state of the world because I know how much love you put into it. How much I don't know. To me for some reason that somehow would directly connect to huge views. But see, you know what made me sad is like if you use a different thumbnail or a different title that could affect the popularity.
I know.
And then I just could imagine the torment you're going through. What if I used a different thumbnail? It's that Jimmy, the Mr. Beast torment, like just a slightly different title or a slightly different. You could change everything.
I have videos. Ironically, the last 5 videos I've produced are horribly flopping. Like some of my worst videos I've ever made, statistically.
The interesting one is like you summarize incredible videos. You summarizing what people should go watch about all the award videos for 2022, like all the cool stuff that happened in 2022. I remember that not being that popular. There's a few ones recently that are not that popular.
Like riding a fighter jet. I thought that was going to be easy, like 1 or 2 million. I don't know if I've paid the flights off to go there. You know what I mean? Like in that video,
it makes no sense.
And frankly, here's at the end of the day, I realized like I have lately, especially the last year or two, kind of disconnected from that aspect of it. I'm super fortunate. I have very generous Patreon support and people that can help me sustain to produce.
People go support them on Patreon.
Well, it's that, but as you know, as a creator, like that is what keeps the lights on. It makes it so I can go this deep. Like if I didn't have that, if I had to rely solely on like YouTube ad revenue, I mean, I would just they'd be super different videos. I wouldn't spend as much time researching because they'd just be more glossed over. It's like a hurry to churn them out so I can keep the machine going. And I have this incredible freedom to really dive into a topic. Like a video that I've been working on now for almost 3 months is how to start a rocket engine. And let me tell you, it's not as easy as one might think, or I guess it is as difficult as you might think. I mean, it's an insane topic. And
what do you mean by start? You mean like the ignition?
Yeah, like how do you physically get them running? Like there's all these, the valves and the turbine, that we were talking about earlier. Like that has to run on the pumps, but it itself is powering the pumps. So how do you get that, like chicken and egg? How do you get that thing started? There's tons of. It's so cool. There's so many ways, and so for me, that required reading a lot and talking to people that know a lot more than me. And just really trying to make sure I understand enough of it to explain it and try to weave a narrative around it. And so that video is 3 months in the making. We're still probably another 2 or 3 weeks out. And I don't expect, I think this one will do relatively well, but in the grand scheme of YouTube, like still child play, But I'm okay, and I'm okay with that. I'm at that point actually where I am okay with that. It still stings, and I'm more worried about just like, can I continue to do it at this quality and at this level if it's losing money? You know what I mean? So there is a trade-off, and I am kind of having to navigate that.
But you have sort of the depth of the impact you have is a thing that YouTube can't give you numbers on, but it's a really important thing to sort of remember that it's really not just about the YouTube numbers, or it's for people like you. They're basically educating and revealing the brilliance in a technology that will make
What up,
humans
pimp?
multiplanetary species and give hope to millions of young minds that will build that future. I mean, that's immeasurable. That's not just diffuse. But it's that's really important to sort of remember as you're creating it. That's something I try to think about as well. So like views
Yeah, and that becomes more.
don't matter.
I realize that more and more, like every day. The more the channel matures, the more I realize the importance of it as an overall mission, as opposed to like, in the first year or two, it's a rat race of growth and of popularity and all that kind of stuff. And you feel that. You feel that it's a driving force. These days, not so much, just because that will wear you out very quickly.
Back to the Soviet rocket video, the epic video, probably the most epically researched video you've done. I mean, it's truly an epic video. So what, again, called the entire Soviet rocket engine family tree. Took you 2 years to research. What are some fascinating things you learned about the history of rocket engines in the Soviet Union and in general through the process of making that video?
The coolest thing to me is how it's this weird blend because the Soviet Union went through an insane iteration process and made so many engines. Like I didn't even touch, any like maneuvering thrusters or missile engines. Like I only really dealt with main propulsion engines on orbital rockets, and there's still way too many to talk about. I mean, it's still dozens and dozens of engines. And I could have gone deeper into this, which is hilarious. They iterated so much, made a new engine for just at the drop of a hat. Yet they still also did super primitive things. They physically are still today lighting the main combustion chambers of the Soyuz engines, like the RD-107 or RD-108, with essentially matchsticks. You could literally stick a T-shaped thing up into the chamber and have a pyrotechnic in it that ignites the actual propellant in the combustion chamber. It's not the most elegant solution. Yeah, they're still using that. So they went from the whole spectrum of it's a mixture of make it better, faster, harder, stronger, gooder, all the way around, to also if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's it employs all of the above.
So it's a lot of innovation, but also they use duct tape. So it's like all of it together.
Yes, that's exactly the way to put it. And they did things that are insane. They developed a full flow stage combustion cycle engine. This engine, had it been used, I mean, it would have put it was same relative size as the F1 engine on Saturn V, in that same category, way up there, 6.7 meganewtons of thrust or something around, and the F1's 7 or something. It's huge, yet way more complicated, way more efficient, way just better engine in that sense, as far as performance goes. Yet it never flew. It never left the stand. They'd never built a rocket around it. The N1, which is the most powerful rocket to have flown so far to date, it never made it through its first stage burn. And all 4 attempts failed spectacularly, and yet it had so much technology on it that was still unrivaled today almost. Finally now we're beating it. The NK-33s that they developed for that rocket. Finally today we're to the point of having better engines than they built in the 60s.
Yeah, what stands out to you from the N1?
Well, it's interesting because the N1 was the Kuznetsov Design Bureau, and he was actually an aircraft manufacturer. So he's one of the first people outside of kind of the missile and rocket program. We had all these other bigwigs kind of in the other OKBs that were developing missiles and rockets. And now here comes Nikolai Kuznetsov, who had never developed a rocket engine. And so his first attempt at rocket engines was the NK series, NK-15, NK-33, and they were amazing. They were brilliant. They're these wonderful closed-cycle oxygen-rich engines that were awesome. They were awesome engines, and that were because I love that because his direct boss, since he wasn't necessarily in the aerospace, or in the I guess the rocket missile defense world, he didn't have to. At the fall of the Soviet Union, he didn't have to give away all of his things to the same people as the other people. So like 80 of his engines in a hangar, and then we still literally use them in the United States. We used altogether, I think it's like 8 or 10 of them. Repurposed them as AJ-26 in the United States. But like we still were flying Soviet rocket engines in the 2000s because they were better than engines we are building today. Like that's, to me, that's my favorite fact about them. And rocket engines, that they're still that good. That they were the best choice for at the time. Formula flight.
Some of the culture that engineering has led to these things that still work. It's incredible.
Yeah.
You said that the RD-171 is one of the coolest engines ever made. Why is that?
Yeah. So one of the fun things about the Soviet engines is it'll look like, well, a lot of their engines look like multiple engines because you see multiple nozzles, you see multiple combustion chambers, and you think, well, obviously, the nozzle is the engine, right? But what they actually would do, the real heart and the real power of the rocket engine actually comes from the turbo pumps, comes from the pump themselves. And as we talked about earlier, that includes the turbine and the actual pumps that flow the propellant into the chambers. And so the Soviet Union was incredible at developing these closed cycle, high powered turbo pumps. But if you try to scale the combustion chamber too big, you end up with what's called combustion instability. You have such a large surface area of crazy flames, and combustion happening. They can get these weird pockets and oscillations and frequencies, and they just couldn't make big combustion chambers. They never figured it out. They never quite, well, they did actually kind of figure it out, but they didn't like it. So they ended up just shrinking down and having small combustion chambers and just splitting the pipes, basically. Instead of one fuel pump going into, one pipe going into one combustion chamber and one oxidizer pipe going into one combustion chamber, they've split it off into two or four combustion chambers, and kind of spread that work around so that they didn't experience this combustion instability. So the RD-171 is like, still to date, the most powerful rocket engine ever built. The turbo pump is insane. I don't even remember how many, like 200,000 horsepower or something comes out of that turbo pump in order to flow the amount of propellant necessary at those rates and at those pressures into the combustion chamber. So it has 4 chambers, and it's just an absolute marvel of engineering. And yeah, and then the cool thing too is specifically the RD-171, its engine, all 4 of those nozzles can actually pivot and rotate. And I just now, as I'm explaining this, realized that has to mean that they have joints, like flexible joints in the high pressure pump lines in order to, like, this is the realization I'm having right now, because normally you put the gimbal above the turbo pump, like the balance where the engine swivels, so that you have low pressure coming from the tank into the pumps, and then you just have a straight, fixed pipe flowing into the engine, so you don't have to bend that pipe and have it be dynamic. If they had the 4 chambers moving independently from each other, that means those 4 chambers all had to have a flexible, high pressure pipe flow, which I don't know if that's, why am I just now realizing this?
Yeah, so there's engineering challenges with that.
Insane. I never even thought that was a thing you could do, honestly. I gotta look into why and how and what.
Yeah, I wonder why that design decision was made.
So the easier thing to do normally is you would keep those nozzles fixed, and then affix, like, say the Soyuz engine, the RD-107 and 108, they have a fixed main combustion chamber, so they use these little Bernier, or people got mad at me for saying Bernier, Werner engines that swivel themselves, and those provide your control. So that the main chambers stay fixed, and then you get your roll and your pitch and your yaw out of auxiliary thrusters.
By the way, did you get anything wrong with that video? Any people told you about?
Yeah, a few things. Yep. First off, we had a graphic error where we copied and pasted a lot of our After Effects projects. So our nuclear engines, one of them on screen says that it runs on RP1. It does not. It has basically all the wrong stats. We just didn't catch it in the edit. We literally copy and pasted it. I say it right on screen, but in the voiceover, but on screen it's wrong. The other thing, I'm excited to ask you about this. I watched And I spoke with a lot of Russian-speaking individuals. We had a lot of research assistants that were reading and blah blah blah. I tried really hard to learn how to pronounce Sergei Korelyov's name, and I'm still going to say it wrong no matter my understanding. And from listening to native speakers, it's closer to Krylyov than it is Korolev.
Yeah, definitely. Sergei Pavlovich Korolev.
Yeah, I will never say it that perfectly, but I know it's not just Korolev. I mean, again, the English translation would likely, I should have just said Korolev, but I'm saying the dumb America way, but
You rolled your R. Cool, man. Excellent. So, let me just ask you in the difference in culture, because you researched so many rockets from so many different eras, the 75, and just everything you're seeing now. Are there some interesting differences, especially when you look at the space race, between the Soviet rocket engineers and efforts versus the American?
there's definitely huge cultural changes. And the fun thing is that they kind of spawned from the same, like, they had the same starting place. Both, Soviet rocket engines and Americans all came from the Nazi V2 rocket and the A4 engine. Literally physically spawned from that because at the fall of, at the end of World War II, we took a handful of German scientists and the Soviets took a handful of German scientists. And they both got their own a little bit, some blueprints here and there, and the others got blueprints. So we literally have the same, it's a weird thing where we're starting from the same, like, thing and letting two divergent paths go crazy on their own development. So it's really fun to see the cultural differences. One of the things the United States did is they really would kind of take an engine and just perfect it more or less, and not really evolve that much. Like they I don't know, and I don't know why. I actually need to do a history lesson on all of the U.S. engines, but it's literally like as far as orbital class engines before now, it's like a dozen or two. It's a tenth the amount of Soviets, and the Soviets just literally made up a new engine every time they had a new, like, they went and it was like a completely different engine.
Yeah.
So I just, yeah.
I wonder if there's some aspect to the culture, and I don't want to overstate it, but there is more of a safety culture, I think, in the United States. And I think if you care about safety, or rather, like, you have, you're more risk averse,
Yeah.
so you care about safety more, about the value of human life, the risk taken there, that you will iterate less. So
Yeah.
I think the Soviets, especially in the early aspects of the program, I don't want to overstate this. Is some of it is just through stories, it's just anecdotes. They're more willing to take risks.
Yeah.
Risk with human life, risk with spacecraft.
For example, the first orbital space flights from the Soviet Union, the cosmonaut had to eject out of the capsule and parachute to landing.
Yes.
That's not very well known, and it wasn't. They hid that even from history as best they could at first because they were slightly ashamed that they couldn't have a full recovery system with their spacecraft. They could physically recover it, but they wouldn't have been able to recover the cosmonaut in one piece. So instead, they had to just eject out of the thing and parachute to safety. Like, that's insane. And so there definitely was some extra risks, but also a freedom to just like push things to the limits and try everything through and all the spaghetti on the wall.
But it's funny that most people probably don't even know the first person in space in America, and obviously everybody knows that. And it's like it's kind of interesting how the space race and even World War II, even like the history books. You ask most Americans, they think that America won World War II. Like, without America, like the real heroes of World War II is America. Yes, British people, it's like, and everybody has a pretty good justification. Like, without Britain, without Churchill, Hitler would have taken over the world. And I think probably the strongest case is the Soviet Union case. They're the ones that won the war. The reason it's the strongest case is where most of the fighting happened. Right. Most of the death happened. Yeah. Most of the destruction. But everyone has their perspective. And certainly in the space race, the great accomplishment is the first man on the moon. from the U.S. perspective.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And then Yuri Gagarin, from the Russian perspective, like first man in space. And that, I think, still persists. And some of that, in healthy forms, probably constructive to a little bit of competition. Just pushes all the great scientists on each side. But anyway, what do you think about this Yuri Gagarin mission of the first human in space and the Vostok mission in 1961? Just in general, when you look back at that time, leading to the first man on the moon.
Yeah, April 12th, 1961. Yuri's night, baby. That's yeah, it's insane. What's insane to me is the first person in space didn't just go to space; he went into orbit. You know, Yuri Gagarin flew around the Earth in orbit and re-entered. That's a monumental task compared to suborbital. So the United States did 2 suborbital flights in that same year. I believe that same year. I'm pretty sure. 1961. They flew for the first time orbitally in 1962. They weren't terribly far behind to get a human into orbit. Like in the grand scheme of things, 10 months difference. But at the same time, like the fact that the Soviet Union went straight to flying someone into orbit is monumental.
And I'm sure they did not do excessive, rigorous testing here. Because there is a space race, and you have the first is important. Just imagine being Yuri. What do you say when they're like launching him, like "Let's go" or something? Like, I mean, you're taking. We're talking about you being on Starship. Like, you're taking a pretty big risk being launched out into orbit.
Hopefully a lot less risk than what Yuri went through. So Yuri, the crazy thing, remember those matchsticks we talked about? You know, there's 20 main combustion chambers on Soyuz, and there's 12 more Vernier engines that all need to be lit. So you're sitting on top of this booster, and they light all of those 32 combustion chambers on the ground, and then it has this insane separation process between what the Soviet Union would call the first stage and the second stages, but we would call it like the core stage and the boosters. All 4 of these boosters have to peel away perfectly from the core stage simultaneously. You know, if one of them sticks on, mission failed. If one of them doesn't eject properly or drags into the other thing, it's a goner. So the staging process of the Soyuz is insane to me that ended up working out. The technology in Soyuz, I mean, more or less, that same rocket is what's still flying humans that are cosmonauts from Roscosmos and going to the International Space Station are flying on a variant of that Soyuz rocket. So it's still like that big of a workhorse.
What do you think about Roscosmos as it stands today, its history and its future, in comparison to NASA and other national efforts, and in comparison to commercial spaceflight?
I mean, utmost respect for the engineers involved and everything that's happened. I think Energomash is like still one of the greatest engine manufacturers when they have the funding to do so. But man, it seems like they're falling from grace as far as space prowess. Roscosmos went from having. I think they got very comfortable at the top of from 2011 until 2022 or until 2020, they were the only ride to the International Space Station. Since then, like it started, I feel like in 2018. Honestly, I think that's kind of when things. That's the first time I specifically remember a pretty nasty thing happened in 2018. I think it was a Soyuz mission to the International Space Station that had one of the boosters not detached and had to have an abort. But that happened. Then all of a sudden, next thing you know, there is a Progress being docked to the ISS a couple years ago that spun the ISS, cartwheeled the ISS out of control. Followed a few months later, the Pirs module docks to the International Space Station, spirals the International Space Station out of control again with a thruster getting picked on. There's a hole in that's the Russian segment. I think the most recent one right now. There's a Soyuz dock to the ISS that has a puncture in it, that's leaking coolant, and will not be returning humans on it. So they're actually having to fly up an uncrewed Soyuz. And that one likely wasn't a manufacturing error. It probably was like a micrometeorite puncture, rendering the spacecraft unusable. We don't know for sure yet. But it's just really been like this fall from grace where they have all the potential. They have some of the best engines, some of the best rockets,
Mind
and
you, little
especially
bitch.
right before the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Buran shuttle and the Energia rocket were incredible. Had they been able to evolve that to Tron 2 and the reusable Energia, they had a fully reusable Energia on the drawing board, and like I honestly fully think they could have done it.
Is it possible to return to a place where there is friendly competition between nations that ultimately um, unites and inspires the peoples of these different worlds, these very different worlds that have, especially recently, come to conflict over the war in Ukraine? The tension builds. The war, the conflict, the suffering is actually creating more and more division, creating more and more hate. I think, as we've talked about, I think science and engineering, and especially the most epic version of engineering, which is rocketry and space travel, unites people even in a time of tension, conflict, and war. So do you have a hope that we can return to that place?
I think historically, spaceflight has been one of the most bonding things. We have countless examples of Cold War enemies coming together and working together, lending a hand. Apollo 13, for example, of course, there is the potential that who knew where it was going to re-enter, since it was not in the planned trajectory at all for re-entry. And the Soviet Union said, hey, wherever they land, look, we'll help you guys out. That was a pretty big thing at the time, obviously. We also, in 1975, saw the Apollo-Soyuz mission, which was Apollo spacecraft docking with Soyuz spacecraft. First time there's international collaboration. And again, 1975, still very amidst the Cold War, yet we have this collaboration that I don't know what else could have done that. And think about what it actually takes to do that. You have to come up with a docking module that is
All right, West Side Gangster.
that takes the two different
I
air
like how no one's
environments,
in your
two different
karaoke
docking
street.
systems, and talk to the engineers and mission planners and figure
These
out.
motherfuckers should have been there.
Together. The cosmonauts and the astronauts trained together and got to know each other. They were crossing boundaries and borders.
Is it some kind of
coming together
Filipino
for this mission.
holiday
And
about
it
which
was
I don't know?
totally a fluff piece. Like, even if it was totally just like, cynical, just trying to make a pretty face for everybody for the cameras or something. Obviously, it still had an impact.
The symbolic impact, but there's also the practical impact. I mean, a lot of people have to work together.
Yes,
and that has a ripple effect on the culture and the different engineers. Yeah,
100%. And even just the astronauts and cosmonauts involved, like, think about what probably went through their heads during this process of like going from, oh my god, I'm going to work with them, to getting to know them and then sharing meals in space. Like, that's a crazy transformation of timelines. And I would love to, I do think that spaceflight has the ability to bond us and unite us, because it is ultimately, this little tiny little planet we're floating around on. It is the boundary that we all share. It only takes you getting off this planet to realize, oh my god, we're all neighbors. We're all living in the same house together. And I do think ultimately, as we continue to expand our horizons and expand our exploration, that it has the potential to unite us more than it has the potential to divide us.
So one of the potential conflicts in the first century that I think everyone wants to avoid, both in the cyberspace and in the hot war space, Cold War, hot war, all kinds of war, all kinds of economic conflict, is between the United States and China. So China is going full steam ahead in developing a space program, doing a lot of incredible work. Like you mentioned, 64 launches in 2022 with 2 failures. But, moving straight ahead.
And by the way, failures, we had a lot of startups. Like, a lot of the launches were from brand new companies. So to have 2 failures out of 64, I mean, that's still, if you look at operational launches, it's flawless.
Do you see a pathway where there's, again, in that same way, collaboration or friendly competition between all the different companies and nations in the United States and China in the next, as we push towards the moon, Mars, and beyond?
I held a dumb hope that China would actually be allowed to sign on to the Artemis Accords to be able to take part in this next step towards the moon. And just imagine if they provided a propulsion module or a lander or something, and we actually came together to land on the moon instead of having another space race. It's like, It would have been so cool. And yeah, I still am hopeful that similar to back in the Cold War that we might have something like that someday where we actually are collaborating. And it feels like sometimes we're really close to that. And other times it feels like we're really far from that. And it just sucks because I know, and, I try really hard on my channel to always separate and celebrate the work we've done. Because at the end of the day, there's someone that's just going home to their family, clocking in hours, working really hard on pushing their program and doing engineering work, and it's, we don't get to choose where we're born and what we're born into. So I really like to avoid, the political aspects of things, the geopolitical aspects, and just appreciate the science and the science we're seeing and the progress that China's doing in the last 10 years is very akin to, early spaceflight programs and with the runway of like just keep on going. Like I see no reason for them to be slowing down. So it's definitely something to watch and be interested in. And who knows? I mean, there really genuinely might be a race to the moon again, and there really genuinely might be a race to Mars.
The part of me is excited about that because a race is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty.
But hopefully it's friendly competition and some collaboration. It is true that maybe I'm being a bit cynical, but nations sometimes, the governments and leaders of those governments sometimes ruin things. Like you don't often have, like statistically speaking, it's harder to have a leader of a nation that looks beyond the particular political bickering of that nation. And you have like a JFK type character that really steps up and inspires. I think statistically speaking, it's better to have something like Elon, who's a leader of a company, like a commercial effort that is able to look beyond the borders of nations. And certainly inspiring educators like yourself to look beyond the borders of those nations and the geopolitical conflicts and so on to inspire people. I think that's just made so much easier. Like you can have more reach. Tim Dodd can have more reach than NASA, right? Like in terms of inspiring the world, and that's fascinating. Like that gives power to the individuals that see past the silly short-term geopolitical conflicts. Yeah, that's the hope, at least.
Yeah,
Do you worry that there might be a war?
Yeah.
Let's look out into the future. So forget. The interesting thing about these rockets, right? Let's not forget, rockets do what rockets do. That they can carry payloads that can be weapons. Do you worry about this?
I worry most about space wars as leading to the Kessler syndrome of having a cascading effect of like a spacecraft blowing up and then affecting another spacecraft and that blows up and then all of a sudden you're trapped and have this debris cloud that we can't go into space anymore. That's my biggest, because frankly at this point we can annihilate ourselves with terrestrial stuff anyway. You know what I mean? We don't need space to and society as we know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we could really, and the good thing is, I think mostly everyone, seems to understand this for the most part, that like we really can't be risking blowing up stuff in space in low Earth orbit because it could easily, like, we could strand ourselves from space access for 50 years.
Can you elaborate on that? So, like, what is the danger of the debris there that could jeopardize?
Yeah.
Space?
So, for instance, it was only a couple of years ago, Russia did an anti-satellite test on an orbital. We've done this. The U.S. has done this. Like, I'm not pinning it on them, but we kind of know nowadays, like, don't do anti-satellite tests on orbital things because those things stay in orbit. When you blow something up in space, it's not like, people think, in space, like, you throw something that's just going to keep going forever and ever and ever. I mean, that's in the sense that it's not going to be slowed down due to air resistance. It's going to continue to do that, but it's staying in orbit around the Earth. Like, you just slightly change the orbit of it around Earth when you throw a ball or something. So the scary thing is when you blow up a satellite, all those pieces of that satellite are now millions of bullets in a halo around the Earth, in a very specific halo. So some things get blown up faster, according to its orbit, faster, so they'll go a little bit higher elliptically. Some things will get slowed down in that explosion and actually re-enter. Some things will go sideways and change its inclination of that orbit. So you have this debris field, but it more or less becomes a band of like like a big, scary, sharp, scary bullets that can destroy another spacecraft. And then all of a sudden, especially now Starlink, we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of satellites in space. If all of a sudden a couple of them crash and blow up, and you have all the shrapnel going everywhere, and then that hits another satellite, that creates shrapnel. You can literally blanket our entire low Earth orbit in 17,500 mile an hour bullets. We're talking that the kinetic energy in this is so hard for people to fathom because that's over 10 times faster than most like rifle bullets. Even like a big 50 cal is not going to be, we're still talking about 10% that. So you think about the kinetic energy, it's insane. So a fleck of paint can go through panes of glass at that velocity. A little piece of metal can puncture, blow straight through.
So our actions that seem small, so small scale military actions can have dire detrimental effects to the whole space program, like global space program.
Oh yeah, it can affect everything and everyone,
including satellites.
Oh yeah, especially satellites. Like that's the good and the bad thing. The good thing is a lot of satellites don't operate in low Earth orbit. Like a lot of the ones that we use day to day, a lot of them are in medium Earth orbit, like the GPS or the geostationary, which are way out there. And because of that, they won't really ever deorbit. Like it'll take millennia to deorbit because just because something's in space doesn't mean it's there forever. Especially like in low Earth orbit, the atmosphere doesn't just suddenly stop. It's not like you hit the Kármán line 100 kilometers and also there's zero atmosphere. The atmosphere just slowly tapers. You can experience that yourself as you climb a mountain. You slowly realize there's less and less air. You just keep going, and just because you're in space 200, 300 kilometers up, there's still trace molecules. There's the occasional oxygen molecule, the occasional nitrogen molecule, and so that is actually drag. So as the spacecraft in low Earth orbit, depending on its altitude, will take anywhere from 5 years to 5 months to deorbit, or 2 months or 1 month, like depending on its orbit or its altitude, we'll have some parasitic drag still, and slowly throughout time slow down, which lowers its orbit, which drags it down more, lowers its orbit, et cetera, until it re-enters. So if we end up with some kind of catastrophic event where the entire low Earth orbit has been inundated and blown up, it'll take months for the first band, to clear up. It'll take years for something like beyond. There's charts, people have all this stuff available. You shouldn't look it up.
It's terrifying, by the way.
But
it's really.
But again, the caveat is, for the most part, the low Earth orbit stuff would clear up within years. So we could get back to doing some more with it. Like Starlink stuff would probably be able to be we kind of redo it and build up from the ground up again. GPS wouldn't be wiped out, and our geostationary satellites wouldn't be wiped out. But the scary thing is we wouldn't be able to relaunch and replace new things because we're stuck. We're not going to fly through that debris field,
And we avoid that by avoiding military action in space.
And these days, like there's more and more requirements and legislation, and especially trying to get international collaboration on having end-of-life plans for satellites. So satellites, especially those in low Earth orbit, have like drag devices to increase them. Once they're done, they literally pull like just a ribbon, like a silly little 40-foot long ribbon. Will sit there and it'll slowly, or it can speed up its re-entry process by months or years, whatever. So we're starting to see that this is now important. There's a really cool company called Stoke Aerospace out in Washington. Is one of these launch providers that's really looking not into just trying to be the next SpaceX launch company. They're really seeing satellite bringing stuff down from space as actually being, especially right now, we have all of these hundreds and thousands of satellites being launched every year. Someone at some point is probably going to have to use cleanup. And so they're looking at being one of those companies to do that.
What do you think about Starlink and the efforts of Starlink to put a very large number of satellites out there and provide internet access to earn.
Anyone. Generally, I think Starlink is phenomenal. And I would be saying this if there's any company. I want to make that clear that people think I'm just some SpaceX fanboy or something. And everything
I
they do
think
is perfect.
I think as your fan, I could say you're basically a fanboy, or just a fan of everybody that's doing space stuff. And I don't like. There's no, even in this whole conversation, there's no way we cover like 10% of what I wanted to talk to you about. So we're jumping around. I mean, we could talk probably for an hour about Artemis. We could talk about anything with ULA. Obviously, all the other commercial efforts. We could talk about the NASA efforts.
Yeah.
And Saturn V. Like, are we gonna really go this conversation? I'm talking about Saturn V. And we might. Okay, so like, hey, you're a fan of everything. Starlink is in general exciting,
And not for the space assets, but just the potential for humanity. Like I really think, even as a consumer of the internet, personally, that our studio space down in Texas, we're stuck with Mediacom, which has like the least reliable internet service. Period. That's the only option. Either that, or they're trying to charge me like $20,000 to run a fiber optic cable like 1,000 meters or something. Like it's insane. I'm not going to do that. I bought Starlink. It helps, but it's still not amazing. But it has. You can see where this is going in a year, 2, 3, 5 years. Like, oh, I can totally screw this other internet provider, and this is now by far the best option, and it's available literally anywhere. You don't have to be limited to your local internet service provider. And on the global scale, of course, you have people be able to learn about rockets, learn about water management and architecture and city planning and fitness and health. All of the modern conveniences that we Google every single day. There's people that don't have access to that right now. I'm a self-taught rocket nerd. I would not be who I am if it wasn't for the internet in the last 7 years. 6, 7 years.
So unlocking the intellectual potential of places like Africa, of rural areas that don't currently have internet access.
That's a huge thing. That's like humanitarian 101 is give people access to information. And I think we have this potential to try to step in and fix other people's problems. But the reality is, like, people are smart. No matter where you are, you give them the resources to learn, they're going to solve problems. They're going to problem solve. They're going to engineer. They're going to. But if you don't give them access to that information, they're going to be stuck in their cycles, And so I think the potential for Starlink is incredible. I think it's already impactful. It's already affecting people in rural and indigenous areas, and it's already affecting the businesses and all that stuff. I think it's great. I think it is. There's some downsides with astronomy, with ground-based astronomy, that it can hinder observations from the ground. There's already a lot of communications between SpaceX and astronomical societies and things like that, because it is a real concern. It can ruin observations, it can ruin data. But like one of the big ones, for instance, recently, I think a new thing they're going to be working into is that currently, if a Starlink is flying over a ground-based asset, a lot of ground telescopes actually have a laser that goes up and it measures the atmospheric distortion, and the telescopes literally sit there and, like, by the millisecond changes the focus and fixes those atmospheric distortions. And that laser can interfere with satellites. But previously, I'm pretty sure that SpaceX actually had to request that as they're flying over these satellites or these telescopes, they turn off the laser. And when you have tens of thousands of these things flying, you're going to be turning off the laser more than it's on. It's just being this insanely inconvenient thing. You're going to have these junctions happen often. And I think one of the things that SpaceX is like, okay, no, you guys keep the laser on. We'll deal with your laser. Good stuff. Things like that, mitigating the brightness of them so they're not visible under most conditions. Of course, like they're still always going to be visible in the sun. But then ultimately, for me, it's like you have this weird, like almost like a puberty of space flight and astronomy, where currently it's not cheap enough to really do a ton of incredible science or space-based telescopes. We have Webb, we have Hubble, we have all these other awesome space telescopes, Chandra, et cetera, whatever. And but it's still so expensive to launch them that we're still so reliant on our ground telescopes. But in the future, you can see a world where, oh, this is so cheap. We'll just launch we can launch 50 James Webb Space Telescope telescopes this year for half the price of doing it on Earth, and get way better data. So in the future, I think in 20, 30 years, we'll look at it and be like, oh man, that was an awkward time where space assets were interfering with astronomy. But I think in the future, it's like, can you imagine doing space, astronomy from the ground? That's insane.
There could be complexities to just having that many, just another topic. So another complexity is associated with having so many satellites, especially with competing companies and competing nations. Do you see that as an issue, having tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of satellites?
Yeah.
It becomes a very interesting robotics collision avoidance problem.
The one thing to keep in mind is perspective. Like, I know 10,000 satellites and 20,000 or 100,000 satellites sounds insane, and it sounds really scary. But, I mean, just even look at how many planes are in the air at any given time. And the planes are bigger, they're flying slower, which actually means there's a greater chance of collision. If you think about, two objects occupying space, if one's moving really fast, like imagine trying to, throw two basketballs at each other relatively easy. Now try shooting two bullets at each other and have at 90 degrees from each other. You have to have your timing down really perfect to do that. Now take that times 10, and these objects are taking up the physical space very small amount of time. They're relatively small. Like, most satellites are not very big, and they have limitless altitudes to deal with. So even though you can have what look like convergences, they can be 10, 20, 50, 100 kilometers difference off it. And they're dealing with this. Like, all space assets know, hey, I'm at this orbital plane and this blah, blah, blah. They know their altitudes, they know their safe distances, have these margins built in. And it's space. So there's like an insane amount of room, So there's a lot of margin. But of course, you can't excuse that all the way. Like, you have to still have plans and be considering that, and considering collisions, and considering all of the above.
When do you think the first human being will step foot on Mars? You don't like timelines, but is this something? And you're very much focused on kind of the short term of incredible progress that's happening, and that makes total sense. But there is the Mars plan that was the origin of the commercial spaceflight effort. Do you still see and dream about that thing?
Let me be clear that I don't want to go to Mars, but I do think if you're making me guess a timeline for when humans will walk on Mars, even a year ago I still would have said by the end of 2020, like 2020's decade, so by December 31st, 2029, humans will walk on Mars. I'm starting to think that's still too optimistic, but I definitely think by 2040. Like, I for sure think that, and I really think it's just hard to predict that curve. That project out that curve. We're gonna go from feeling like it's impossible, like feeling it's impossible.
It could be another by the end of this decade, JFK type moment, especially if China steps up for the space race. Yeah. It could be like, all right, NASA kind of says, all right, this Elon fella, like, really make us a gigantic effort.
Well, and if Starship works out as planned, and as NASA has invested in human landing systems, they're relying on SpaceX to land on the moon. SpaceX can land on the moon, they can land on the moon. Now, whether or not the life support, the human considerations of long-term spaceflight missions and high radiation and blah, 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 refueling on Mars is a huge, huge, huge deal. They definitely could send a Starship to Mars and land, ideally land in one piece on Mars. As soon as they can land on the moon, they can land on Mars, basically. I mean, those two things are very, in some ways, Mars is almost easier. If you can use the atmosphere to slow down, it actually doesn't take that much more delta V to actually land on Mars than it does on the moon. You don't have any. You have to first get out to the moon, then orbit the moon. You have to slow down. Every one of those is a maneuver change. Then you have to lower your orbit until it coincides. Hits the moon. Then you have to slow down enough to not explode when you hit the moon. So there's a lot of delta V there, a lot of change in velocity. Mars is actually, by the time we kind of crunch the numbers, it's relatively similar. It's just a lot more difficult, like timeline-wise, and accuracy, and all of these other communication. There's a lot of other things obviously involved. I'm glossing over, making it sound easy. It's not, but But I think there's a real decent chance we could see a Starship vehicle land on Mars, uncrewed by the end of the decade, though.
End of the decade. I mean, there's also a sociological element when you can go on where I think you're allowed to take more risks with Mars than you are with the Moon. Because we've done the Moon, 1969.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but PR-wise, you have to be much safer.
Yeah.
With Mars, like everyone's like super dangerous, like super, like so
Yeah.
you could take a little more risk,
100%.
especially with manned mission. But actually, just going back to the moon landing, Apollo 11 mission. We haven't talked about this. The amazing engine there, but again, the romantic question. When you look back at that moon landing, one small step for man, one giant step for mankind. What do you think about that moment in human history? Do you go back to that often, or are you focused just like with the cars on the engines?
No, I still, when I need inspiration, I rewatch this documentary called "When We Left Earth." I think it was Discovery Channel did it, 6-part episode. It was narrated by Gary Sinise. Phenomenal overview of the space race, and that will get my juices flowing every time. Every time, just it's so well done, and it really just summarizes that program so well. And and beyond, it goes all the way to the space shuttle. But yeah, when I watch footage of humans walking on the moon, it's just I can't believe we're dumb enough to do it with the technology we had and the risks they took to do it, and the insane engineering that it took to do that is just absolutely astonishing. The amount of the sheer logistics of what it took to do it with the technology we had back then is like, how did we have so much money and effort and energy and time and human resources to do this? Like, it's just
The weakness of the computers they had back then. They had to do so much. I mean, yeah, it's so much is so little.
insane. But at the same time, like, I don't know if we want to talk about conspiracy theories or anything, but like, it is all of we have the proof in the pudding of like the 400,000 people on payroll, like all of the paperwork, all of the.
Oh, you mean the question, the conspiracy theories?
Yeah, like, well, I think the receipts are there, like literally.
But it's like a lot of things like that. I mean, we actually generally live in a pretty cynical time where people distrust institutions. Part of the thing with the space program is one of the things that could help reinvigorate the trust in institutions. By institutions, even that word is a bad word now. Institutions mean a bunch of humans get together and do big things together.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like if I was conspiratorially minded, it's like, how the hell do you do that? Yeah. So I think that's a very cynical take, unfortunately, but it's still an incredible one. And also, there's until you look at the receipts, there's a kind of like a rationale to that kind of conspiracy theory because so much pressure was put on the space race, the PR of it, to be the winner. So it makes sense that you might want to try to take shortcuts and fake things and propaganda, use different kinds of messaging. And I'm sure stuff like that was happening. Some kind of like little adjustment here and there to present things better and so on. But ultimately, the actual engineering project of landing on the moon, right? The fact that humans did that. I mean, it is sad that we didn't have better ways to record it. And as I watch SpaceX efforts, Blue Origin, these efforts, it's still not trivial to record the how just amazing, awe-inspiring space it is. Because it it's like Elon jokes about space does look fake.
Yeah.
I think there is some element of it where you have to be there to experience it really, and I think it's it's currently still an unsolved problem of how do you capture all of that. I mean, you're one of the early people that are part of the crew that is exploring that very question. I'm sure you won't find all the answers, but you will start to say how do we convert this into a visual format, to some kind of format that captures the the magic of it.
100%. And that's a perspective thing that I think about all the time. You know, and I'll do a lot of thinking about like what is the thing that's reacting to people? Is it the sound? Is it the perspective? Is it like seeing a little tiny human next to a landing leg that makes people go, "Oh my God, this thing's huge"? You know, just reading, you know, and digesting that, and trying to help to convey that as best as possible. Because the stuff that we are and have worked on is so cool. It's so exciting, and it's so important, and like actually, you know, so much bigger than any one of us, physically and metaphorically. I wish everyone had that experience and had that lifelong.
And that's the cool thing that you're like smack in the middle of solving that really difficult, fascinating problem. How do you capture the magic? How do you inspire? That's not just a museum, that's a communication option.
I find specifically for myself that I get most excited about something when I learn about it. When I learn the ins and outs, and I learn all the little problem solving, and you know, the cool, like, oh my God, they had to do what to make it work? Wow, that's amazing. And that's, I try to just always go back to that thing of like, what can I teach myself? Like, if I'm every video, I expect that I learn something, no matter what. Like, no matter how much I think I know about something, at the end of the day, if I'm not learning something, it's not good, you know? And I always think that people get excited right now. You know, they have some questions answered for them.
Let me ask you a couple of quick out there futuristic questions that I have to. I hate myself if I don't ask you. So first, let's talk about nuclear propulsion. So out there, interesting propulsion ideas. So what do you think, beyond the chemical engines that we talked about, what do you think about using nuclear fission and for
we already have thermal nuclear reactors, nuclear engines that have been tested both by the United States and Soviet Union that were 100% valid, totally ready to go, efficient, super awesome. Yes. Hardcore yes. And what they're using is basically a fusion reactor. You're throwing hydrogen through it and heating up the hydrogen, taking it from liquid to gas. You know, and by heating it up, you're adding energy to the propellant, and then you're literally just using that now steam hot hydrogen and flowing it through the bell nozzle. And you also have to use that energy to spin the pumps to still pump the things. So you're still kind of using like a lot of the tricks you're using, but instead of a chemical reaction, you're literally just using nuclear fission to heat up propellant and do the same thing. And at the end of the day, end up with like 800-900 seconds of double that of chemical propulsion. Most of that comes just because hydrogen is so light. You're only ejecting hydrogen out of the molecule. The lighter molecule is the faster it is. You know, just like if you had a golf ball versus like a bowling ball, you can only physically throw one so fast. The other one doesn't do very well, right? So you have the more potential for a higher exit velocity. Nuclear thermal, amazing. You can just shoot these little hydrogen molecules out crazy fast, crazy efficiently. We already have it. We can do it. Yes. And actually, we're already investing in that. We're looking at it, basically ramping back up.
why haven't we done it yet? And what do you think the challenges are there? And do you think that's an obvious future? Like this, would you see in 50 years we're not using, like we're not using for major projects like a Starship type of project, we're not using chemical propulsion?
So getting off of it, you always want to use chemical propulsion because the gas becomes irradiated. Like you don't want to, and actually the thrust to weight ratio of these engines are they're very heavy. If you're actually like they're really. The reason we kind of give up on them is they're really most useful for mechanical engineering. If you're trying to get a big, like if you're trying to send a huge payload off to Mars, nuclear thermal is amazing. It's still could be beneficial even going to the moon. You know, like in an Earth-Moon system, you could use nuclear thermal very effectively. It could be a great choice, but it also that starts to get into that trait of like, well, you just kind of use a little bit bigger rocket and fly a normal, you know, it's that whole trade thing. But it's another reason why we kind of stopped using them. The one that the United States developed, Nervo, is so heavy, only a Saturn V could actually lift the stage of it, like the upper stage. So replace the S-4B with a nuclear thermal with a NERVA engine. The Soviet Union developed one about 1/10 the size at thrust that was small enough to fly a proton rocket. Uh, but neither of them ever flew. Both of them have been tested and like thumbs up, ready to go. Which is just a huge shame to me because they could unlock a lot of interplanetary potential and
just all which potentially interstellar as well.
Not, I don't think nuclear thermal. We're not quite getting there, but then you get into like nuclear pulse drives and things where you're literally like, it's basically ejecting a bomb off the back of your rocket and exploding and having like a shock absorber and pogo sticking your way out of the solar system. That's, I mean, by all physics, sure. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not breaking any laws of physics, and but I just don't see us getting to that need anytime soon. I don't think we're going to go in trouble. Yeah, I mean that's. I think we're going to want a better understanding of physics.
So, do you have a hope that maybe theoretical physics will open the door to some exciting propulsion?
Yeah, I do. I think we're still at the very infancy of our understanding of everything and how things work. And 100 years ago, it would be stupid to try to predict the things we know today. And who knows? Like even I think about things like James Webb, looking deeper into our solar system than ever before, and physically being able to see objects that we just have not even been able to see before.
Being able to study black holes, for example, and better the stuff that's happening outside of black holes, like the edges of black holes, how the information is stored, how's the holographic principle. There's so much weirdness around black holes.
Yeah.
So, around where gravity starts bending light, it's like, all right, we get to look at that now and start to wonder, like, what is going on? And how can we, like, use that somehow for propulsion? I mean, it seems like awfully crazy and futuristic at this moment, but I think that's because we know almost nothing about, those kinds of objects where the general relativity and quantum mechanics start to have to be both considered to describe those kinds of objects. And as we study those objects, we might figure out some kind of unification thing that will allow us to understand maybe how to use black holes for propulsion. Like, I could say a lot of crazy things, but like basically.
But the point is, it'd be stupid for us to even guess about things we don't even know about yet. You know what I mean? Like, and so therefore, I'm not going to say that the best option for interstellar travel is nuclear drives. Like that could be like someone saying, in 1600s, the only way to fly is by strapping 1,000 birds to your head. Like,
but that said, I mean, everything you're saying is right, but human history is such that at the beginning of the 20th century, there's brilliant people that said we basically solved all of it. Right. If you talk to most physicists, I think they're going to say, like, we pretty much solved. Like, the Standard Model describes physics extremely accurately. General relativity explains the cosmos as we observe them extremely accurately. There's nothing dark matter, dark energy, whatever. Yeah. But outside of that, we basically solved like where are you going to find gaps in knowledge that are going to somehow create warp drives or something like that, or wormholes. But it seems like throughout history, prove ourselves wrong time and time again.
Yes. No, this is well outside of any of my knowledge base. So I want to make sure that if I say anything stupid, it's because I'm just a peasant here in physics land. But
yes, we're all peasants in physics land.
But I really just think like it's very humbling that we're still using chemical propulsion and variants out, like ejecting mass to propel ourselves. And no matter how you get at it, and I think someday I would expect that our species has figured out a way to get beyond.
Gotta ask you another wild question. What do you think of
Blood
who claimed that he worked at and saw in Area 51 a propulsion system fueled by, quoting here, maybe from Wikipedia, I don't know where I got this from, fueled by an antimatter reactor, which used as fuel the chemical element with atomic number 115. At the time, it wasn't synthesized. It was later in 2003 synthesized, named moscovium. He said that the propulsion system relied on a stable isotope of element 115, which allegedly generates a gravity wave that allowed the vehicle to fly and to evade visual detection by bending light around it. No stable isotopes of moscovium have yet been synthesized. All have proven extremely radioactive, decaying in a few hundred milliseconds. One, do you believe him? Which I find him fascinating because I find the human mind even more fascinating than than something like an antimatter drive, because I think it's such a giant mystery that we haven't even begun to explore deeply. Anyway, in that sense, whether he's lying or not are both interesting things to explore from a psychology perspective. But to he's basically saying that I guess it's an alien, extraterrestrial engine thing. Um, what do you think?
I mean, I'm happy to change my opinion based on new evidence at any point. I have like
This guy sucks. Why are we sending
like,
this asshole and
obviously just
Steve
stupid
Aoki to
host
fucking
and total,
space?
quack.
And we'd be sending Rabbi Rothschild
And then
and
another part of me still
Pillows.
was like, this is exciting and fun to think that this is all real. And then another part of me goes, why? How good is this guy at lying and making stuff up? Because it's all really good, like good storytelling, good. Like I don't know what to think honestly. I don't know. I'm really very skeptical about anyone explaining anything like this. Like I mean, my radar is like screaming at me like this is all full crap, you know. But I'd say like there's still a part that's just like, man, that is kind of cool. How did you know that? And like, you know what I mean?
Well, I think
I'm
you're actually,
conflicted.
I think you're actually in the best kind of place because it's. I'm afraid of being the kind of person that hears something like that and says it's definitely, he's definitely full of crap and basically close my mind off to all that stuff. I'm afraid of being somebody who closes my mind off to a thing that's actually a early thread to a brilliant, to a future, to a fascinating solution to a mystery. So, but in this case, I mean, I have so many red flags from a psychological perspective that but again, outside of this particular individual, I do wonder if aliens have visited us. I think aliens are everywhere. I think the universe is teeming with alien life. And it's very difficult for me to specifically understand, given how life finds a way here on Earth, just everywhere. In the entire history of life on Earth, from the very origin of life, it seems to be damn good at doing its thing and evolving to get better and better and better at doing its thing. Now, there could be some special aspects to the origin of life itself, which is completely not understood. And maybe the true magic is in the origin of life. Or it could be that there is some magical leaps to eukaryotic cells, for example, that the universe, our galaxy, is teeming with alien life, but it's all bacteria. They're all boring bacteria or exciting bacteria. No offense to bacteria. But the no intelligent spacefaring civilization. I don't know. But if I were to guess, if I had to bet all my money, there is spacefaring civilization everywhere in the universe. And the fact that they have not been directly, definitively observed confuses me. And I think it's a mystery. And if I were to suggest what the solution to that mystery is they might look extremely different from us. And we might be too dumb to detect them.
Yeah.
And so there I think you have to be extremely open minded at what would we be looking for. Right. That's a very practical thing to be open minded about. And practically speaking, if we were to be able to even detect them from a distance, get a techno signature of a distant planet, of a distant star system that has alien life. Honestly, number one thing I kind of want to know is like, what's your propulsion? Like, how do we travel faster, right? Like, there's a bunch of details probably, but first, let's get together.
Teach me how to go fast.
Go fast.
I like motorcycles. I like rockets.
Exactly.
What you got? Yeah.
Yeah, like how, like, I'll show you mine if you show me yours, kind of thing. At the interstellar intergalactic level. Yeah. Anyway, I just wonder. Maybe it's a cheat code in this video game called Life, but I want to use the cheat code to figure out what kind of propulsion systems are possible. And it feels like other alien civilizations might help us, give us, um, give us a guidance on that. Of course, I think even just discovering, boy, one of the things with the space program, like everything we're doing with Mars, like the secret thing I'm really excited about. The romantic thing is humans on Mars. But the secret thing is building giant stations on Mars that allow us to definitively, hopefully find traces of life that either currently doesn't live or has once lived on Mars. Because if that's the case, that means for sure life is everywhere.
Oh, 100%.
And then you're like, I think once you know that, sorry to keep interrupting, not shutting the hell up. This is supposed to get an interview, god damn it. Alright, like that, just the knowledge of that, just the knowledge that a 4-minute mile can be run, I think will open our minds completely to really, really hardcore push to interstellar travel and colonizing Mars, becoming a multiplanetary species. It'd be truly inspiring.
You think that?
Do
Do you get nervous though? Like I'm the interviewer now. Don't you get nervous that we could make spectacular discovery on Mars that not only has there been life, there's actually like pretty advanced micro, our multicellular life totally thriving in certain regions. We just hadn't visited yet. On Mars, we make this big discovery that relatively large percentage of people simply wouldn't believe it. They think it's all 100% fake, and that they're just doing this to control us, and that blah blah blah. Like we could make the most important discovery in human life, like in all of human existence, that we're not alone in this universe. By cellularly at least, and a good percentage of people. I'm thinking 20, 30, in today's world, 40+% of people wouldn't even believe it exists.
I'd be. It's a very important thing to think about, especially as an educator like yourself. I think the current citizens and public institutions in science is temporary. I think they're basically the internet woke up. The internet smells bullshit, and it looked at. I'm sorry, not being ageist, but saying older scientists, and they looked at them and they kind of said, "You're kind of full of shit. You got a lot of ego. You speak down to everybody. You're not very good at communicating." I think there's a lot of truth in what they're saying, and I think the young scientists that are coming up will be much better at not being full of shit, being authentic, being real, not treating people like they're children that can't possibly understand, like taking it very seriously. That there's a lot of intelligent people out there that are curious, that are just full of desire for knowledge, like being transparent about all the uncertainties of the scientific process, all the tensions, the conflict, all of that. And I think once we fix the science communication system adapted to the internet, I think that won't be an issue. I hope. I mean, that's why people like you are really important. Like communicate with authenticity. But yeah, that's definitely something to think about. I mean, yes, the early listen, scientists too, like the Foster discovered on Guinness, was like they're extremely skeptical always. So definitely there'll be a lot of skepticism. And it depends what it looks like. It kind of looks like this thing kind of looks like bacteria back on Earth. Yes. So it means contamination is very difficult to avoid in general. But if the thing looks like fundamentally different, then you're like, all right, that like
Totally different DNA, RNA. Like this is not. We've never observed this ever.
Yeah. Then you're like, all right, cool. Of course. So that another promising thing that's difficult to be definitive about, but it gets better and better direct imaging systems. There's now I don't know how many, but thousands of planets are being discovered outside of our solar system. There's moons being discovered now, Earth-like planets being discovered. So like all of that, if you could do direct imaging of those planets, more and more and more, there could be some gigantic listen, if there's like a card chef like Type 2 civilization, we're gonna see the damn thing. It's gonna be producing a lot of. It's gonna be radiating a lot of energy. So the possibility of detecting some of that. That's also a real possibility with something like James Webb Telescope, like those kinds of efforts. That starts becoming a reality.
Have you read Andy Weir's Project Hail Mary?
I am not. No.
You're going to love it. Like it is basically is almost answering that like how could they not see us type of thing almost where he creates just this incredible. I don't want to spoil anything, but you know, it's just this sense that like we could have totally different perspectives with the alien race and not even like consider that the two of us are coexisting almost. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. It's really, really, really worth to read.
Oh, you mean a different perspective? Like the aliens have a different perspective than humans?
Yeah, like we just like we see with this visual light. Yeah, someone could see in X-ray, etc. Like, and just the way we even come to the same perspective, like looking and observing, is just so different fundamentally. That like we could, I mean, it's not quite like that. It's not like it's like, oh, they were actually on the moon and we were, stuff like that. But it's such a unique and incredible story. I think maybe it's one of the best science fiction writers out. I can't say that without authority. They don't listen to my science fiction. So zero authority. I really like Andy Weir's book, and that I think it was
well, that sounds like I'm really worried about that. It sounds like I've different. I'm very. I've done a lot of reading in my life, but like the science fiction is one of the things I've been really geeked on. I've never really read much, and I just made more and more friends over the years recently that say that I absolutely must read some of these things.
Do you physically read or do you do audiobooks when you run and stuff?
Both. I do both. Yeah, but physically I sadly don't Kindle. Right.
Yeah.
But while I run, I also do. I do both. I do about on a normal day, especially now that I've been really focused on reading. It's about 60 minutes of reading on a Kindle, and like 1 to 2 hours because I run about 2 hours when I don't have like other stuff. Like today, I won't run, so it's about 3 hours. So on average, I would say it's like 2.5 hours a day. And I read. And audiobooks are just they're a little slower. They can especially for the classics, they can capture some of the magic with the deep voice, usually with a British accent. I love it. I also read that that a book on propulsion like 2 years ago. I remember, but I remember that was extremely difficult.
Ignition by
it was Ignition.
by John Deacon.
Yeah, it was very difficult.
Oh, I see. I don't read. I listen while I'm on road trips or running or stuff like that too. So I swear there's probably 40 or like not 40, like 8 minutes of we tried DMZ 15, 13, DM 412, RMNL, micro hydrogen for like I swear it's multiple minutes of
What is that
one
bullshit?
trial on something because there's just so many
Fucking
different
bullshit.
chemicals they try. I don't know.
I've never seen it.
It's
Oh,
almost
are you
a joke.
still there?
I literally audibly laughed out loud listening to it. I'm like, this is so ridiculous. I'm sure it makes sense reading it, but like listening to it is just hilarious. But it's great though.
What do you think of some of the challenges for long-term space travel?
Why are you
Do you think
taking me
about
out of
the
this
stuff for
bitch?
biological stuff?
Fucking douches.
Do you
Okay, we have
worry
nothing to
about
do, so let's
radiation
fuck
on
with this
Mars,
guy.
and
Ass.
out in space over periods of actually the effects on the human body, yet even the radiation over periods of months and years.
Yeah. I think realistically we have a really good handle on what the effects are. And we actually have the solution to like everything. It's just whether or not we can, like, for instance, one of the, low Earth orbit, one of the biggest challenges eventually after your long-term space travel is bone density loss and not having gravity. You actually have issues with a handful of things, and artificial gravity is easy in terms of relatively easy in terms of space flight. You can have two vehicles just tethered together and just spinning, give it enough distance and a decent enough spin velocity, and you can get one G like relatively easy. We're talking again relatively easy, especially after talking about theoretical physics. Like that's easy stuff. We haven't done that yet, but like there's no reason why we can't produce artificial gravity if we say that that's that are going to Mars, and people will have. But that's the thing is Mars is only about, we'll say, 6 months. There, then you're hanging out on Mars. You have 38% of gravity, and then 6 months ish back. People live on the International Space Station at 6 month stints. We've had people for basically a year up on the International Space Station. It's not like it's not life altering. Yeah, you have a couple days of not being able to walk very well, and you do have some bone density loss and some other concerns. But again, it's solvable. And I think the first missions to Mars, I think we'll probably do the trade. Is it worth it to land on Mars and have a crippled crew that can't even physically stand yet, for a day or two before they get their feet from underneath them, or do we need to spin up 2 spacecraft or a tether and then have you can't do it like Starship, even though it's 30 feet wide or 9 meters wide. If you spin it on that one axis, that's not enough space to get 1G without your feet and your head being at 2 different velocities, so you get really sick. You always feel like you're falling. Your brain will tell you that you're falling constantly. But then again, okay, so this is a whole thing. And I don't know if we don't really have the data yet on going from 0G. We know the effects of that. We know the effects of 1G really well. That's our majority of our data set. But we don't really have much data on the long-term effects of 1/6 gravity, like on the moon, or 38% gravity. Is 1/6 gravity actually enough to counteract 95% of the effects of low gravity, or is it 15? Is it 1/6? Is it like a linear thing? Is 38% gravity totally 38% as bad as 1 or whatever? Is it a slight where is it on the scale? There's a chance you don't need anywhere near 1G of gravity to counteract the bulk majority of these problems. You can have 0.1G or whatever is the right compromise of vehicle complexity and human biology and all of these other effects. This is absolutely a solvable thing. That is,
and we figure some of this out through experimentation 100% along the way.
Yep.
One of this is back to my dating life. I think one of the essential fundamental research questions I'm wondering about is the dynamics and the details of how you have sex in space. Asking for a friend, of course. I mean, there literally is sort of work on this, right? Because if you think about long-term space travel, I mean, sex is sort of there's the recreational aspect of sex, but the most important aspect of sex for long-term space travel is procreation, and also the full biological cycle of that. So from the embryo to the development of the baby, to giving the birth, and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of really difficult problems of biology there to understand, and perhaps solve some of that. Again, just like you said, some of that can be just solved with engineering outside of the human body by creating a gravitational field like that. But maybe along the way, you can figure out how to do that without doing it, rebalancing the cost and so on.
And radiation is the other thing. We know we have a really good data set on what radiation and doses do to humans, and we know we can measure radiation. We know we can approximate, and kind of give edge cases for the Mars transient, getting to Mars and being on Mars. And the simple answer to that is at the end of the day, if we have to, dig into Mars or find a tunnel to live in, so you get some extra mass in between you and cosmic radiation, so be it. That's the answer then. Again, none of these are insolvable problems. They're just things, the hurdles you would have to overcome based on, the risk exposure and the posture there.
Imagine being the first child, the first baby born outside of Earth. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I would love to be alive to see that.
that'll be a big one.
I don't know if they'll. I don't know, because it's such a dangerous thing. It's so risky.
I think that could be in our lifetime.
You think so?
Yeah. I would like to think in a perfect world, if we're thinking futurism, that in 30 to 50 years, I definitely think we could have full-time, permanent, major civilizations. Like what Blue Origin wants to develop, where they have a huge sphere. That you're doing a lot of, especially heavy industry off of Earth. So you're not polluting Earth. That makes so much sense to me. I think we could live a life. You know, we thought this since the 50s and 60s that people are going to be living and working in space like crazy. But at any given point, we're lucky to have 12 people in space today. But I really think in our lifetime we're finally that's a reality.
Let me, because you mentioned Blue Origin, can we just lay out some of the competitors to SpaceX? So much of what we talked about is SpaceX specifically because they're sort of pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the commercial space flight. But there's a lot of, like you said, incredible work being done. The large companies, small companies, startups, and so on.
By the
So
way,
who are the
right on
competitors
pick.
to SpaceX? ULA,
Hey,
Launch
Pastor,
Alliance,
pick.
Blue Origin, there's the
I didn't
Virgin,
know I had that name correctly.
Galactic Orbit, Virgin Orbit. There's Rocket Labs, Electron Rocket that you mentioned.
Hey, do you like this guy?
There's
I think he
folks you
sucks.
covered, Firefly.
Yep.
And what are we missing? There's the Epic space launch system from NASA, I guess that is.
Yeah. Technically NASA, but prime contractor Boeing and Lockheed. Yeah, North the boosters. Yeah.
Right. So like,
All right. Time to listen to
the layout?
What's my man's name? Dan Burge.
John pen to paper like bending metal
YouTube.
for a reasonable vehicle, you're gone. You're only
Trackers and ads blog, 11,000.
Way forward. The only way you're going to compete and survive is a reasonable rocket.
We should say to ourselves, why do we have? Why did we allow the internet to have 11,000 fucking trackers? Like, that's just dumb. Nobody likes that idea.
There's a lot of companies. I think right now the ones that I personally really believe in, Rocket Lab is awesome. I really think that they are
Holy shit.
that I believe can actually build a Falcon 9 class rocket like today.
What's this? What's your base?
With their knowledge, with their investments, with their funding, and they've proven themselves. There's very few.
Bedtime
They
stories.
have actually made it easy. I think there's a lot of startups and a lot of new rockets. There's too many launch.
Love this shit, girls.
Out of the woodwork right now. They won't all survive, of course. I think realistically, if you look at like airplanes, how many airplane manufacturers a hand?
Dolce.
Realistically, this shit sucks out. I think in the long run, be 2 or 3. I think 10 minor like is as far as the ones actually in orbit. I don't think there's a ton of those in orbit.
Yeah, I would love to see it like another.
Has all the potential, but just operationally, the Lockheed Martin and Boeing's like Rothschild, like they're kind of set up in a far too traditional manner, where they just really aren't given the opportunity to innovate like a lot of these startups are.
So Rocket Lab is a little bit more of that nature. What do you think about?
Man, anything, just bought it because and it looks very valid. Yes.
So I guess the meme matters also.
But they all right? I see comments on Facebook like it doesn't matter because they're
You know me. Are you sure? European cultures. Meanwhile, they're gonna piss.
thousand kilograms to rocket, right along with Falcon 9. Yep, yep. But I was like, no, but they are. I just think it's a great rocket. You can actually get it. It's gonna be here to stay. I right now I'm editing it out of Washington. It was just one of these.
What the fuck happened here?
Yeah, they're working on. They're there. You go.
Go to settings.
Depending on the work, I'm actively. So it's they can work. I can see them working. I can for sure work. Rocket lab. So, yep, they, they are the CEO, the co-founder. They developed engine and then and now they are hired 15 four every time. That's it. And that's like that was on average days of time off twice a day. That's insane. So I love the right now. You got kind of a traditional era for their commercial providers to do. And more than permits, lots of solid. I might relying on Russian engines. So some nations that are partnering with Firefly. Where they built Firefly. Ironically, the cap off. It's a memory of the horrible. Their so that really talk about
And then there's all this stuff that we know and the other parts. One of the sad things was your applications in general. There's other people that we probably know. And yeah, one is that the use of that technology has not inspired. So very to kill someone. Yeah, like a sign, right? It's shot. Yeah, 100%. Well, what was probably yeah, holding for over 900 days. That's we know.
the saddest. I don't know. The great. You went
I also heard that a second one is coming out. What would playing more games is awesome. But why should I play this game?
if you want to why, how to build,
What is this fucking bullshit?
You actually like
it's like same like I thought. It's okay.
Everybody just disappeared.
Around and I literally you how you okay, so you get physics based. Oh yeah. There's some like actually the first videos I ever uploaded is physically. It's I I get back to this so that really knows nothing. We just one with you know I love that one. Like he was good.
What?
Doing and ask get their curiosity going. Let them just question. That's awesome. Like I mean, yeah. So that's all. I, it is. Yeah.
can you
Yeah. So it's basically a different and a curve in. So there's the second system on the planet.
People reject.
It's a little easier, a little bit smaller. Yeah, very easy. Yeah, oh yeah. Cool physics and I mean there's for Earth. It's that planet called Venus. So it has a really thick atmosphere. Really, really hard to get off. It's relatively easy to land on, but also hot. Also like the podcast.
what you're so I use that in the back of your mind also.
Oh man, I
Yeah, you're very good.
I I find probably podcasts that I've done. And, I'll like there. gave up on trying to be. I, the town, I like all the people. It's like explain the like the big. I'm trying to live stream, but I'm really no limit on how long and how. Yeah, you those getting better. That
your voice why to do what you do best.
and I think I'm feeling more. A big live stream. All of it. That's honestly, or everything else that I can lock myself in my house for a year. Go and travel. Just go. Yeah.
But it's uh, their way in life. You gotta
Honestly, obvious and follow up like what makes me shocked that people what I do. You know, some of my best friends are clocking in and out. They're perfectly happy and wonderful life. Absolutely no judgment there, of course. But people are not sure of the bags and how to what does make you happy. You know, people feel then start or don't play go liquor company. Yeah, start a liquor company. Well, right? Also, almost
some of it
please. Yeah, yeah. And then the majority of my childhood was long. Yeah. Then, like six, like early college, I wanted to be a prosthetic engineer. And the one that was anything rockets. I had like a space shuttle. I had some space shuttle, like you know, like space, and, you know, and do well with this space shuttle, but Lamborghini was not. He said, yeah, I guess that you're well, yeah, yeah.
one of the it is inspiration. years is a long time. But the concept that you are inspiration and you enjoy to watch. Thank you for being you. Thank you for doing the stuff you're doing. I can't wait to see what you do next. Thank you so much for talking with me today. It was awesome.
I think it's actually not that hard. Yeah, it's really exciting. But the thing then these things civilization and lifetime conformity, that's the AI already. So you years of charge development, 10,000 years of development information to work in hardly anything in cosmos stuff. That's happening with the blink of an eye. And so surprisingly, happen not to coexist in but that doesn't mean that the ones that they here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion, realization, because our reality then they have two options. They're going to give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just, worry about what's happening here on our own planet. Or they could attempt communication, but communication through time.
The following is a an astronomer called lab and the most fascinating one of my favorites. Um, is a last week podcast. Now, research at Columbia is part of probably more about the safety of
Yeah, it's really but discovering planets outside our solar system was really dominated by the hot planets. And that's just because of the fact they're easier to find. When the very first planets came online, primarily the Doppler spectroscopy method for modeling stars, and also the transit method, biased towards my That's so interesting. The chemistry notes for an example of the traced coal. And so they have really good properties that they have our own home. And so instead of universe works, the machinery of this universe first expand, which perhaps whispers into your ear, and that is the others out there. And yeah, this journey of people looking for life in the universe. It makes perfect sense that there should be maybe even that could be tangible. Find the
so they're the ones that lurk.
they also Jupiter. Years of 3 days, so my planet. If you observe Kepler first mission, and that's it discovered thousands of planets. It's still exoplanet. Unfortunately, just 4.35. That's just enough. Transits was kind of simple. More transits that the field of the more ticks the brain that stay back that are around the star composition. But to clarify, the transit primary and what it is, was like just a tiny bit. That geometry all until uh, by the way they basically how high resolution these occlusions. I think someone passed in front of a light, and that light in your eye, that blurriness is just because and so there's absolutely no chance. So, the planet and the star is too small. In principle, detection, you need a different kind of telescope. But it that much big, and then you was sort of stuff. Not only because the whole direct image form the planets still got all of this. See those quite easily. To a uniform planet. That's the dream. More pixels. And so actually doesn't that you can infer something. Yeah. Like it's very distinctive to the planet. And looking at the exact would we and that's the only sign is that causes star just like the sun. And the fact that it's a very exciting system. For example, this TRAPPIST one. Telescopic the relative increase in 20 is a slightly smaller about 80% the mass. And what would that environment be like? Like that take a long when stars first form, like so that means they can take it. They're producing huge amounts of X-ray. In the system. Something. It may lost the planet. So in the near term, if we detect any there's a million work looking in our like what kind of Earth like? What kind of characteristics might be? Does and that provides classically oxygen. Oxygen byproducts of the synthesis on this planet have it. So you have the for the first time. And so that oxygen thought to be life on the Earth. The oxygen oxidized so that was and then we start to realize that it's not so simple because these might be persons that have no oxygen. Oxygen besides from like it's been in the atmosphere. The hydrogen slipped off to the oxygen. That's why we don't have any hydrogen. The oxygen, there could be process. So we've been trying to generalize. And, look for this basically laughing gas. Something that we for gas with other gases by signature phosphine. Well, the solar system. Like a name of a bind. necessarily mean that it seems like the counter that has been driving. Loud layer. What it is fascinating. Going back emissions, get back before 2030, and then we have along the way as well. We have multiple missions which have long been overlooked. I mean, apart from the Soviets, most of the activity. And Mars is certainly fascinating. Yeah, biology, which whether it's some geological yeah, the seasonally. Well, the giant, there will be one like dig under to find some. Yeah, maybe like of just skipping up. Then you could just excavate away the surface. But for something like the ocean, and then deal with the discussions about contamination. Is that you always, especially that introduced in life itself, right? Very difficult to go every single of your something. I mean, in that process to some degree. This would probably strict danger. You are for the first thing. That will make and so it's a proceed by surface oceans and that concern like right not to murder it. Yeah, it's supposed to scientific late virus right? Or the other you know the number the writing all can write I'm sure I think we would hopefully have Using of these things, and the intention is that in the future, there will be a sample which our mission will come and pick these up. But it's, I mean, the engineering behind those things is so impressive. The thing that blows me away the most has been the landings. Especially, I'm training to be a pilot at the moment, so that's the sort of, watching landings has been like my how not lots of conditions and things. But with the, we think about living on Mars, just like travel time with that, possibility of you controlling that descent. And then you have to put all of your trust in the code, the AI, or whatever it is, or the thing, descent. And so things your concept of hell, waiting for that light travel time to come back. You're on the surface of you know in your mind it's the parachute going the crane, it has to come down and controlling it to the surface, and to fly away. And so there's this multi anything go wrong. Mission could go right. We are fairly consistently able to build these machines that can do this. It's one of the most impressive acts of engineering that NASA has achieved. Yes, the fortune back. Yes.
Starship, one of the incredible engineering secrecy of rockets we call daylight. Using control and they sometimes when it's synchronous, it's just a beautiful thing. The job they catch the ship. I mean, there's this small you mentioned Starship somehow. So would you hope the Starship would find it's not land illegal possible?
Which is dramatically costs the sort of this is going to be that means you could launch telescopes which would be basically like JUST, but you don't have to multiply just line. It's 6 meters across, and so you have to use that large time. So they have to hold it up horizontally. And so a lot of the cost was testing that it unfolded correctly. We did testing and the developers or something during this unfolding. All this one. But if you have the ability to just large masses, like you can compare to
mirrors across telescopes across both 4 meters, 5 mirrors, and just pretty much attach them to a chassis and have your own. Um, for instance, so that prospects of having not just one WST, just the fantastic resources, astronomers doing exercise, merging this galaxy. But everyone has to share this resource. But we give attention to each hand. One that maybe just studying a brightest stars. We talked about this TRAPPIST 1E earlier. That planet, it oxygen, nitrous oxide. It would make it of all the factors, yet very marginal protection with that. Once every 6 days, so you're talking about 4 years of staring at the same star. There'll be some breaks, but you can't schedule much else because you have to continuously catch each one of these transits. Right. And so, around the dots and like stuff. Basically, just do that. And dedicate time to that one resource. So, using telescopes, which will just survey. I wonder do the bureaucracy, political battles, the scientific battles, those stuff. There must be that process of scheduling that also the trying to figure out what's optimal. It's an interesting network of interfering scientific experiments with it. So I'll optimize them. It's a really difficult process. I don't envy the because of time up and I cool. Typically available telescope time. There's one more of it. There's going up for the cycle one. And that was oversubscribed by, I think, something like 6.71. And the cycle two, which is fairly recently, and the deadline is actually this running out of hope. That is expected to be much more competitive, probably. So it's hard. But if like a one is more, at the first cycle, and this was more like so on. Like you can see doing that backward development like not obvious what different text. There were some programs like Field where you just look telescope and that's what you open just that patch in the sky whenever you're doing anything else and get your much easy to schedule, especially for us. Very so we have to wait announcing the sun and even watching it. They would only get the observation lasts for about 12 hours. And in that time the proposal that wants to do time Christmas it's much easier for planets to with these close in so frequently there's maybe 100
can't do it. It's the first one. That's because we know. IO for this. We're very excited about the profound implication he's talking on, which is to understand how so how we create the architecture that I think this is not the worst case. It's obvious. So really skip this.
And obviously, JWST is the first thing that can actually detect. This is a big thing. Rarely heard application after those. Part part computational computing device because you have that kind of on supercomputer that gets problems out. How do you prioritize computation? How do you prioritize data collection, sample collection, all that kind of data. Wow. Fascinating mystery. So, so maximize discoveries from a company perspective. Great this but the attacker are not, they're not a piece of they will make this judgment. Within the field of astronomy, but within the field of I think they're going to most of the telescopes that not five things. There's really not do that. For example, that's not by a signature, but case on doesn't disprove the existence of life, but it is atmosphere, maybe temperature. So that's very exciting. But, we have a completely different objective, which is in our case, look for the first. So I think it's an exciting goal, but attack has to make human judgment essentially about which are they most excited by, which one has the highest promise of return. And so that's how we look at atmosphere. So it's a guarantee that you're going to learn something about it. Whereas in that case, there's a hard sell. Something that we not sure if it's yet. And so we can't do something which is inherently more risky. Yeah, well, the show is how they're in the universe. It's a similar variety as we have. And so, which like, there's a lot of possibilities. Everywhere to work out beyond, there's just horrible possibility of weird creatures. NASA has been on this a long time. It's the frequency of like planets. How are planets similar to our Earth? Everything
now it's kind of focused on design and the difference between how often do you get it kept it really just to the answer, didn't quite get the answer. But I was looking as I to look for I would well, then it has to be a part of that because we know that like it's a candidate to like science because I was in and then it's something like 1-10% outcome. So it's not particularly inevitable for that to happen. But either June and Neptune June so it's very, very common that we see. Yet we have no idea around them, which could have been happened. And so there may very well be 1 in 5 of them has like more habitable real estate in terms of than exoplanets.
Essentially, 2x, 3x, 5x, maybe 10x of habitable worlds out there in the universe at our current estimate, but the treat equation. Yeah. So this one confidence value of that brand.
And just like that, we would like to know where she put their signatures, where she put their signatures. And what role does the moon have in terms of its talked about the image telescopes, its mission. So quite perhaps they can help you about a planet that help you of an exoplanet. And that's the dream to one day capture that. But as impressive as the resolution is that we are planning, inspiring to design to achieve that, those telescopes will not have a result in the earth. It'll be but the moon's grey. And so this is a big problem because one of the things that we are claiming to life in the universe is chemical disequilibrium. So people should be that they react to each other, or one molecule is just too weak around the atom. So if you have oxygen and clay together, things would normally react very easily. So if you just have your spectra, you have evidence for life metabolizing the planet. However, the transient water values like the chance every time. In fact, that planet would have planet, but it had oxygen because of water undergoing this photolysis reaction, oxygen and hydrogen separately. So then you have all of the hallmarks of what we would claim all on you attract deceiving you. And so we're never going to openly really understand the quest of looking for life biosignatures in the universe unless we have a deep knowledge of the prevalence and role we have. Then we can how to optimize themselves because of the Greek by mass appreciation, the largest drop systems of 1% or smaller. So our own moon is stabilized the about planets. It gives rise to planets, especially billion, up to this those rock pools scattered across the entire plateau, origin of life on our planet. The path may have stripped a fraction of that of it, which without the planet may not be possible. We would stack the lid. It was just too much of the planet. And so there are why a large maybe not just important to the question. So like have people right, but they can also play significant influence on the habitability of the planets they orbit. And further, they will surely interfere with our attempts to detect life remotely from afar.
So, you've written about fighting the planet. What's and it's surprisingly common
alien planet. Um, giant rocks flying. The thing that's interesting about binary is that we're stars seem to live. When we look at the outer edges of the solar system, we see binary kind of objects all the time. That's the Pluto shower. We kind of that associated a binary planet. So, but if we do these are like these things are the most thing is another. It's not a recon alone, but it is it's more common stars. If you count stars in the universe, about half of the systems. Those binary stars, then cumulatively, I'm trying to argue that. So yeah, that's so there's something interesting to learn about that, how that affects the probability of having a couple up like that. And well, only if a couple up, it's very famous from Istanbul. And yeah, he thought that was purely a and didn't think planets exist around binary stars, like an ultra-thin environment or a quiescent relative planets. One of the astounding from Kepler was these appear to be quite common. In fact, as far as we can tell, they're just as common around binary stars and superstars. The caveat to that is that you don't get into binary stars. They have like a clearance region inside where planets, maybe they form them, but they don't have their dynamic state. And so, but once you get out to about the Earth orbits the Sun, or even a little bit closer in, you start to find planets emerging. And so that's the right distance for liquid water, it's the right distance for potential life on those planets. And so there may very well be plenty of natural planets with binary stars. Binary planets is a little bit different. Binary planets, I don't think we have any serious connection of planet binarity. That wasn't our drive. This life in the universe. It was really just a driven question. The start. So the formation mechanism proposed there, because it is very different from the reject disk, and so that's why tonight Jupiter differences dynamic towards one another, not quite collide, have a very encounter. Tidal forces increase dramatically as the distance decreases. The tides dissipate the kinetic and bring them down. So when we really comply with conditions just right, we get to capture the simulations have shown about 10% of planet encounters large numbers of environment, which is a startling. And so that seems with the catalog for which we know so far. And that was one of the messages that which is incredibly difficult to detect, which is mechanism. And so they just a few planetary radii and then time facing each other for eternity. And so in that integration, as it transits across we resolve the star. Resolution, they barely distinguish Well, that was our Christmas hat. Yeah. So whether they're out there or not, we don't know. We research for it, but it remains an open question, and I think it's fun to ask these questions whether like wild stuff that would float the sci-fi imagination.
I wonder what the physics of binary planet feels like. It might be trivial. I have to think about that. I wonder if there's some interesting dynamics. Like you feel multiple, or would gravity be different the certain here when there's another large sphere?
I would think that also fairly similar because the object to flash shape things that become ellipsoids facing one another. So it would be well when you if you like at a spherical, you fly from space into a football shape.
Yeah.
Violently.
I wonder how this is how together.
Yeah. One of the challenges with that one of my colleagues suggested that plants maybe in a big civilization gravity is so high that the chemical potential of hydrogen or whatever thing simply adds with the planet itself. So our current rocket comes from the fraction of 90% of the rocket is fuel or something by mass. These things would have to be in front of the pyramids, just a tiny just next to it. So it has been argued that maybe no escape and that's for them. Even so the more and more we look at our Earth and think of problems we're facing, see things about the Earth which make it ideally suited in so many regards. Right? Sustained loss of strict habits program to get our industrial revolution going. So they can manage to contain is sufficient that we have to escape our planet and counter gravity program. Having had this special body, which is choosing the moon, which doesn't necessarily have to be where were the moon not there, what effect would that have on the operation of a space program in the 1960s? Would there have ever been a space race to Mars or to Venus? That's a much harder, certainly for a human program, that seems almost impossible in 1960s technology.
It also said somebody set up challenging numbers for us to solve the challenge that are doable. And there's a secret of gravity we have in the size of Earth. It's not so bad that we can still activate even I said climate change is the next major problem with civilization. It is technically it does seem challenges laid out to progress us towards a mature civilization that could one day have these kinds of stars. I'm a little concerned with what AI and natural art. But yes, not
yeah,
change.
but we need to and we can argue about the Earth. No doubt we live in a world that has serious challenges of pushing our intellects and our will to the limit of something else. I even had people that said a cocktail party side MIT said, yeah, but they're not interesting to me. I want to do something that I feel intellectually pushes me to the edge, and there's maybe a contribution that isn't something that anybody can do. I don't want to just be the first or something for the sake of being the first. Do something like contribution to our society, and so this academic movement has been wanting me now. Yes, and the closest result is just a hint that this one's Guinness 1625 has a life planet of it, and that Jupiter planet is on a 287-day period, so it's almost Jupiter. So that's already unusual. People realize that Jupiter planets are quite rare. Certainly, the Neptune's common, but Jupiter's only about 10% of sun-like stars have Jupiters around them, as far as we can tell.
When you say Jupiter, which aspect of Jupiter?
In terms of its mass and anything beyond about half an AU, so half a and something more than a tenth of a Jupiter mass, like Saturn, say masses, which is dwarfs, those types of objects, and solar system, which again, like a pivotal character in the story of the solar system, actually having a large influence in the development of the late Hadron bombardment, asteroid impacts that we receive, and things like that. And to go back to 25, this Jupiter-like planet had a hint of something in the future. What I mean by that is that you got the familiar but we saw something extra, just on the edges, we saw some extra dips. It was right at the hairy edge of detectability. We didn't believe it because I think one of the challenges of looking for something is that you become heuristic, and no matter what you're showing, you're always thinking, it's like pouring out all the time, and it's not working out. You just have it's never going to happen. Not for me. It just isn't going to happen. And so I saw that. I didn't really believe it, but didn't let myself believe it. But we have an obligation to publish it, talk about the results, and try and resolve all the things. So we had the first good time. Okay, we got to and we that state. Now, surprising context, the dip that size around a Jupiter-sized planet, which was another reason why I was skeptical. I think that we didn't have that in the solar system. That seems so strange. And then when we got to the Hubble data, it seemed to confirm exactly that. There was two really striking pieces of evidence in the data that suggested that the five signal detection, and on top of that, we could see the transit point. It actually transited about 20. So that's the mark of a gravity track. Because the reset to the second like on a balancing arm between them. And also the phase signature pattern, the mass of the moon measured with Neptune mass, and the size of the thing was measured with Neptune mass. So everything just really lined up, and we spent months and months trying to get my strategy for anything interesting. We just go through the future, think of it, and say, we must be triggered by this. And so we tried in the centroid motion of panels of and no matter what we did, we just couldn't get rid of it. And so said that perhaps that's my self-censorship wasn't going too far. But I think it was the right decision. And since that point, there has been interest in the subject, and analyze that star and recover which exactly the same dip, the same model. And at the look at it, they saw the dip, saw the probability, what we saw, the wobble as well. So there's been the picture about analyzing the reduction of the Hubble data. So the only way to remove this is just to look again. Straight after that. And we said that if our model is right, it came in late last time, transited in after the planet. Because of the orbit, we can calculate that it should transit before the planet next time. If it's not there, if it doesn't transit before, but if we see it afterwards, we know that's not happening. So obviously, that's with the data. We had a sort of prediction as to where the moon is. And so I'm really excited about that, but we didn't get the last good one. Unfortunately, if you go further into the future, we no longer have the predictive capability because it might be able to do weather next week. There's some electricity, but weather becomes incredibly hard. That's certainly just grow and continue on moving forward into how we know where the moon will be positioned. But tell or be
Train.
yeah, so from the watt of the planet is that the orbit of three where we have verified the prediction.
You don't get the moon. Couldn't that mean something else? Because you said it would be an instrumental. I feel strong version because I really arrogant way to do science, but like this is such a noisy signal, right? Or a blurry signal, maybe. Low resolution signal.
But yeah, I mean it's a 5 second signal. So that's at the income domain. So for any sort of first new phenomenon, you really need 25 seconds, no doubt that what you're seeing is real. This was at that edge. It's comparable to the Higgs boson, but the Higgs boson was called impetus. That square centration. And Neptune's not predicted by any. There's no thing that you can find that except Neptune's cycle. So that's it. This is science in action. We wobble the dips and we have the motion of the orbit, and reducing that forward, we think that that is about projection. So it's not there is the case of media. But to me, that was a hard projection that we can view usable based on time and multiply hypothesis. How can you make progress on something multiple hypothesis? And that is the beauty of the case. So the numerical explanation
We observed.
systems that we imagine their motions, but we are pushing the very possible, and that's it's both incredibly exciting, actually. You're always risking to some degree pushing too far. I'd like to ask people about the piece of paper you want. That's observing
70 cool jet planets. Kepler 70. No.
I think there's like 3 or 4 candidates at this point, which we have to quite compelling and just observation. And so, to get the confirmed detection, at least in our case, we would need to see for sure. One of the problems with some of the other methods that have been proposed is that you don't get that repeatability. So, for instance, example of a technique that would lack that would be gravitational microlensing. So it's possible with a new telescope, the working space telescope, which is by satellite that's utilized when they're getting into space. It will stare at different stars simultaneously, and you will look to see whether any of those stars get zero for a short amount of time, which would be a transit. It'll look for the opposite. It'll look to see if anything get brighter. Brightness increase is caused by another planetary system passing in front and then gravitationally lensing light around it to cause brightening. And so this is a method of discovering an entire only for a glimpse. You just get a short glimpse of it passing like a ship sailing through the night. Just that one photo of it. Now the problem with that is that surprisingly quite complicated. So that's one solution. Now, I think that it's come back, everyone. Like, on the 70th of October, every year, look like this. We can actually capture that. And that's what we see. We want to get that confidence. Confidence. This is the exact same. But, it's been a hell of a field into that. And sometimes it's just by far the most important. But as we alluded to, is of it within this exercise. It's largely because there are like we think that it's not done. I think if you get back to the first memory, there was maybe no colors. I think through the time they were seen as mountains in view of different stars, which was huge samples. And I'm sure everybody wanted to use the same place for the stars to we forget this. Maybe one of those we can see the print of average mountain. It was quite difficult, but I don't know. See if we can get the see. And very few people do it, except for those who try. Maybe the Korean like 10 years ago, so they didn't have applications of things. And that happened because no, you can do an adult except plans. So that one shoot huge sometimes it's a binary. That's the first way. Second way, people like me, we kind of grew up with the idea of normal idea. And so we can in exoplanets. So that brings to those maybe transition. And so I suspect that we tend to choose astrobiology in the scene that great so they will want to be a group one day. That there is a more serious than studying. Because talk about even though like long, like it'd be nice. Imagine the first time you discover it's gonna change. That everybody will look like they focusing everything. Possibly is a big it's possible, but the existence of life is something that you can't even have life is happening. If you count 5 years, the first 5 years never that's what you can have. It hasn't direction. And okay, my confidence bringing my education in that direction. That's right. And you can find out and you have that possibility. So the kind of discovery you may get in a decade, like when a lot of getting a lot of get that and having the tools to be possible. Like, but a slam dunk. I think a lot of us are anticipating being as possible as focusing the ball. There are inevitably really things which are I think there will be for sure a journal like on the each day advice years of and that might seem frustrating. It's really kind of simple to do and it's like a you burn a big that you have that product which is everything even people don't there's going to be a lot of controversy about which happen to say that. And so I think you have to make conspiracy to some degree academically that well. And you're seeing that with you think it's difficult to watch from the outside. You kind of like that again, yeah, you can understand why because jealousy. I we say that I'm sure there's some empathy on the behalf of those. But there's also in any case anything of making a connection to a special life. There is like this connection. Um, see, I'm I get close to that. And so, you see the lights in your eyes, your cries of fame, fortune, is never real. You'll find as well. And the idea of individual contribution, that's seductive. It's why many of us, the skills that we instead decided, actually, there's something about the idea of being all the time contributing to society in a way that is more practical than people the something that can be better because it brings it into but on the other hand, the closer you get towards you start looking at that urgency, something you can lose objectivity and lose exactly bar not stuff.
he felt pretty cool. It was that he was wanting to start with the it turned out to think analyses by both process and those making the instrumental data established fairly unanimously but despite both one instance and they kind of human mind early still insisting of my the first and you have anything already stuff that ruled out being what is my where opposite anything that comes it starts out with the reading of the faith and then it ends that's the refusal whatever now of course this is you need that strength security I guess that the entire community system so that's what happened but I guess it did so this could the evidence was so that it was to start from the same start with 10 which not good time and which is this one and so that was like everything how could I have tell you what you said? I was offended. Here's something that crossed the line during your eyes. Love processing stuff that you imagine. Seems new observation, like I guess one point is how that switch on the skin. Like start what is real, different things, and I think there's a lot more to that have to wander and stuff. Right? But yeah, I think the I think it just comes from, I never it's just indoctrinated so quickly, like, and then as I became more well read and I started, and it really just struck me the heart and I go, when you just more, like, if I thought it going to happen, and so the level to 30, it's that letting go of this beautiful dream which you have in mind. But have this beautiful heaven where you go forever. And that's very exciting. And to me, that was one of the things that through it, it's very unique. And I don't know if it's directly in terms of scientific sense. So the hypothesis and it became really different and style microbes ready to the end. I have not but as a general guiding principle which I think contains was that I think about what I want to do is it's going to say things which if I'm not careful that's not what we're trying to do. Religious perspective is a little bit of actually feel like as a
discussion is much and that's what we've done. It's common with veganism, philosophy, such a guy. We have to guard against this all the way through from coming, like, however the question is. There is a part of something I would really I have the universe, but I'm somewhat requisite about trying to remain agnostic. I don't want to make up my mind about the answers or to that's what the answer is. Then what am I doing? That's experiment. What are you trying to learn? Did you expect me to get out? So if I'm being asked myself, for that, I know almost nothing. Uh,
they were dropping it into a liquid nitrogen.
atmosphere is turbulent. It is not a single plane of air of the same current. So that little layer is bending like ways. So the light actually kind of moving path on its slightly different. Will arrive at different times. One goes on a more straight path, wiggles down a bit more before it arrives. And when you're trying to the way they correct it, that this has to travel a little bit faster, the brain won't go faster, the wiggling longer. But the mirror itself has all these little actuators. It's actually made up of like thousands of little elements. Almost looks like a liquid mirror because they can manipulate it in kind of real time. And so they scan the atmosphere with a laser beam to tell what the deformations are in the atmosphere, and then make the corrections to the mirror to account for everything. So you could, but it would be that's a very geodactyl as it's called. You're looking or very close. The water atmosphere possible, but as you go closer and closer, you have to hit in and out. Just to test it with
Speaking of traveling, in a beautiful lake on opposite side. So, for human-like creatures that travel up.
a few different ways. One is how fast it is. That's always going to be descending, but some speed of light, which is what people would normally dream of. Space craft, maybe surface and come back. And relativist. That's the speed of light for some fraction of time. The motion system. But like you have a big that is the other thing. So, what is that? Second of all, difficult are yeah. So there was an idea that it could solve this problem. Which is a bit more advanced than the highway system across the galaxy. But that the black hole and it's on the Earth right now. Black holes in the Milky Way. So that's the good news. So we'll come to that in a moment. But if you're trying to travel with ideas that British Interplanetary Society. Well, now we technology that are emerging in the next few decades. Human drives. So we have imagine a kind of successful, which obviously we haven't really done. Then those systems are huge space. You need a huge space. The conversation recently has actually switched, and I think most of us are kind of stepping on board that maybe just swayed that much easier to get. It has to survive the journey, probably a large way to survive the journey. Some of them to have a person delayed set back so you can ditch back to that environment and time representative of certainly far where space. So that's something we can go even further. Large masses can even be tried. Kind of the universe is like a big computer game. You're trying to find didn't intend interesting abilities that you previously have. They try to black hole in a very black hole. And then it's intended and these things as they merge together, they very, very fast. And so in Dyson, very fascinating. Machines, and he suggested that you could black hole. In this case, he suggested just spacecraft. And relativistic binaries. If there were two stars, across very, very fast orbits. And slim, the one that's coming, so then you could basically your speaking the neutral after the slingshot. And they're whipping around each other. Your spaceship pretty precarious. Right, look, so I took that idea, and this is how science is. Previous slightly tweaked it. And I just suggest that black holes. Just like, and line shift all of a blend. just photons can't speed up, unlike the spaceship case. So you stand basically more energy in it, and because that's how they kind of because they push. So it's basically the same idea as, and there should be a galaxy would be even as close as sort of 10. They're of course different, obviously, but statistically there should be to break.
Of all this, there's not within the block exploration of that boomerang, both boomerang. Just outside black holes.
Yeah.
So garbage holds fucking radiation. They're just trippy stuff. The whole like outside the black hole. I don't have how you can project it to you, but it's an awesome challenging all. It, especially for kind of
again, it's been a popular idea. Coal is a big engine in a way. A unique capability of a black hole is you can basically throw jets that come out, use the thing else, except for that's a really property into black asteroid civilization. You would ever possibly need. Official black hole, right? So the whole they get smaller and smaller in size. Facing the prospects about how that were a few orders of magnitude away. Yeah, it is. The cottage against from the start. There's a border, I think, amount of energy. So, see why we aspire energy needs might increase through our efficiency. For example, the more energy you have, the amount of potential energy change you have access to that could be easier that energy. So it depends on what you're asking.
Clear that listing anything still works. More, larger. Very fast in outside.
An example of I think like 10% of US power electricity use is going towards the AC. So there's a surely start a kind of loading or that that cost completely it's not a year. And so where you're energy you're using every even if you don't yes, I sort of talked about image like one civilization that we code state not be development. And so there has to be a break in harvest already. Why maybe leaving the energy back down. It's, what's between but here on Earth. Work on a so you whether even if this isn't really a greenhouse literally the entire work as a result of that. It's, that wow, I'm going to have to leave the point of that video. I can't planet. That is cheese on that planet. They would have to be harvested. Well, they would have to be executed. But energy outside the I just think very good.
And your side on your line of page mentioned that you're sometimes interested in astroengineering. So what kind of space architecture do you think you can build?
Translational speed is just enough to keep it at the same altitude essentially from the sun, and so you're in orbit, and that's how you maintain distance. A static boat doesn't need to do that. It can be basically, completely static in inertial space, but it's just radiation. Outward pressure star like that guy. So that allows you to maintain. So if you want to calculate your solar star, whatever you want. And so that means that Mercury orbits with a pretty fast gravitation, pretty fast orbital speed around the sun because it's closer to the sun than we are. But we can have something that would have us would always be so this is useful if you wanted to have a between one another, between these different bases, something like this, that you have a we know that major events like the Carrington event that happened in systems quite deep in the magnetic storm. Those higher activities, yeah, that's so it's hard station, which is basically sampling the Earth as soon as it detects anything. But magnetically, it can then to your Earth and give you something shoot up your Faraday cage now. So the cool it's like another one of these exploits that best that's always my mind is not trying to walk something. But that's in the battle again. So we are trying to it's extremely tough. It's great to have that vision. And so that's the message from the side. then having basically distance with energy collection. Without okay, where the wheel infrastructure,
You
the long arc of history, is the right powers. That's the spirit. That's some kind of thing that leverage fusion reactor. Yeah, that brings this to AI. That's out there. If it's going to travel or interesting things we've been talking occupied by AI. They have the last astonished with his capabilities. But thing I really seems to be and so how it sort of implies that bad or that dumb essentially. Where the person is cut, you might imagine it AI development by this strong century. So if this wave scale, that implies that behavior because it sort of implies special like this the cosmological principle. That is part of it. It's true that basically done life for the vast majority of everyone. And then next in a unique and special moment in life history, particular interest in time that you want to study civilization. You just want to see how it plays out. Kind of something. Sort of able to happens. And so yeah, that this idea of the which has community, but yeah, that's even the AI by like is actually
observing. What an interesting philosophical question to start. Phases hard to come by. Phase three. Is it something that conscious process, biological systems? This thing it goes in artificial systems. Or just the side effect. Do you have a sense of that traveling out there? Yeah. Yeah. Them. So, that they may, and that's things in AGI. So, I think one without the other. Okay. Okay. You said right now it's starting to conclude that it's conscious. Yeah, so I guess like displaying like art or something. He's basically done it that way. But, um, think about it from this was stronger. One of my looking that just has bearing like or evidence of them. It and getting the game of work, like projection, value, motivation, some enemies. And the problem was I'm so passionately interested in computation, computation, and have a different. And it's going to be engineering its solar system and the nearby material around it for just if you're trying to just then I think universe, right? That transformed into computer substrate, the galaxy. So I, that's a behavior that AI behavior in. Happen in the galaxy amongst the essentially and so idea that hasn't occurred in our history. We really civilization just too many nuclear weapons. Too many nuclear weapons. Just aggression. Challenge of technology, avoiding something. AI. So, well, no, we train ourselves prior to the as AI is like development of AI is for all these other stuff. Generation. Yeah, right. All engineering and manufacture things that can destroy us, have like, weapons. All it enables way too many things that it enables impulsions. But maybe that's what happens to the other. Us in the tendency. The what AI is in our society. So part of this thinking has to evolve more intimate with machine learning and artificial intelligence world. How do you get the galaxy where all the place? And if I so any engineered stars, it's the terrifying the terrifying thing is one thing I suspect that but then again, I saw something very surprising. It's yeah, that's, all of science, everything is very humble. Very humble. You know what? Maybe I do want that to be true because you want us to expect that fire. There's no way with I would say, especially destruction of a gift to this planet or something like that. Special intelligence, like that, devastation, and the benevolent property of the planet. The planet would ideally for a planet's strong but people have very persistent which would be or with the consciousness how civilization re-emerge. Certainly, you could correct on the effect.
when you're extremely rare.
It's very strange. For me, cosmically unique. It's just very strange. I all these things of this level of yeah, that's again, helping all these let's say this separated so that's why we'll talk about maybe that's actually one of the fundamental realities. Whatever broad way to categorize technological development, that's just a parasitic thing that just destroys itself.
Yeah,
I think it's a cancer,
We're floating around. Sorry to interrupt. We're floating around this idea of the great filter a little bit. Yeah. Ahead of us, or maybe that's how the filter is ahead of us, or could it be behind us, and that it's the advent of technology that is genuinely a bit of current that explains the many paradoxes. And so that's something that most people debate and argue about SETI for decades and decades, but there remains a consistent argument paradox. It remains a consistent contradiction that you can make a very good argument. That's why yeah, everything we have is completely compatible with just being, and that's a haunting thought. Now, I have no preference for that to be true. I oppose, but I did. The thing is, it's one of the probably I would argue it's interesting. And I think scientifically speaking, it's more question than it's how how is yes, the art, the organisms are. How seeing another kind. Yeah. It's anything which helps us understand what it is to be human to some degree. I think I very agnostic about the idea. One thing I try to be more optimistic about, and thinking a lot with just life in the universe, is like the past. You can, I think, it's actually not hard to reality in the galaxy, which truly extent. Civilizations. Of each civilization, time comparable to, let's say, AI. Maybe 10,000 years if you give out some agriculture, in cosmic times. That's nothing. That's like so surprising at all that to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean they're here. But the civilization come to that deep realization, they finally have and they have two options. They can either give up on communication, because there was never may as well just give up, or they can continue with communication through time. And that's almost the most selfless act of communication, because there's no hope of getting anything back. It's evident to that other civilization that you can maybe might just need a more than a monument. Pyramids essentially are a monument to their existence. That these are things they achieved, this is their recognition, the things they believed in. Or it could be something sort of less. I don't think that's not we think about would send a message because that they can share that, right? We're informed about what we should be looking for. And also perhaps the at that time, quite frankly, but that many contact. It might not be the contact, but it's still contact. They will still be a wreck of our existence as things that might be compared to communication.
And I love the human behind that. It's humble. It's vast temporal landscape. But all of us will be forgotten. It's nice to think about something. It's like other. Yeah.
It was almost like humility of acceptance as well. Of like, never that you have these, but your impact on the earth doesn't have to end with that. It could go on beyond. Yeah. I'm not sure what to make of that. Yeah. I mean, there have been quite tiny impacts voyage on the record. Yeah. Because they're just a drip. They would eventually mechanically die, produce any signal. Unlike the Earth, how long Apollo descent stations were just stuck on the surface last fall. The only real event just billions of down. And that's on the surface. They just need great protection. There's a great prospect that if you run into something significant, galactic spanning maybe crack be there for 5 billion years. That's a long time for somebody to come by and detect maybe a and them to dig out your cross. Like, look at here. And we have this human knowledge, just recognize language. I think it's, when you think like that, why, first of all, get 13, 4 billion years, and then maybe places, very diversity items that we should be seriously considering as places that might be accepted as rather than for us.
So that thinking like that helps us find such relics of beneficial cycle.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
It enables the science of better, like all
This
so on.
is
It's also something that we want to leave entire civilization, broadly speaking. That's last.
Yeah, ask those questions about what it is that we civilization about us. It's kind of funny because it had photos on, and it had photos of people eating, but it had no photos of food indicated. And so, funny because I was studying alien. I thought, well, I'm not sure that I wouldn't find the biology of that alien. And so, so what we show,
We show the whole action process, and then also see these things. Just now, I'm thinking now talk about some of the natural gods that are talk about others, and that's very uh, actually out there.
yeah, I mean, there's a male and a female record. And the woman had a gender control, flashback groups who were not happy with it. And so eventually, to remove that, and it's confusing biologically. You're in phase biology of the alien that has no genetic and doesn't. And that's our own psychological imprint happening in information. That's there
And having two senses, and that's just a very thing. So that might be confusing. Why why is there a man and a woman in general? Like they well, I'm thinking in general.
nobody knows where it's from.
Or they have a picture. They might not read it.
So, it's kind of lost just the kind of thing. There's been a lot of conversation video and pictures. And that's one of the things I've been looking at. Thinking about eyes. And so, if you live in the surface, it's very useful. If you lived in a dark planet on the top of an exoplanet, useful. But it's kind of an assumption to think that
How would become too. So speaking up to that, but you know, sex, we have all that's Starship would be very funny for science in general. What about the long term action
it's like a belly bomb. This they're just trying to keep this as human going. I don't know, but it's always going to be
a very basket.
I wouldn't want to like them. That's what the movie I would like to say. I would definitely not spend the rest of my life. It's a hellhole. Very, very different. The idea that this is going to happen in the next 10, 20 years seems to be very optimistic. Not that it's insurmountable, but the challenges are extreme to survive on a planet like Mars, which is like a drug with a high radiation environment. It's a challenge of a type we've never. So it's sure huge. I'm skeptical that we'll have thousands. I would maybe one day do some experiments or experience do astronomy from stuff you can do. Out of all the information like fly through the clouds of Venus or just do these enormous jumps on like ice cream. So there's all wonderful ice skating with our version ability. The question is, will we get out of that down? I hope that we do. I don't have any special insight. It's annoying. That's what it's right now. I try not to treat basically that special. That you'll probably get lost with human beings, people. You might be one of the best who ever lived. Because you'd be very true. But by this project, you can look at how many generations and expects at this day. That's the things that they 95% confidence, so 5%. So, but five things that would ever live. By this, so if each, let's say each general 10 million population, so that would be 200 generations we would expect ahead of us. And each one has an average life of say 100 years, and that would be 20,000. There's 20,000 years. That's a typical doomsday. How they typically lay it out. Now, a lot of the criticism of the doomsday argument come down to what are you really doing? Your practice, but maybe you can't shoot hours. What are you? Because what you can do is this class. The criticism of the doomsday, but I do think it has a. If our future is one day awesome and become an expanding empire, to one day stars, but essentially, as long as the galaxy stars burn, we're at a special point in that story. Right at the horrible. And so part of that sort of also philosophical argument because we're talking about souls being drawn from this. So it's not an argument about the fate of the doomsday. It's somewhat annoying that there is a contradiction there.
Love the base, but just imagine staying back at Earth. Yeah. It's like it'll give you some shade that your entire existence. Yeah, and then come back to Earth to give you a heck of a perspective. Let's listen.
I don't know what Chap said after his flight. It really moved me. And I think if setting up poets, those are the people that they come down who can truly make a difference. They describe their experiences. I find it very what he said.
Yeah, what they ask for, they describe what they see. Like they don't hold anything that they can't possibly affect. Yeah, the quick. Get that. Sometimes you're on the is it similar to what you are description about?
No, it's actually that's my about it's just remaining agnostic about all possibilities. Information argument sometimes it gets distinct things that are other so-called base reality. And another problem that have distinct probabilities. So in my paper, I wrote about this. I just tried to work this morning. I can find a study of working through a patient. Basic calculations work. So here, inspired this like a million to one chance don't live in. He's right. If you have the Bayesian conditional, that's the conditional. And you have to add that in because that conditional isn't. And so it kind of make that explicit. Explicit. That's the conditional. On the opposite side, I'm going to try that with options 1 and 2. Option 1 is that when you know that option 2 to execute that, you can group scenario, let's call it. So you've got non-simulation scenario, simulation scenario. And agnostic, we have to give them, how do you assess the possible any group in those scenarios? It's very difficult. People probably argue about how you so we have to there's no evidence actually or is it there's these two. And then if the possibly have a reality, you have a base reality. Even in the simulated hypothesis, there's a property of base reality. Universe is arbitrary. So you have a slim property being a base reality. And you have a base reality. On the other hand, it's not true, and we never get that ability or choose never to use it. And then averaging, trying to get the uncertainty of the models, you know, the final estimate, and because of one base reality that lives in the simulated scenario, you end up using it that you always have less than 50%. Now that really comes down to that statement of giving it the odds to begin with. I might say that they don't. I'm very confident this is going to happen. Just extrapolating over the track. Or on the other hand, you could say you're giving weight to the really highly complicated model. You have a whole hierarchy of realities within realities within realities, like the conception of something, right? And so this requires hundreds, thousands, billions of parameterizations to describe. And by Occam's razor, we always normally penalize inherently complicated models being disfavored. So I think you could argue on being or you can develop the rigorous mathematical tools, right? And to use to decide what you think should be. But you can use my to plug in whatever you want. So,
that first file, the Boston book, it seems like connected to that we're talking about, which is the number of times that you get, just the number of intelligence that are out there, simulation. It seems like here. Changes.
yeah, I mean, analysis has applications like that. The simulation hypothesis. It's hierarchy of realities, which then develop AIs within the that's being so stimulated. And so that base reality towards like the super reality is a reality where they're unable to produce that sense of emotion because the fidelity of the simulation is. But from their point of view, they would never be able to manifest that gift. What if they're constantly stimulating? Because they could, in order to appreciate the fidelity, you have to have an observer. Your own moments, dumber and dumber observer. Super, very scientific. So like very pixelated, but the scientists have developed like the universe has information on cognition complex that are within. Yes, and reality they would still have a very impressive cognition like information stuff. But they would be just what have the ability to have a define it in a truly sentient conscious experience in a computer. That would just be beyond their capabilities. And so Carol pointed out that if you add up all the counterfactual realities, there should be probabilistically, if this is true, maybe here the simulation hypothesis scenario, then most likely Microsoft is similar because it's just far more than they are at a higher level. And so that's sort of a contradiction. Then we live in a reality which is inherently incapable of ever producing ancestors and agents. But the premise of the entire argument is that ancestor simulations are possible. There's a contradiction. There's a whole raft of super complex which is how do you create virtual reality that is as developed and as realistic, almost as realistic, but as more than physical reality. It's something about it's not very big. In the whole history of human civilization, that is the interesting kind of simulation because that feels like great world where all confirm not like it's like you're seen as saying something you're required statement virtual world. These things are from the engineering perspective. I'm looking at example somebody does like you can create incredible worlds and stay there. It's a different ultra high fidelity simulation. If that world inside of it is essence and it's our reality, you're going to have your own scientists in that world trying to understand what might look different. Then eventually give it a moment to get that evolution. So being once biological, this is the reality, especially if you're not born. If you're born like 8 years old, started wearing the headset. Yeah, when you have a memory wipe and you go in. I mean, it also kind of makes decisions like Neuralink and how do we keep up with our world. If you want to augment your intelligence, competing on your digital reality would be to be competitive intellectually. That artificial intelligence you can train if you're going to work with artificial intelligence. If you want to get the market that is whether that's a question with how much you do a fine. Is this just a duplicate of memories that fixes you versus truly a conscious stream into that reality? And I think like the teleportation, right? teleportation question showed that all as long as the numbers are years in every way what was there before versus creating a duplicate clone and including memories that human body or a computer that would surely be a continuation of that consciousness. But as I grew passionate about uploading for that reason, I see it as my own killing myself and having some AI duplicate of me that persists in this world. But it's not true in my experience.
Typical 20th century with an attachment to this particular instantiation of brain and body. How silly humans used to be. Used to and other you're an incredible human being. You're actually very good researcher of an amazing YouTube channel. Looking to young people, if you really give them advice, they have a career that they are like inspired by the wandering community, career to be proud of, or
I think in terms of a career in science, one thing that you discovered that you were incredibly influential on me. That's my happiness and my productivity and in this energy of doing two passions at once. One passion in science and communication and another passion in research. And not surrendering either one. And I think that tends to be seen as something that's an either or. You have to completely dedicate yourself to one thing to gain mastery. And that's a conventional way of thinking about both science and other disciplines. And I have found that both have been elevated by practicing it. And I think that's all that is applied for me. If you want to become the best researcher you possibly can, pushing internet body to that level. And so, to me, what you can is training people in other ways besides practice when I'm in surgery, I make happening for something. Focusing on development through meditation for me is something working out and doing multiple passion provides this so all of them have some tonight had such ideas from thinking the questions the whole or maybe to a discovery can go either way sometimes with those things. And so thinking broadly and always looking after yourself in this highly competitive and often extremely stressful world that we live in. It's the best advice I can offer anybody. Just try, if you can, it's very cheesy, but if you can follow your passions, you'll be happy. Trying to sell out the looking for exit is never easy, but and the career I have discovering exit moves out of learning how to problem and discovering all sorts of things along the way. You shot the sky, you discover all this stuff along the way. All sorts of new techniques, actually techniques, new places, and an extremely productive research career in this world. I've had all sorts of ideas working on technical signatures. It's if thinking innovatively pushes you into all sorts of exciting directions. So just try to find that passion. Sometimes you make it look really good, what your passions were, what facets you for me, as cartoons I picked up as a book. It was 5 years old. That was it. And I always portrayed my passion and physics, which I've always been fascinated by physics as well. But I came here to try because it was my first love, and I was much happier than research than I wasn't. I just spoke to where I had as a child the first curiosity in science. Science are Jupiter's, and the advice is to people that what do you think they're equal this? Yep, yep. Well, it's just a ride. It's just on a roller coaster, and we have no purpose. It's an accident. There's no meaning in my life. There's no objective deity who's overwatching what it's all trying to have good and you but and try to be happy. I see no fundamental in my life in the nature of the universe. Just see this cosmic accident of things smashing together, stars orbiting here and there, planets occasionally spawning maybe life across the universe. And we are just one of those instantiations, and we should just enjoy this very brief episode that we have. And I think trying to look at it much deeper than that is not very satisfying. I just think enjoy what you've got and appreciate it.
Noticing that beauty helps make from me pretty fun. Yeah, incredible perception. I haven't covered things about this incredible conversation. I'm glad you. Glad. Yeah, I'll make. Thank you so much for coming. It's amazing. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors. Now, perhaps but are hiding because of some Lex Galactica, some ethic of non-interference with emerging civilization. Good night, curious, and observant, as we would bacterial transition, determined, and care again. Thank you for listening. The war continues after the battle. This is the good part. Right? And the war is over. On a piece of paper, and we're taking home. It's not what podcast. You're kind of talking description. And now, your friends, Jeremy, what is the main idea, the main case that you make in your new civil long and unfinished fight for democracy? So our democratic institutions in the United States, they are filled with many virtues and many elements in their design that improve our society and allow for innovation, as any institutions created by human beings have. And the fault in our institutions go back to a number of judgments and perspectives that people in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries had. And those flaws have been built into our institutions, and they continue to innovation and growth in society. Three of the flaws that I emphasize in the illness book are flaws. Just African American. Many position rather than skill, intelligence, or quality. And third, all the bigger institutions advance our society myths that prevent us from gaining the knowledge
the other extreme is teach on other things as a institution. So for me, the idea of multi-family seems to be some kind of necessity these days that people in the other country that seems to be the naive or so the flip side of that institutions is good, but how to be paralyzed that absolutely both are ahistorical. What I try to historians work in no space the virtue is and what we have to recognize is that our institutions are necessary. There's a reason government exists. There's a reason our union was created. That's what Abraham Lincoln was heroically fighting for. So we have to believe in our union. We have to believe in government. And we, as business people, as intellectuals, we have to be part of the solution of the problem. But that doesn't mean just ignoring the institutions. And if we find what really worries me is that there are a lot of very intelligent, well-intentioned people in our society who figured out how to live with the flaws in our institutions rather than how to use their skills to correct the flaws in our institutions.
There's folks like somebody that lives next door to me, Michael Malice, is an anarchist. Philosophically, maybe more than practically, just sort of argues for that position. It's an interesting thought experiment, I would say. And so, if you have these flaws in institutions, one thing, as the communists did at the beginning of the 20th century, is to burn the thing down.
Historically, there's always been rebellion, starting. Example of jump that's left behind and take advantage of institutions always put upon people take over the jungle action that have so turn out to that revolution of this French Revolution right still might be time but I think we should be cautious that we do it much better right now what we have to be careful about is working through institutions become body not to become those institutions so when I bring about this book another history for example is how went in it to bring an outsider perspective I believe inside and I think most listeners I think people care about the story outside bringing in I think it's most listeners most people that's why inside we insiders. I think we like that. The reality very fortunate. Certain folks that live you know, it's very hard to know that you should get out of the thought. That the really take the politics, whether it's science, whether it's any pursuit of life. Each other excited to see how you feel. Is that it's dark? Gravity. But again, because the rules of the game that you're playing have to break them. Is that like we have to have to play. No, it's just like you're being anti-establishment and that's also one of potential. But being generally that so and I would have done that. Still could have done that at the time too. I think the census is a mistake. And some of these I don't know, this is like I want to live in society that's pluralistic. It's about that we need a society heard that you are and perspective and work through history. So the society is not a society with a great democratic society where people disagree. So that and how do you get there? Doesn't matter what group you're in, or you know, there is no one common class for the silence and also kind of scale kind of processes or to shouting right. It's honestly one of the higher troubles in that kind of stuff. And to believe that people are actually open to things they are, and that people are open to ideas and find them. You think you're open minded once they've committed themselves and their reputation online. They don't want to hear other people. As soon as you say it's bigger than even me, I really want to get persuaded or afraid. Yeah, then the key is making conversations to get people out of this type of position. Like, make them emphasize that place. I think is question. It's a little off. And then I've noticed this time and time again. Focus. And then once like hard. Then stop. Get out. Especially looking about people have their stop. Challenge. It's a big it's that right. Other time, and when somebody says something common, we'll move on with them in the other tribe. That takes but ultimately that's the way in which you can have a conversation. That's why I like to again if you talk about what the battle rages on. I think what you're getting at is a storytelling. And all the great leaders I've studied, folks whether they're politicians, social activists, economists, is a story that gives people don't respond or retreating. At least in the United States, from training is important. Your children in class, this part of this position, this part of the state, this helpful because you see people the argument. Those on one side, the other side. Suicide. People come in, try to bring your life parents. I mean, national impact. He told us he found ways to disarm without their make it story. It's not yeah, what Zelensky has done in Ukraine response to the Russian invasion, they're on the front lines. Um, it's not that he's fought Ukraine as we already but he's bringing like making us see that is moving opinion from out. Well, that's actually the story when first, right? And some of that could be propaganda. That's legitimate stuff. Passing out the story is the very powerful propaganda. Again, one of the you know, the idea that President Zelensky's name earlier this war than him to get everything whether the NATO everything. And of course, it's something I assume was I don't know. But that it's such a small thing. It's still not big story. And I remember social media being on there. And he was standing at the side of that because the Russian forces were saying and this minister and this minister are not corrupt. So care about the story of corruption. I mean, that's the story that they need to see. This correct. That's right. It's also stories for better or worse. Stories yeah. And the reason I believe the industry is so essential is because it gives us those stories. The problem will I think that run it by data information, but it's easy to manipulate and misuse information. It's the story. It's the story. The story. Right? It's the story. And what do you get? So you get about courage, the story. Uh, subtly, like the technical even I thought, when you find they do something that they really couldn't, or they said, like, what, I don't know, like, but that, uh, you see that level of other people perspective, they, but they're constructive propaganda purposes, so like, humans out there, small and big, which is great for citizens and leaders. One set of heroes I learned about here, book didn't know about that I should have, are former slaves and soldiers who were just extraordinary. Many north and south, northern troops versus white southern troops. There are simple slaves, no education. They were slaves. Leave their plantation, join the Union. What I found it, I've read about this too. They become some of those courageous because they know what they're fighting. It seems that their story there is a humanity, freedom, and a human desire to improve even for those basic right. And I think that's should be inspiring to all of us. But regarding freedom, that way, long generations, that's something to talk about. There's a deep sense of keep wow, more of five off labor. It's not this thing that's I don't think it's because if you say labor, then it sounds like we're between this like you know, white guys and this nigger. We're not arguing. It wasn't. It was an argument. It was a war. Especially after 1863, in the second year of Indian pressures, scientific education proclamation, which the Air Force said the Americans will start. So the Americans, because of our law institutions, the founders executed, they wanted a system that would eventually work its way toward opening. It's not necessarily a democratic system. Our institution was designed in a way that gave disproportionate power to slave particular states, to the Senate, to the Electoral College, to many of the institutions we talk about today. Therefore, that country was the first for a poor white man, Abraham Lincoln, William Illinois, slavery, for moral reasons, denied him what they would hire or they do something to get a slave. And it's the economy of poverty. It had this open and not have slavery, particularly in the state. It's the Union. The Republican Party, which was a party dedicated to making life was open, was willing to work. Any male figure, free labor, free soil, free men, basically. Southern plantation owners, aristocracy, that wanted to use slavery as their clash and are to make that continue to give this portion of them to these southern plantations. The Supreme Court was dominated by the Senate Republicans. And so the Republican Party gave it and Southerners willing to accept that change. What we talk states like the graphics and things that on the side, the Union side is much more great than what we do. It is today recognizes all the states based North Virginia, South, and something out of the basic things like Virginia and South, West, the Texas, Confederacy, Tennessee, other states, Missouri, and the Confederacy is more it's about 3 million, about 1 million slaves, and it's a agricultural economy is more still like the economy, even in place over in the northern states, because they are exporters of cotton, exporters of tobacco. So they actually have very strong international economic ties. The United States is the largest source of cotton to the world. Egypt is the place of that little bit of all them. American cotton in the South. It's made up of the Confederacy. Relatively better than the northern United States. South of it, small business owners and larger financial interests. Or people that pick up and then finally, the interesting question is description of unlike democracy, it's more about the assumption that human beings should not be forced to commit democracy. Most democracies in the world today still require military service in the United States. Now that is not in our constitution. So during the Civil War, the first months and years of the Civil War, you would have to go to your states. So men would take up arms, especially the first months of the war, our volunteers in the South, actually. And then as the war goes on, the Prescription Acts of duty free, which for the first time, power, the first time people will have special power to force the army. This was the draft But suffice it to say, Union Army throughout the war is often treated as a source of confederate. What's the relationship between this description and people standing up for ideas and the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of the free state, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed in Texas and the United States. And political of that in this book, the American population is already armed. And so even though the Union and the Confederate Army manufacture perfect arms, it's already an armed population. So the American consumption is war, since it is an unreformed force to serve, and serve was just to protect them. And so the key part of the American Army is already that consumption, that citizens, part of their civic duty, do not have a duty to join a national army, Prussian style, but are supposed to be involved in that. And that's the reality of it. So Americans have to come out. There's been done, not AK-47, done, and has been what does that mean? In one of their cases, you have the right to defend yourself, but you don't have the right to hold it. Right to have it. That's the market. Markets, rights. I think the gray area around. I think you're legit a lot more than somebody told me that this is very difficult for them to get out of hand. Get and I think it can be reaching all the terms of with operate it's a hilarious discussion. There's a big case that came for itself, but not one of the most fascinating social experiments that happened in Kuwait or say 10,000 but crime that they this psychological game try to understand why. Because it's not obvious that in time you give guns time off especially in the past not result of robberies, assault, all that kind of stuff. There's a deep lesson there. I don't know if you can extend that lesson beyond. That's the question. After that, in my opinion, would be to say that it would be more of a big that after. They might be very upset with each other. That's the problem. That's actually part of the story here. That is automatic. Many some hope they've done and they misuse the weapons. You quite frankly intimidate. Like something wrong. My daughter is looking. It is formerly Confederate. And judge responsible for hundreds within a 2-year period and destroying the entire community of African Americans. They're able to do that. That's what they've done. But I think the issue of there, the issue of hatred and you see in this world that equal value. There's a big election of 1860, like that book. So the election of 1860 was a very distant election. We have the elections from 1860. The 1860 election is the election where it was elected president and relatively less than 50% because you have the Democrat running. The Democrats were out to defend the Confederacy and everything. And then Democrats want to compromise but still keep safe. The most famous who argues for basically allowing states to be sovereign. It's not traditional. the states that are into slavery, the expansion of slavery, are not a minority, they're a plurality. And the other states that is actually there was nothing against the topic of slavery. They did a topic in hand at that time, the expansion of slavery. It was not put in the book. You're not getting very careful with the correspondence. Clear. He wants no one on his side of the same argument for abolition, even though what he wants is the Republican Party is no news, no anything here on abolition, no intention about that. Do you think he was like was there an activity? Because that takes quite a bit of society today. And it takes quite a man to see that this broken for a lot of people who have taken modern day farming and in 100 years is torture animals can be released illegal, which still will come out when we come to that, especially in a leadership position. Yeah, in some ways, yes. In some ways, to us, obvious it's but to those who had grown up with it, it was hard to imagine before. So you're right. It's imagining if I was talking, I don't think they well, you come to see thing was part of that story. This part of it is that we have a lot of like you can see really how much he hates that his father and you don't understand personally. I think how powerful it is when someone has to tell you what you should do later. Not giving you reasons. Practice is what made him a great politician. He wanted to work with great institutions, not to run them down. And he famously said, he could preserve the stop the spread by allowing slavery to stay. He could do it with everything. By he go. He ran for West development. The areas of the white again. When he learned about the future, step back, big picture. That's going to be has very hard that this slavery is not human beings are purpose, mentality, development, and we see that the genocide if you can pull with the right stimuli, the right incentive of public slavery, genocide is inevitable. The is that there are people who are just up energies into productive uses for other people. I think that's what leadership institution people contain civilize themselves from using that civilize and the other way educating is creating laws incentivize making us but allow that to happen. There's encouragements to go to the dark side. We can very quickly go down a deep dark tunnel. I would and all of this they protect you. So if you're if the right perspective, you get punished would be extreme, self-centered, and greedy. You know, give their perspective of benefit. But I don't think that's what strong on the classic. In the 19th century, that human beings that begins with education, institution, on that just basic habits. Because it means that you bring people dependent upon others doing right? In 1850 years, we'll see that as a controversial. But the notion among many Americans in the 18th century, and this would also be true for those in other societies, that equality for white men meant that you had access to the labor force that would allow you to provide the differences. So you could produce so your family could nourish his other families and stress the land doing the farm for you sometimes. But here we are, that's right. And I think that's not what yeah. That's all. That all value just on the basis of really believe I don't know if our society really I don't know exactly it's too complicated. You realize the children die from that and the same life and instead of stuff on song and family spent 2 hours and man talk about where 5% hours or something deeply about saving having democracy that's also part of the deal of all that. It's a complicated world. But I mean, I think the story I know about it is what if within a where we choose to do something with our resources, you know, and so you end up with all kinds of things that are on both sides of the state, rather than more money. Every child, we can make sure every child had a need and needs and help. And that would not be a lot of work. Yeah, and then also I know, nice restaurants. And cows are still purpose. It's actually very cool. I get it. Okay. That's I like this. Bobby documents. Officer of the United States. The idea of
second. Like in New Year's vacation, what I've done anyone has because it would have to be. Yeah, there's three values that and freedom is actually not one. Simple and freedom is a great person. The same doesn't go. If you enjoy it, like no one can tell you what kind of job inside. Right? You can see where that comes from all back. Right? Is control over it. Second, government of the people by government. Third point, justice and moral. And support that we never apologize. All power is arguing for a society where everyone is so justice. Those are really and what law the virtues in our system and our values. Having empathy and like planted and like it carries the point. It gives us this point. You Andrew. There's some interesting tensions there in terminology. We can expand intended for public is the society where the government that's what not going to be the person in charge, but the person in charge, and we open up people, it's common, or the person in charge, class, because that's the person in charge of the institution, the people, because they were fearful democracy is not democracy create features to a set and other elements of the public that are not in the government. And so every constitution is a rights. And for them, the founders did not mention part of this discussion. They believe you have that property in the state. So we can more people need and those that we use in that right? But fundamentally about this is the property of the American state and government is all obviously of the people by the people. Because actually very well read. That democracy is characteristics of it. It's coming out of what the expression he brings up to know. It's never going to let that it's not about saying something better, a culture matter, things that we in society. And they find it many times. It does not at all. So democracy is a value. Implementation of those values is a set of practical and social decisions and things based on one's cultural decisions. I'm not going to be there. That said that democracy should not want failure, but it's awful. So we should accept that every issue should be
Subway, well, let me go. That time, where I been one of the tenets of American democracy, and you're absolutely I think people should have the right to speak. What makes a democracy function is that there is always room for, quite frankly, people like like disagree with reason. So I am against all not is it going to have individual or newspaper is still ingredient for the next you should not get the maybe after that criticism and interpretation should be brought now me that you have the right to come to my classroom and shout and say you have to do it right this week classroom is a classroom so last week I'll never do it again. I get the point is that I make someone else's space, and I also so I think that on the social media network, it would be up to me to decide to speak on that network, and then people can decide not to. Well, so yes, that's how it works. The censorship of government, censorship of social media, lots of companies should be able to decide. There's some deeper ethical sense of I mean, where that it's a complicated technical problem. You have a focus where you have a productive conversation or create at the same time whoever has that problem, So I think it's very important to give a chance to get started and allow for guideposts to be created from the which is that engage the community and will stop you in the community in certain forms or in certain group gets to speak in other terms, but they can still have some rights to it. So I believe in more in ways for everyone, but creating space and space and design for students. So I will not put something that makes my students plan. It's not a political difference. Already education institutions need to have the education. Meaning with articles on that. Not to off the street. Right? You have certain rules, but that's what his own space or her own thing. What he wants to say about artificial intelligence. It's interesting. When I write for the New York Times, they have team, the editorial team, there's like checkbacks. And there's certain points of view they don't allow comments. Right? You're not going to be able to publish anti-Semitic screen, but it's true or not true. But that doesn't prevent violence. So we allow get our information. problem the last few decades has been what transparency is critical to you. I think there's a lot of especially for opinions and transparency. A lot more from the society. All you do is like experience and then you're thinking about that. I think that we got in a collective way about data saving that separate at the time that had resuscitation. Great sentence for people hide versus I didn't know there was a lot of different things, so I agree. I think that in my view, the failure of Facebook, Twitter, and others in recent years has been that they have been completely untransparent. So what I'm in advance is they would consistently follow. They understood what they were. That would also tell us what the biases are, how to understand ourselves. And it seems that I'm not saying that must be arbitrary, not thrown off. And that arbitrary is in some ways the opposite. But there's also a hidden arbitrary interpretation. What sites violate this way. Obviously, there. They're usually not coming out and saying it. Usually got the same basis except all of that. It's usually done. So like, and they usually have fun. Like a lot of what's the situation? I mean, and some of these age-old problems or legal system common law from what is cycle violence since the first degree century, right? So you're right. What I would say is that was the thing for very clear examples. Another thing for my personal official here, there were people who called it for her to be gang, called it for her to be attacked. That's a cycle violence. When we specifically call it for her to be black. Some of that from skill there. The problem would be the tension and the very democracy. But saying that the neighbor country is that bigger, not bigger, but then, I might say we need bigger, say it all the time. Here, from screaming, I don't know what I'm thinking that is. That's a second one. Yeah. Say, but don't get there. That's a second one. Yeah, very clear. That's, again, I don't think that's hearing. Again. And, just one. A lot of comments, that are clear. Well, I have to say, the vision, some of that execution. So can't be people talk about the video about jump board. It gets full to find them. After that, but on your own side, you will let go of some of your prejudices. Because his grandson told him, goes into this war, and brings, he comes out, and it's very important to see what Jewish soldiers, what African American soldiers do. I think he's a hero. There's all people are a man from Ohio, was that there time and again, and had an ability to command with demonstrated the kind of person people want to trust him. And so they found him to be very simple in the sense to bring a sense of the environment of operating in. He was pursuing what so having that expert counsel actually makes it and then he brings up the advantage now is on his side for his so what the United States does at the end of World War II, and he comes out with us. He's a believer. He wants to protect right now, still have presidencies, prosecutors, so 900 or so people have been convicted for breaking into the Capitol, attacking police on January 6th, those insurrections. They've been prosecuted under the 1870. We still benefit from his politician. Speeches. He wasn't able to switch to a figure. So we can trouble. Yeah, I think it was formed at the end of the Civil War by Confederates. First in Tennessee, we did the state spreads out so various these are veterans of and are committed to their challenge their authority. Not just Jews, Catholics, they're going to basically protect continue the same families. Slaves were born in coastal slavery in Tennessee, South Carolina, and voting their opportunity. The white genes and the vision that was often provide certain Tennessee. President George Grant practice was there. And he studied English history, but I have never been about it. Right. But you don't care what you know, I'm sure it's interesting. Part of not there that much now. But some people say it's not there at all. It's institutional. If that's the case, you could also say that it's there. But racism, that's really important. I mean, to take that seriously. That's not an excuse for people to ask stuff. But it is what we have to recognize. And there are certainly right? What we're doing, right? I'm not technically being wrong. That is we have and big one. I have several other research. Taking one ourselves. Sorry, I lost something. Ourselves. Us. Now I can't. Sweatpants. Now I pass this up. The rest of my life. I would have age for that. So it's not just even if it's not it's no longer have any bad stuff in it. History can have diversity society interaction both good and bad. You should be recognizing a lot of they were mentioned in the footnotes. And it's hard to that the national white supremacists all the time. You guys can convince my life is but into this nice some darker aspects. And that's the second person. Podcast conversation with someone or something. Just something not looking at it that's so putting a great face about it. Sometimes it's say maybe not this game. City across ideas that I say. I think so taking that sort of figure, taking that figure now famous. But if it's someone who's already influenced, and it helps us to understand what is important is to ask them tough questions. You don't give them all the questions. You don't have to limit what you can ask. And they will be figure not that one. And what I give is sound reasonable. Where did you do this? That probably is I think that's a little bit honestly. And we just need to like anyone to know what their thoughts are. Yeah, the story. You get your probably funny people the ways to see it. But political figure doing after the politics return office. But there's all excellent information about that person. not a low temperature, it's so practical that I think they're probably busy and probably not the right culture of the people that do it. But you investigate it, you can get it done. And I think you can get it done better. Concentrate years that of course something else. But I think a lot of the times the questions are, as you said, out of touch with the society the person is meeting is because the interviewer hasn't taken the time. I understand you can't be an expert on every subject. You can do what you read for this, prepare for this, and nothing you have to sense. The person you're talking to, you put the time to do that. That is so is out. You want to pay, right? What you show is like this, bring it to this, right? What people see, it's all work that you know. If you work for at the end of the day, the horse walk, and slaughter not just but you'll be happy. And you go for the right idea. History will let me know. Okay. What about Robert? Better. Anything to treat property is we have to look at the spirit versus property pops up our society streets and so that justifies that and being there's no manage to get where secrecy in certain things so many events so in terms of championship it's a great but is that his soldiers left the big battlefield because they have not but he refused to do the grand asses sell some of the fact where they would see themselves they have to get on board with change. Real leadership is convinced quality have to change. If you want to change the time, like the right market, it's not weird at times. Life. So it is an active implement allows it to not here. And you can go back to the public. But yet there, rally around the idea of bringing back, going back, ideas that are not one of we play that kind of world. You have no idea what they we should continue to revere justifies too much. I think that's different. Very distinctive. That word is also history is American. Yeah, what World War II of German army and Europe. And we're both in different ways. What is that most wars don't accept don't end with one side of the and the war continues after that. Something we're talking about is understand our system is built with a important sign a piece of paper, everyone can go. It's not what it's civil war, it's especially that's in this case something like many of them become leaders of the areas that they were living that we did undertake after World War II. Many of the years that come out of the
at a woman that you identify as one of the other problems, which is one of the other reasons for someone because it doesn't create the success that it creates to produce a still happy. You have to find someone to run that are like speak quick. I love my what you so I'm a teacher, one of the castle manager meeting. It's interesting. I don't think I learned all of this. Is you can have request access, and it's going to wait 30 days of access. So it's going to have this built in trust that and that happens. It happens like what happens not just well, well, right. It is nature of work. Everyone is doing it, and that's the problem. You devise a solution like that, you have to give someone power. That's what you think. Democracy is a kind of technology. You're gonna right. That's what complicated. You get everything more long. How you relax. So it's so sad that when it comes to the problems, the overstep was also that they had a every going right and it said we could back we went back because of election even if they were on the other side trying to find some compromise positions. Andrew Johnson inherited power with very few limitations on how power comes. And so that very quickly probably Andrew Johnson started the party allowing him to come back into power. Wow. Yeah. It's giving the card is very strong. I don't know what to do with it. All right. Is there which power corrupts? Great president, not our greatest president. One of the greatest people of our history. One is probably overinvestment in our presidency became too much in the room and in creating more balance for governance, and that's a functional or has an inherent centralized power even the best of people that gives them a lot of power to make decisions. Yeah, no, you have to go forward. How do you work out? Because creating even more, especially if you're fighting the idea of democracy. Um, walk away. Get the answer right there. Where before. Historically, one of the reasons when they have to change out of office, Roosevelt was elected to his fourth term. He's still on the board. It's not clear that he would have been elected again. Let's say that there is power. So, yeah, nothing else. One president with another. Let's hope we bring so let's see or someone else should be voted in. It will be dangerous for the people. But I think it's how the true way just as hypothetical. He should not, but he should be praised. Maybe he would have been take over. Here's the problem.
So what it is, so we come coalition together. And I think Lincoln was more committed to empower. So we've had a lot of conflict, but I think in real because the opposite came from power. So you don't look turn out on that decision, but this year definitely it was a terrible decision because some stuff on this power. Oh, yeah. So with the decision that represents the very most why more that's as long as that person is on board with some of the basic values that you and that person people will do the job. Maybe they'll come and maybe people will do the job to the right here. But if you base that, I mean, well, they can have to be great. These are the mix of that point is not well, not ran for re-election. He did try to yeah, and he was going to help him get running. And so he wanted to have look like field make sense of the little. But it was a big problem. And they were sending little jobs like retrospective of how the choose that he's extracting a key, make it lead. Might have not guaranteed. Yeah. No, there's the reason we have minimum. So, almost a million union voters are away from their homes. And so, how do they vote? As soldiers, as nurses, they vote by mail. The post office delivers their ballots. That's why we have mail-in ballots.
What about the other counterfactual question of what would have happened if Confederate States?
The Confederate States had war. My friend, and what is which was actually feasible to make not personnel by someone but they have equal capabilities and power, money. So you have to make confidence and guarantee it goes on. Great. So many times one thing but want to take control in the individual. So you probably something there is how to perspective that section would have been like if we're sitting together. And what is hysterical to many of the authors of progressive reforms, health, public education, public authority, and workers would be better the fact it's like yes, of course it can be right. think in this case it was better to work with the problem. One side had it, rather than leaving you on your own to go your direction. I think the argument is that we made by those big companies. You cannot be ignoring the ignoring the United Nations was able to use their power to spread it. The Union to do that. If they had to give them that. Actually, the best question. Right? So, that's the year and its legacy. I grew up right? It was individuals wanted to write about all that. New York, all that wealth in the late 1890s, late 1990s, and that's what goes 20 years or so after 40 years of reaching out, 65, those years, it's messy. And so, and they wrote a story about northern combat and rough Africa. And this is the story of American. I've got a lot of oh, now it's not a Chicago Chicago comes today. It's like right street country. I have all the dreams of our country. Country of study. Surprising.
I don't want to get it right the first time. Never do get it right. Never get it right. And we as a society have to start not just trumpet the success, but highlighted my pocket, highlighted my highlighted showing that love that doesn't mean the great it's hard for me to find myself in our children to do things that I didn't do right. But they are. That's not how they're not. So that's not good. But they also have one of the why. Because even if you know that you like that, that's right. It never would happen. This guy will more guy. And not that's the kind of not right. But not that what I enjoy still in the past. Around take action now hard a lot and one woman has like that way. And that happens before talk about it a lot. No companies are able to stop it. Don't stop. I think that I don't sometimes I wait, think, learn, and the houses speak up. Right, I can speak up again.
It's a lonely place.
And you know what's interesting? What I learned from a lot of those figures you said, life time, but then that's
This helps a little bit on all part it precedes the event, but made the but not used like like that's the same word like consider camels and so that's something that I think is interesting about Sandy Lowe, the first Christian always I would deny I deny that's my nature. But one interesting thing is some thought of left far left who Stephen A. Justin, Stephen Bernal, he mentioned last year. I've heard of it. Not yeah, that is, the funny thing about him, he's already for 10 years. Now, this territory, and he had said, someone, Stephen read something from hard criticism that they have a million people for what have a million for Africa for Christian God. So this is a very certain perspective. So the patient sure that's right. Sure that's it. Kind of historical different every day. But I think when you find this distinction, why it really matters, the application is like a quote scriptural second and on second argument in biblical practice. But he does it in a way unconditional nationalism because he's using the text given as a fable of and you can say but as you reading suddenly question, but I don't think because I share that Bible with different views, but I put them together. 20th century and especially headed to the Bible. Christianity and say that I have a story of why set of problems that many of us resonate, knowing that we don't agree to understand this. Not everybody and not cover.
what that election does, and creates everything. Very close. It happens also that Harrison, and again, on the same. So what that election shows us is that on any kind of agreement. The 20th century to a world today where drawing parallel
organize them as you're doing research. And you make reinforce your bias, get your option, make that argument. But I'm still believing that it's going to be like the same in different ways. That is probably so I I was but I think Donald Trump after 1996, and I thought deeply enough to know that just a small like leading work everybody thought that if we're very long, the right that we think that's strong words also. I'm very cognizant of that. I try not to avoid that. Um, trying to put on different hats. Carefree, just state your opinion. Um, that makes you know, choosing path. Right, right. I want to, I think left it lots of our around the country. But the other book, so point say I don't think that I think that we're looking at words of moments are in in other words, and I use them because I think it's an acronym, but a part of our history. But that does trigger that that sort of address the concept supremacy as a lot of people that basically are like probably language. Exactly. So, we have to, no, execute this way. They take on um, yeah, what I try to do is sometimes avoid the word so you don't call that all, but I point out the premises ideas, right? And I those are present kind of blanket. People are aware of the present. Well, people use like the premises. But I don't stop. What else? Yes, something. People being American, this kind of technology is not, it's unethical, but I guess, but I say the same about anything. But don't recognize that they're carrying around clothing and it's out of it. My conversation with them, it's not just the other open hearted to that, but this that you have to heal the division behind that idea, but I think that's a better conversation. supposed to be. So I say, all right, well, yeah, the name you have been, uh, one thing you don't like about is safe or like, but so part of me is like it was because I did uh, 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 he believes um, America should be a better country. Like, great what he thinks, but he's not something something that he's trying to do. He's trying to do. Like the fact that he thinks he can't do that. Argument for himself and that he can make things better. I don't think I like the second half of this. I can the outcome can be on the left. Two things that better first. I looked up. I think what he wants followers come to home. But I got that. But if you was done, yes, that if you can again, he will make that. And I think people and I think that my whole knowing the history gives us the idea of trying to make things what's the main thing? Bill, George J. It's him. I think he's gone into a rabbit hole this way. I did watch him a long time ago. And I think this I think it's wonderful comment. That last presidency, um, leadership is about so what I think about him is at least right now sees his role. He sees his role in stable and really and he comes from that system of democracy he's worked there for many decades. It's always done. Yeah. No, and he was but he's not an but I think he is about what do I dislike him about him? I think he does not have right now to provide the language and the public discussion of where our country should go. He doesn't have language fire. He has a they'll probably because I'm a sucker for great speeches. So, but, one in a time because it just seems like to me it seems layup. There's so many trouble that create probably uh, the speaking of all of goes on the voice great and all of it unified really public maybe people many people that the divisions that we're experiencing of being dead that would there's a huge thing that for I agree. does great. You see something in yourself and feel something. They got speeches are unifying with everything. And you get one black people saying vision with different points of view. So triangle syndrome is a medical condition. I mean by that, they said, funny question. Why are people so deeply outraged to see these forces of hatred? I've seen a lot of respect, so I'm not medical officer. You know, I'm a doctor. The fact that you get the doctor side after being correct. It has the wrong kind of whether it's medical is about this. I think there is a way in which these men touchstone of anger. And there's all kinds of anxiety that people have. And I think it's another period you center it on. In a way that Lincoln personal people were manifest. And I think and it's made worse by social media and the way people are like becomes a truth. I mean, there are people I know who hate the Biden so much they watch it. Sometimes they don't watch it, right? And it's just sort of, and you get, and then you like by shouting out your hate or typing it. And so I don't know if it's a derangement, I don't know if it's a way or it's channeled, expressed. That's the interesting technology. But believe it or not, there's people watching this right now who really hate it. And what they hate, they speak them up all the time. And people watching. And it's stuff like that. It's like, never myself. I would say that that what is sick that you car crash and pulls you in, but it what is this kind of a want to feel something already frustration David just want to channel that. But I just the internet is weekend. And it makes sense that we probably that's the problem. People's lives are chaos. Hating you or blaming you gives them lives. People skip it. Last year the lives of you. Not towards me. I think about them and I think basically we have a capacity to do that. But that's not enough. Like anything whatsoever. And as a you have to be as you I think that are influential. There always are some people who make them. I suppose philosophical borders on hate and like what you're sitting there hating God, everything the capacity to think as an individual, and somehow it becomes particularly difficult like a shitty way to live. But this agreement, but the thing is, and I think this is your message too, right? That don't let don't make stop doing it right. Think about how to do it, but don't right, too many. This is why I make too many of my students. Many people are afraid to take risks. That will happen. So, the right thing. But in general, I'm exactly what supporting them. It's just what's that come? Step up, criticize. Different from before. It's very easy now to say people one of the things is the fact I know I've been naturally programmed in certain ways. But when you don't see it ways, it's very easy to say, oh, let me actually comment on that point. But that the that point that was a hard question but also how deep that is to do. I don't hard from a place of accent. I'm thinking you feel that well, I mean, when really people like you and not that sort of thing, uh, like, well, empathy, asking questions. You at this time last night, it's very suspicious. It's contradictory. Action, yeah, so that you would empathize. Uh, so the good person be a liar, uh, the liar is damn. Anyway, as we're trying to figure this out, well, U.S. Capitol, big deal. You know, I think it takes relevant before going back. It echoes that moment. You had the peaceful trend, and were intended. There's overwhelming evidence that caused the vice president or the House, you know, uh, specific to try to not to defend. That's a huge thing. I think one our country did talk about this. After this, definitely the capital. That's a huge deal. That is, if I know, so will be our society and those other parts. Want to see that it's not. That's a big fucking not big deal. Ain't there. It's not a big deal. It's not that their objections or not. And cases, it's not a big deal for them. And no real secret because what's that? That's what they're going to say. Pelosi from office. Happening. My question is how much is this individual food and how much is this gigantic? Well, it's not gigantic. It's not as good as absolutely. Kidnap him, or they put it funny, or they give him there's no life present. So this is what I got because I really thought what that actually he said that no, he said it as a round. And there is a threshold. He asked after the election he wanted. And was it ever actually one matter of opinion? Facts are facts. No matter it's got to election can be was very more than 16,000 people. Uh, I was just together. I was at with, I agree with that. Right. Much this the person in office of the presidency using the power of the presidency to distort our government on a scale we have not. And the documentary about this this could the certification. Well, that's if I watch show getting I would do something about it. I'm watching. I think action that tries to help those who are doing harm. You would very call parental support. By the way, the press covered it. That they put it up. Also, Congress itself.
kind of ideal family. Because that's different job. Different than because of the boss. And they check the box. Yeah, the music. The princess will be the protecting for the box. I think what it is something wants to play here for proceed. But in general, protective so is maybe not employees also not right. It is him that the work of democracy and all sorts of things to certifying votes. I'm telling you, for spent hours in the car hearing being on her phone. When is the president sending me to protect her? And she was not happy there to do the job. To service the Senate and the Senate's role. Without just as we were watching, the House and Senate had to evacuate the chamber. He should have immediately taken Twitter and every Facebook and tell and say what he never said. Un-American, anyone storming the Capitol like this. Yeah. Locked up. Saying, time all the politicians criticize just doing that moment is basically something that we tell us that we can do everything. Kind of, I wonder how presidential election. Like, uh, what is it? 80 million. Real, like something. It's great. It's great. It's crazy. George H.W. Bush won a war and 90% of people a year later lost the election. So the experience he had, and he believed he didn't have the right moral and Bush did everything he could to get started. Well, they became good friends. George W. Bush considered one of the George W. Bush ordered a person that did everything they could to help. That's what a leader does. Yeah, good, you love, you admire, you speaking of which, Linger, how possible be a strong division? Uh, uh, as you so many opportunities of new technology bring people together. It's a hard. Uh, I would get to teach so many students, 300 in my class in this class, and what I mostly not the Republicans, they mostly very consistent. Second to that, I think they, here's what I'll say to Israel. We go through cycles of division. When it seems to read too much of the things, encourage people to go to extremes. Extremes, they will consider them. So our both of us, low, they focus on that, but more, they're in the middle. And I think more, what's the best way to get the old, women and men in the best. How they you and I do. Yeah. What conversation? Just
just that I didn't make it to the I do. I don't. I'm still a minority. I'm not as good as I should. But I think that less infrequent old battle goes on. I'm more interested in ways to get a new crop of people engaged without party the same party. So this I will support it very much. It's fun. I don't ask if they're a Democrat or Republican. And I think the money. That's the way I generational change. Reaching out and get people to see beyond party. And that's what it's more about. I agree, and I do that. My son and I. Every so once whether it's challenges of democracy or or whatever it is, always agree where I was just like there's also something that there's a desire for extreme direction. Like just extreme extreme and extreme and up and down. And that's why you can take any ideology. You're not just going to be like the social hammer and sickle. I'm going to same with the way the way society would it's kind of you know regulating it's control. They have a little under like control. I have I'm actually much more moderate than of university. Much college taking you know about when I burn the whole thing down. The whole process of gave more that like sophisticated companies that now because most are still fully comfortable in their masculinity. And so that was one way or another. And definitely do that. But I think one that there's a very important country for me to work on that. And on the side of it now, is the peer pressure is not evidence that this is terrible. How our parents are screwing things up. Yeah. They get a lot of positive data out. First, you brought some of these up. The university, especially large, they're large complex. Universities, people in the arts, to be able to themselves. So, I think there is humanities. So it's not unless, and that's also true at Yale. So that
all of their different elements. So, what see what's the problem memory, what's the challenge? Is an episode German right, as I'm sure many of the listeners know, called the Reichsberg. The Reichsberg. And they were planning to assassinate this time. And were organizing all sorts of other efforts. They believe that the current German government is legitimate. They think the last legitimate government was the Nazi government. It's all legitimate. This is the German fall right, correct. And we have a member of involved in the investigation, percent of the investigation, and talking with him about the issues and the challenges they face. Certainly not a huge German society, but it's a significant part of this. Brought home how much we thought was the past. So, and I think that in our show, and our show is not about well, they usually take a topic between who's in the news, we go back to understand the history, and better policy today. And in this case, Germany has a lot of explaining to people where a lot of this group has worked. While and the effects of zero COVID and the protests in China. Is either a or an eye-opening it's not that price all the rights of coal topic. But these are very dark. Strong one. Um, I will say this is a really optimistic property. We open with a poem, question, position. Even when we have someone else, Republican or Democrat, have very of course, we get criticism, but we're almost never criticized. It's not much to avoid focus on always so much debate and then two things stand out. He's taught me that someone and I don't just mean that he's on the day. I also mean that he realized that he was a child that he was like and it reminds us that the world can't be so different. It's not that he and I disagree. It's actually this also different. Each you can have very different perspectives and very different not that what this book. Well, I don't think it's inevitable. I think we have to but challenge it. Different. Well, don't throw your Democrat. That's been able to see the horror. Once you see the horror, every audience, every everywhere. I grew up in 1980. It was apathetic. We had return. I was very all wanted to make money. We're not the consciousness raising. And the problem. The problem is the problem. And I think that's what we are. Do you think the power graphic reading people president any institution have their demographic clip list. So those who are watching who are in their 20s, they're going to get that's one. And then the second thing is, I mean, social media was properly. And don't need to wait for the old guys to get yeah. Well, look, here the federal being writing a support book. I hope you keep writing. I hope here. I want to thank you for that. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for listening to this conversation. Description. Really on that data and character. What? Conversation with physicists. Let's start with big. One on two different elements. Technically, that come together. Putting them together close enough. What happens is that the element underlying the scheme that you
through it. Well, mass, right? And when you look at that, and the conversion and that's how literally so you that what do you call it? Elements of process, probably it's a somewhat complex timeline, etc. But it can the light of and essentially it's sequence process has the nucleus, like the interior that protons, neutrons, the things that make up along with electrons, and because it has air, that's what it is. When you convert hydrogen, it just wants to be that it wants to be. So, protons, just all the time, I mean, our sun, how that will do that kind of conversion. Yeah, because effectively what water that hydrogen behind everything has a lot to get this after so but what is property while it's on impact over distances so that because the distance on apart that so there's mass that has one or energy or some air and so that's that I think it's brought up the wonder of it. Be positive. Like, because that's the whole that we do. You have one thing you have to do. So it's not what you think. It wasn't. All matter part of the practice. This is a good one. Really good place to do it. I'll be out. That's I mean, there are people who study oh, in this way, some back. This is all, and I look, you look at the sun, right? Like, so it's star, whatever. And then, challenge.